Going out. Hello, Vampires of New Jersey. Al Simpson here. I'm doing the Vampires of New Jersey 24-hour thing. My first guest will be Neil Cohen, one of my favorite people. Let me put the guitar down. I'll bring him on, and we can get started. What's up, Neil?
All right, here I am.
How's it going?
Good. So I'm not quite sure what this thing is. You got to tell me, what's a 24-hour thing? Is this like are you like, is this like a Jerry Lewis here? You trying to stay live for 24 hours?
Actually, that started popping into my mind as I was doing it. I was like, is this like the Jerry Lewis telethon where I'm really 24 hours, straight? Which I used to love the Jerry Lewis telethon. I mean, that was some crazy entertainment. I mean, that was before cable.
Oh yeah, it was always the once a year, and then he would just get like degrading, tired throughout the thing, and then the tie got loosened, and then the shirt got unbuttoned.
Yeah, his tux was all messed up by the end. Yeah, he just fell apart. But it was entertaining watching him go.
There was a great movie in maybe the late 70s.
Yeah.
God, I got to think of the name. But the story was America had gone broke, and the president was John Ritter, and he decides to do a Jerry Lewis type telethon to raise money to save America, because like someone was going to buy America. I can't remember. And it was all like, it was a making fun of like the Jerry Lewis type acts. So all the acts were just awful. But they just kept coming. They kept bringing every single terrible entertainment act. Now, I guess now we got that with America's Got Talent and all these other shows. What is the other one? American Idol. We've got the 24 hours of terrible talent. But I have to look up what that movie was. God, 70s were great movies.
John Ritter, president.
He was the president. I remember that. And I can't even remember if it was a movie or a TV movie. I just remember seeing it. And I remember Meatloaf was in it.
Oh,
and he battles a car, and like that was his act. Like literally, there was a car, but you didn't see the driver, and he battled it like a gladiator. And it was all these terrible acts. And God, I don't remember what it was. At the end, someone drops a whole bag of coins or something like that, saves America. But I'll have to look that. I love absurd 1970s movies.
Sounds like a TV movie to me.
Yeah, it probably was.
And I will say this, the 1970 TV movies to me were as good as regular movies. I mean, they were completely amazing. They still had like, because the TV shows would be on the same lot as like the Hollywood movies, right? So they could still use like leftover Hollywood sets from the late 60s, or whatever new was laying around. And those movies are incredible. Even the after school specials I saw the other day on Instagram, people were talking about after school specials. Even those were like amazing.
Yeah, they were, and they took on serious topics too.
Right.
For the best movie, I remember, it's funny. It's weird how this stuff sticks in your mind. I remember watching Logan's Run. It's still a classic, still so goddamn ahead of its time. There was actually a one where he decides he wants to meet a girl, and there's this video screen in front, and he's swiping through these pictures of different women, and then he picks one, and then the girl literally steps out of the screen, and it turns out that anyone who wants to meet someone for a rendezvous just stands in this portal, and people choose you, and she steps out. And that was like, was 73, 74 maybe?
Believe it or not, that was 76.
76, yeah. And a lot of things in there that were ahead of its time.
Yeah, that was just before Star Wars.
Yep. And then the after school special, there was one with who I had the biggest crush on. And I still remember that. And it was where she's in high school, this guy, and then she goes to a party and she dresses up like a tramp, and then he do her, but then the next, and she fools around with him, and then the next day she like goes up to him and anything to do with her, and the school is talking about her because she was the girl like a tramp, and she went home and ate a whole chocolate cake. I remember that, watching it with my older.
I'm
so
losing
the lesson learned: don't dress up like a tramp to hook.
Oh my God. Neil, I lost you a little bit there, buddy.
Oh, am I back?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I said the lesson learned is don't dress up like a tramp.
Yeah, those after school specials, I don't know. They were just really well. I mean, they were like movies. Like they could have been released in theaters. They were that good. You know?
Yeah.
I like them. So we were talking before we came on about the con situation. I went to C2E2 this year, and I literally thought it was going to be more, more cons this year, but it turns out that there aren't. So,
now, what do you mean? Was it a virtual con, or you went to an actual con?
I went to C2E2 in Chicago in, I guess, March.
Wow. Okay.
Or maybe, I think it was March, late February, March. It was cold, I know that. And I was planning out the whole year of stuff I was going to do. I talked to some publishers while I was there. I had big hopes for the year. I made my investments as far as my graphic novel. I was going to get it into stores and do a lot of other things. And then COVID hit. So, and nobody knew. People knew, it was in China at that point, but we didn't know it was here or it was going to hit as big as it did. So I usually run into you at actual cons. Yeah. And that's where I met you. That's where we hung out. You were nice enough to put me on a panel down in Washington for Awesome Con, which was indeed awesome. I really enjoyed it. And, it's been a tough year. I mean, how have you been weathering it?
Well, it's been deadly because I launched my latest book. Where is it here? There we go. Business is Dead.
Yep.
That was supposed to launch in 2020. It came out officially at the very end of 2019, but there was Christmas and everything like that. So the plan was to be at cons all through 2020. I was kind of same thing as you.
Yep.
I had cons lined up, and then I think I went to it, but I didn't exhibit. I think it was KatsuCon in January.
Right, I remember seeing you there. Right, KatsuCon.
That was the one. It was at the anyway, it was here in Maryland at the Gaylord Hotel, Gaylord Inn. And my kids went. They love it. They, thank God, because it was the last, and that was the big con that they went to as they were there as fans and having fun.
Yep.
And then the plan was for me to be at cons, Awesome Con, New Jersey Horror Con,
right.
A bunch of other horror cons, and then one by one, they just all started getting canceled. Yeah. So Awesome Con, I'm still booked at, but I think it's May now of 2021 they're going to do it. Right. And I'm doing New Jersey Comic or Horror Con, which is March, so it'll be March and May with the next cons. Now, my worry is, will people go back? Are people still going to be scared? I think they will. I think people have gotten used to it now, and it's not the apocalypse, and it's not the pandemic, and people can put on masks, or they'll, just whatever, social distance.
Right.
But people will go because I think people are just sick of being home. And then when you come to the spring, people are going to be like, that's it. Look, I can't be a prisoner anymore. I can't be in house arrest. Now it's going to be easier for people to be home now that we're getting into the fall and winter, because it's just cold and dreary out. And then January, February, it's miserable. But then as soon as spring comes, people already lost the entire year of their life. Hopefully people are going to come back. So I'm going to try to relaunch the book. Right. That was supposed to launch in January at cons. My first con was, I think it was scheduled for February. I think I was doing a local signing in late January, and then the con started in February, and then every single one of them get canceled. So I'm hoping.
Yeah. Yeah. I at first I was like, because I met with some fans earlier this year and they talked me into doing a Kickstarter. So I was busy with that right in March, April, and I think I finished it in June. And I thought, oh, I'm busy. This is a new phase. We'll come out of this and then we'll get back to normal and everything. And I didn't terribly miss it because I didn't plan on doing a whole lot of cons this year. I only picked a few. But then, as time goes on, there's certain people you run into at the cons, and we have a nice camaraderie, you and me, and then when we were at New Jersey Horror Con, we met the other, film people, and it's just you miss that entire thing,
Yeah, well, it's the networking. There's so many people. You keep in touch with them through like Instagram and a little bit of Facebook, but it's not the same.
Yeah.
It's the networking. And what I always happened, for me was I would promote my appearance at an event and I would get some book sales online. Then the event came and it was great sales. And then after the con, there would be some sales, and then it would die down, online sales, and it would die down into the next con. And that was the peaks and valleys of promoting your works when you're an independent.
Right.
And without that, it's gone. And it's hard to get noticed online if you're just doing it just regular promotion, not physically there, because there's just so much out there that you're competing for the eyeball.
Yep.
And you can pay for that. The cost of a con, maybe you drop $1,000.
Yeah.
For $1,000 you can reach 20 people on Facebook. It's just not the same.
Right. Yeah, it's kind of interesting to me because once I started doing Kickstarters, I met a whole new crowd of comic book creators who basically only work in online space. So they didn't have an experience. I think they work cons, but they hadn't done, like, my books are in stores and things like that. So it was a whole different way of thinking as far as how to reach people and Kickstarters. Even now while we're talking, I'm, posting this to groups to try and generate a little bit of interest. And it's been weird. I mean, at the beginning, everybody was stuck in the house, and I think I got a little edge from that, and I got spoiled. And now that, most of the country is kind of out and about, the groups are a lot different than they were. They're not immediate.
Yeah, I don't know how many people are out and about. I was at the mall about 2 weeks ago at Potomac Mills Mall down where I live here.
Yeah,
and that is, Potomac Mills. And it's like the #1 tourist attraction in Virginia. It is this huge, massive indoor outlet mall. And it was the weekend before school kicked off.
Right.
And normally you would walk in that mall on a Sunday and it would be shoulder to shoulder. You could barely move because everybody was shopping for get back to school stuff. Clothes, sneakers, supplies, everybody, parents, kids. The mall would be absolutely jam-packed, like Disneyland packed. And it's just a mess. My wife and I went. You could have rolled a bowling ball down any one of the aisles into any one of the stores and not hit a person.
Yeah.
It was just dead.
Yeah.
And then I was at another mall just this past last weekend, actually.
Right.
And I could not believe how many stores were closed up, going either out of business or announcing they're going out of business.
Yeah, you can only take so much pressure from the drop in sales for so long. I know, a couple of stores that I was in that have gone out of business, and it breaks my heart, But
the independent guys, these comic book stores, these independent artists, I don't know how they're holding up. Like, I tried to get that because I had invested a lot for 2020. I had booked cons.
Right.
I paid for it in advance.
Right.
I bought my books to sell.
Right.
I bought displays, everything.
Right.
Can't sell any of it. It's all sitting there. So I went through. I couldn't go for the PPP, the Paycheck Protection Program,
Right.
but I tried to go for the disaster relief loan.
Right.
And I am now 7 months into it, and they're they're jerking me around.
Yeah.
Now it's just a test of wills.
Yeah.
I don't care about the loan anymore.
Right.
Now I'm just angry that it's been 7 months, this SBA, and I'm like, look, man, I'm a small business. I've been paying my small business taxes since 2013 when I self-published my first book.
Right.
So this is the time I'm asking for something back. The first time that I've been paying my taxes since 2013.
Sure.
And not only do I pay my federal as a small business, I do all the state cons, and you know, when you do the state cons, you have to register and pay taxes in that state. And we do a lot of cons in New Jersey. Besides the fact that the tolls kill me driving up there to do the con, I sometimes pay more in taxes after the con than I made in profit at the con. But still, I love doing it because I love going up to New Jersey.
Right.
But holy cow. And then it's finally, you're like, okay, you know what? This is what I pay my taxes for. Nope. Let's jerk you around a little bit. So I'll let you know next time we talk how that goes. But I'm in an all-out battle with them right now. I'm not giving up. Yeah,
I hear you. It's been a mess. But now my one question to you, since you do, the Exit Zombie books, I know you did a lot of research into what a pandemic would do before you did the zombie books. Tell me about that, because I think what's happened kind of parallels your books in a lot of ways.
Well, it's almost, the word profit is thrown around, but for me, it's it's perfect. So this is right up to today. Here's what I wrote about in the trilogy.
Now, what year did you write?
I started writing it in 2013.
Right.
It was finished in 2016. So Exit Zero came out in 2016. Nuke Jersey came out in 2017. Zombie Democracy came out in 2018. Right. So this is years early. So the brief overview of the book is a zombie virus, an unknown virus, gets released in the United States on an election year. That's the thing. That there's two candidates running for the president. One runs his whole candidacy through Twitter, Facebook, YouTube. Right. The other has a great persona. Like when he's in public briefly, they keep him only briefly in public, and there's a reason they keep him, and then they keep him hidden because of his dark secret. So the public only sees him for a little bit of time. This is all in the book. Right. 2, in my book, I have the survivors of the virus. Those who survive the virus become wanted or hunted because they have a certain attribute to their bodies that can help protect you against the virus and survive. So it's not like, oh, great, convalescent plasma, they can donate blood. No, because the people that survived are now realize that there's cabals of rich, powerful people who are hunting, not to kill them, but to get them, because they're basically a get out of virus free card.
Right.
I predicted the Chaz or CHOP or whatever you want to call it. I had in there autonomous zones get created. Like I had multiple autonomous zones that appear around New Jersey. Some were like up in the mountains were preppers. I had Atlantic City gets taken over completely by the mafia.
Right.
The new police force that comes out to help out the country after zombie no longer has their names. They won't wear names. They only have 4 numbers. They're identified by 4 numbers on their uniforms. That has happened now. New York State now, they're saying, because there's so much violence against officers, that they will no longer have their names on their uniforms. Line by line by line by line, everything I predicted is coming true. I had them shut down the universities so they could store the infected at the university, and they sent the college kids home, and they would put the infected in the universities. It's just so ridiculous. That's why I'm pissed, because I didn't get better, recognition here. My God.
Well, you need to talk to some PR people, Neil, because you were ahead of the curve.
Well, the only thing is, everybody always says, I predicted this. F you, I got it in books. I got 3 goddamn books, and they have a published date and everything I predicted. Now, if this was my book,
right,
we're in the very first chapter of the third book, Zombie Democracy. Right now is in this state of the virus.
right.
So what comes next? Let's see how well I predict what comes next as this virus goes on. And as information is still coming out. Now, where did I get this? I didn't just think this up. This is not just Neil pulled this out of his vivid imagination. What I did was, for years, I was interviewing government people and military, government, foreign government, World Health Organization, CDC. And I said, first, give me a concept of a virus that would be the most zombie-like. Give me a realistic virus or a combination of viruses that could affect and would produce a zombie-like result. So mine are not reanimated, dead. There's no mysticism and there's no meteor shot over and suddenly everybody died and came back to life. Mine are infected. They are living people who are infected. So in my book, there's also the issue, you can't just kill them. They're not like zombies, like you can run around and just kill them. Right. They're living people. They're just infected. Right. So you can't just go up and say, oh, I'm going to kill these people because they've got Alzheimer's and they could be violent. Right. Or you can't kill people. These are just regular people and they're infected. So you cannot kill someone who is infected unless your life is absolutely, in peril. So I interviewed them and then I said, how would the United States handle a mass pandemic, civil unrest, complex, cascading, coordinated virus or event like a massive zombie virus? Because what do you got? You've got the pandemic, you've got a medical issue, you've got civil unrest, you've got the failure of utilities, you've got the failure of the medical system, you've got people that are not going to show up to do their jobs because they're staying home, either scared or to protect their family. And this all went into the book. Right. And you're seeing a lot of that stuff play out right now. So it's just, God damn, I should have, I don't know how, I wish to God I could get the word out there that this was all in there.
Yeah, I'm looking for your, Russell, a friend of mine, actually just asked about your books. Do you usually sell them? I see them here on Amazon. Is that the best place?
Oh, yeah. They're all on Amazon.
I'm going to throw a link in there for people.
Yeah, and my link is, my website is businessisdead.com, spelled out businessisdead.com. And that links to all my books, all 4 of the books. So there's the 3 zombie books, and there's the book that released at the end of 2019 that I was supposed to promote. And that's my first nonfiction. That's all about entrepreneurship inspired by The Walking Dead. So I'm hoping to get a little bit of juice out of Walking Dead announcing their final season.
Yeah, what's going on with that? You're the specialist in that area. I mean, I saw it and then I said, well, 11 years is, that's a pretty good run. Plus they have spinoffs, don't they?
Yeah, so it's not going away. They've got Fear the Walking Dead. They've got what is it called? Walking Dead World Beyond, which is the new one that hasn't released yet. Right. That's about the kids that grew up after the zombie apocalypse. Then they're doing a spinoff with Carol and Beryl. I don't know how that's gonna be. If it was me, I would recommend the beginning. I would like a series starting from the very beginning. Walking Dead started. The first season they had it right. And then the second season they find the showrunner, they get rid of some people and they brought in new people and then just went off the rails. And then they tried to bring it back, but then they said, well, timeline so we could merge the shows and then we could do characters crossing the same timeline, and then it became, well, what's the point? It's that you're moving from Dead over to Fear and vice versa, and so it's The Walking Dead in a different location. I'm like, we tuned in because you were going to show all the stuff that happened between Rick getting shot and going into a coma, and then the full out complete government's collapsed, and now we're in the zombie apocalypse. What happened in that time period. That's what we tuned in to Fear the Walking Dead to see.
Right.
And I think they lost sight of that. So now they're going to try to do this thing with the kids growing up after, which is interesting. I'd like to see that. I'll watch it. It's a new take on it. But still, I think the problem with Walking Dead, and the reason I think it's probably going off now, it's merciful.
Right.
You know, if you watch the show, the topics are like the three communities trading with each other, and they're taking carriage rides, and the guy's doing a blacksmith internship. And I'm like, this is like Little House on the Prairie with zombies, you know?
Yeah.
It's too far out. I don't relate to this anymore.
Did you ever read the comic books?
The first couple episodes, and then I trailed off. I never finished them. Is it trending with the comic books?
As far as I know, it's not. But I didn't read all. Was like 100 issues. I didn't read the entire series. But I know, in television and as you know with media, once it gets going, and the studios are making money and the networks, then they're just kind of like throw in whatever you want as long as it keeps going.
Oh, it was a juggernaut. But now AMC, I don't know what they're doing. Some of the stuff online I'm watching. Yeah. They had this thing called the Walking Dead Rewards. I don't know if you saw that, but like every time on the show, they would say, hey, join the Walking Dead Rewards Club or something like that. And I never joined. I never did any of that, but I'm obviously a lot of people did. Right. But then what obviously happened, like you had to do things to get rewards, I guess. You had to subscribe to this or buy that or try this, whatever. So people got a lot of the rewards. Right. And then they just announced, oh, by the way, that we're ending the rewards program at the end of the month, September. Well, too many people. Wait a second, I've got tons and tons and tons of rewards, and they're like, okay, yeah. Well, it's like Chuck E. Cheese. You can turn in 10,000 awards for a Walking Dead puzzle. Right. And people are like, whoa. Yeah. So I hope that's not a good way to win the trust and loyalty of the fans. Right. And especially if they're going to keep this franchise going and they want to launch something in the future, everyone's going to be like, hey, remember what you did when you screwed us over with the rewards? Right. Why would we trust you again? So I haven't been tracking. I got to look what's going on. But I was following the chatter of that online. Yeah. Well, Russell has a question for you. For anybody who's new, who just came up, this is to get backers for my Vampires of New Jersey issue 7. Right now, I'm going to run a special for any new backers that pledge more than $50. I'm going to throw in my graphic novel. So that's for the people who just came in. Hi, Wendy. How's it going? Wendy Steen-Shaner just came on. She's my guru, my Kickstarter guru. She helps me run my Kickstarter, and she's actually running another Comic Unity Con, online virtual con right now. And she was nice enough to stop by. Russell has a question. Who was your inspiration that got you into the industry? And I'm assuming that's for you, Neil, because I talked to Russell. Yeah. Well, inspiration. I think it was reading World War Z. Like I was the guy that read zombie books, loved it. If it had zombie and apocalypse, those two great tastes that taste great together, it was for me. If it didn't have either one of those two, I probably wouldn't have read it. And I read all this stuff, and it was so hard to find. Like nobody. It was so funny because nobody was in the genre. There was only a couple of movies, there was a couple of books, and that was it. Yep. And then when I read World War Z, I said, God, this is the greatest thing ever. And I said, and I was like, but I have an idea of how this would happen. I have an idea how people would respond and how this in the real world would happen. And I said, I'm going to write down my story. This is how I feel the virus would come about, and this is how I feel normal everyday people would deal with it. And I always loved the beginning, but then they would get to the mall, and then they just would jump forward years, and everybody was either a zombie killing ninja or a cannibalistic madman. And I'm like, what happened to everybody else?
Right.
Everybody got eaten. There's no normal people left.
Yeah,
everybody's gone. And I said, it's not going to happen. People. Yeah. So I wanted to say, what would normal people do? What would happen to the lawyers, the salespeople, the comic book writers, everything? How would they handle the zombie apocalypse? I don't think everybody would be wiped out, and that's what I wanted to write about, and that's what I thought was interesting.
Yeah. Now, do you see? I mean, you did 3 books, so that would obviously make a good series.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I don't have, obviously, I don't have the juice to get it going. Yeah, I've been promoting for years. It's I'm no Shrinking Violet. I've been out there. Yeah. So what I've been told was that to get a movie, you know.
Now, would you want a movie or a TV series?
Oh, well, so I actually got some pitches. Like I actually got a pitch for Netflix and everything like that. And what they told me was that you have to have this international appeal.
Right.
So your material has to.
Thanks, Wendy.
I'm sorry. Yeah. So if they're saying this is for them to purchase something.
Right.
It's got to have an international, like if it's in Hindi, if it's in Asia, if it's in Germany, people need to look at the cover and the tagline and say, I know what this is about.
Right.
And I like this topic.
Right.
And my problem was that my books are very US centric. Obviously, even though they take place, I've got a character from the UAE and a character from the Philippines in there. It's the whole book takes place pretty much in New Jersey.
Right.
And New Jersey is very funny to the United States. Like we get the joke. There's a lot of Jersey busting on jokes throughout the book. And United States understand and get those references and understand that New Jersey is kind of the punchline. But if I'm growing up in the UK or India or Asia or Germany, I don't know what New Jersey is. I don't get a lot of the references. The characters may be too US or Jersey centric. And that was the feedback I got, that it didn't have a global hook to it. That the hope is, when I can push out the book about fandom, entrepreneurship, and The Walking Dead, which is really, I'm trying to capture all fandom. I write about The Walking Dead, but it's for all fandom. That would have more of a global appeal because everybody is a fan of something pop culture-ish, and everybody start their business, Yeah.
But I think in my case, since The Sopranos, I don't know how big The Sopranos is outside the US, but I know I get a ton of people from the UK that are interested in the comic. And I'd say half of my Facebook page is in India.
Well, see, because you have the global appeal. People love zombies.
Right.
It is a exciting, scary, sexy genre.
Right.
And it is something that has been around for 100 years. When was the first vampire movie done? Nosferatu.
That was in
how long ago was that?
30s.
30s. So we're talking almost 100 years, 90 years.
Right.
This genre has been popular.
Right.
Zombies had a blip. I probably got in there right at that cusp as it was going down.
Right.
So, I got okay. I was able to get in there while the getting was still good.
Yeah.
I don't know how popular it's going to be. So now it'll be interesting to see because both vampirism and zombies are all considered kind of like a virus.
Right.
Because how does a vampire make another vampire fights them? How does a zombie make another zombie fights them? Will people have an appetite after this pandemic for that kind of escapism genre, or are people going to be so sick of it that they don't want that kind of stuff? I'm writing an article right now. I'm going to be posting it on Medium probably tonight
Right.
And I'll send out the links. And it talks about this research study that talked about people who like the macabre, that like horror, vampires, zombies genre, are actually more resilient in these current times than people who are not. That people who kind of loved the pandemic, the horror, that they almost prepared themselves for these times. And it's not as scary to them as to people who weren't into that genre. So the article is talking about like my observations when I go to cons, Comic-Cons, and pure Comic-Con, the people that are into like Superman, Batman, everything, there's a good and an evil. You know, there's superheroes and supervillains. There's right and wrong. And that's generally the genre, that there's the people who are the saviors and the people who need saving. In the horror genre, it's blurred. You know, there's a bigger gray area between good and bad. And the fans are a little bit more accepting of characters drifting in between good and bad. Like everybody always says, oh, you know, like one of the best lines in The Walking Dead, I think, is when Negan says, no one ever sees themselves as the bad guy. And it's true, because Negan always said he saw himself as a savior. Other people see him as a psychopath. But those that followed him were like, God bless you, Negan. So he was the Rick to them. Other people said, no, Rick is the ultimate good guy. But ultimately, Rick did go into that, how he pissed off the saviors. Is he went into one of their outposts and killed about 24 people who were sleeping. And he did that not realizing the bigger threat. He thought that was them, that there was a group that he needed to partnership with. That group said, hey, we've got this problem in the saviors and they're here. He's thinking, okay, I'm going to be a little bit morally ambiguous here. I'm going to kill a bunch of people I don't know who are in their sleep in exchange for a détente with this other group, not realizing that was just an outpost and there was this huge army. So that's where that apocalyptic, not everybody's good and not everybody's bad. And there's not a clear delineation between what's good and what's evil. And sometimes you have to blur that. So that's kind of the apocalyptic horror fan sees the world more. And this is a gray, you know, you can have vampires like like Dexter. Dexter is a serial killer. But he channels it through killing bad people. But ultimately, he's still a serial killer. you know? So that's what the article is about, and this research study about people who have embraced the kind of post-apocalyptic zombie horror genre are more resilient in times like this. So
they've thought about it a lot. I heard there's going to be theatrical film with Rick, maybe.
I'm still waiting to hear what the hell they're going to do with that. I don't know if I heard it's coming out in movies. I heard it was going to be on AMC, and they're waffling now. And COVID changed everything. You know, I'm sure that plan was to release it in the theaters, but who's going to go to movie theaters now? So maybe it will be on AMC. But it'll be interesting to see what they do with his character. You know, where is he? Because it's not part of the people that took him away. Are represented in this new series that's coming out, A World Beyond. But they said Rick is not in A World Beyond. But the people that took him in the helicopters are. So that'll be. I don't know how they're going to do it.
Well, I've got to do a commercial break. I'm going to run. I'm going to run a trailer for my Kickstarter real quick, and also, can I run that? I actually have.
I'm quiet. I'm quiet. I want to see it myself.
I just thought about it. All right, that's that. And oh, here we go. Here we go. All right. I'm still learning this thing, Neil. So let's see. Screen share.
I'm not going to pick my nose or anything.
Well, you can pick it if you want. I don't care. And we'll go to that one, and we'll share that. And there it is.
Yeah, you got great graphics.
Yeah, I was lucky. Once again, the great Wendy Shaner. Live now on Kickstarter.
So all those different artists, tell me about that. So each one did a different interpretation?
Yeah, this is my second Kickstarter. So my first one, a guy who does a blog called and a live show, Comics in Warren, New Jersey, he sat me down in probably February, January, and he said, I love your comic. I know a way you can reach more people. And he connected me with artists who had previously been successful on Kickstarter who do covers. So I do the comic like I did issue 6 and 7. And then for Kickstarter, I have probably 8 artists, and they all do a different cover, a different interpretation of the characters. And each of them has their own crowd that's actually wild about what they do. So that drew attention to my comic because I had the artists who were already, popular within the Kickstarter world and comic world.
So when the comic is produced, which artist produces?
Well, my interior. Go ahead. Sorry.
Just doing promotional pieces of the Kickstarter.
Right. My interior artist is the same. I've had the same person for all 7 issues. We're trying to do 10 issues straight. And then the other artists, they do art for me, but they do their own books, and they also do art for other people. So it's kind of like a mix of artists and promotion and just a whole big ball of wax going on Kickstarter.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to get involved as best I can. It's, this time of year, it seems like there's a lot of people on it compared to earlier in the year because people were hesitant. They were like, oh, I don't know if I should go on it. I don't know if people are, backing Kickstarters or whatever. But it seems like there's a good number of people on it now, including famous people like Keanu Reeves and people like that.
Well, the guy that did Scrubs and he did the movie Garden State, Zach.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can't remember his last name though. What's his last name?
Zach Braniff.
That's it. Bram. Yeah. He did a Kickstarter. I think he did a couple of Kickstarters.
Yeah.
I would be interested of the comic artists that you work with.
Right.
I would love to know their opinion of which they would recommend to someone going into this. For instance, there's SCAD, which is College of Art and Design. There's Island School of RIDC.
Right.
There's, one do they look at and say, man, artists that have really kicked ass. It just out of a thought that I would hear their feedback.
Well,
and they don't have to do it right now. If you talk or if they're listening, I would love to hear. How they are managing to the lights on during these times? Like, is this been devastating community, or is this like, look, we work from our homes, we're sitting up all night drawing on our computer, and this hasn't even been a blip to us, you know?
Well,
I would be curious.
Yeah, I'll say this. The artists that I work with, and all total, I probably work with maybe 15 artists. The people that do it, not everybody's doing it full time, but it seems to me that everybody I've talked to has continuously stayed busy. Now, some of them have been doing it for years, and some of them just started, but they are connected to the Kickstarter community and the online comic book world in such a way that they seem to be getting the people I'm working with, or I'm lucky enough to work with. They seem busy. They seem really busy. I mean, I have had some of them turn me down because they were too busy to do more work for me.
Oh, that's good to hear. What about an animated series? Have you looked at the cards for you? Like, create actual, I could see your stuff with a heavy metal type animated series.
Yeah, that would be really cool. I would actually, I'd be open to that. With the film background that I have and the guys that we met at New Jersey Horror Con, the other directors and people, they were always like, Al, when you get something, you know, let us know and we'll work with you. So I actually have been talking to them about shooting at least a pilot for Vampires in New Jersey next year. So I've been
Well, if you had a choice, though, would it be live action or would it be
if I only do the pilot, it's not that big a budget. If you read my issues, it starts out kind of like Walking Dead started out with like one small thing, and it grew into an epic thing. As a pilot, my first issue hooks you, so it would be a good pilot, and it's most of it's done very inexpensively. There's nothing super crazy in it. So I could probably shoot that and use that to pitch, you know, a bigger idea, and also send to film festivals.
Yeah,
and gin up some attention.
So you live action. How come you wouldn't go the animated route?
I would. I just haven't. My personal experience has been shooting commercials, short films, full-length films, stuff like that. So when I wrote it, I was thinking of a script for Vampires in New Jersey, but you know, as the story grew, I didn't want to be constrained by budget like I usually am, because most independent people, you know, we don't have a lot, so we write the story very tight, you know, because, you know, I can't blow up that building, so I'm not going to write that in there. Yeah. But the first issue would do it. I mean, I would certainly do, I would do an animated, because I find animation right now to be, you know, wide open as far as storytelling. You could do a lot with it. My stuff is not, it's adult oriented, but it's more like the R-rated horror movies we used to see in the 80s.
Yeah.
Which to me doesn't seem,
I mean, heavy metal. Like, if you remember Heavy Metal movie,
yeah, I love that.
Was definitely an adult movie, you know, cartoon. Now, like, for me, I love cartoons. I just watched, oh my God, I'm drawing a blank on it. It's a Netflix show, and it's basically this guy took his podcasts, interviews with celebrities, and then he made an animated series where the characters are going through these adventures, but the story is not really syncing up exactly with what the conversation of the two people. Oh, Midnight Gospel. That's it. Midnight Gospel. So, you know, they're going through different adventures as a cartoon, and they're talking while all the things happening around them. And at first I didn't understand. I'm like, well, I'm just not getting it. They're trying to go for like a Rick and Morty thing, but I'm not getting. And then I realized, okay, what he did was he took these conversations and then he built a scenario around it that was just ridiculous. Yeah, but no, I think it's fantastic. I would love to see the kickoff of the film fest again. You know, that's always been a dream. To get to go to one of those. You know, that New Jersey Horror Con was always like a little mini one. I actually got to go one time, to the Tribeca Film Festival.
Ah,
yeah.
That's the nicest turn down I ever got from a festival was Tribeca.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They sent me a nice letter. They critiqued the movie I sent them, and they also, what's up, Jay? And they also said, you show promise, work at it, submit again next year. We'd be happy to look at whatever you did, which I thought was better than saying, screw you, you suck, which is usually
what's the worst you got. Like they spit on your movie and send it.
Yeah. I've heard some terrible stuff. I mean, and I'm like, what are you going out of your way to trash me for? Just tell me no. I can take a no. I'm an adult. You know what I mean? But
I had
Tribeca's nice. So tell me about Tribeca, since I didn't.
Okay, so it was an amazing experience. So this is what happened. These documentary filmmakers were shooting a documentary, and my wife's boss was one of the topics of the documentary.
Wow,
and
really?
She is just actually in the background. Like you couldn't tell it's her because, but if you knew her and you knew the scene she's in, you could see her there.
Okay.
So they invited him to come and he invited us.
Right.
So it was pretty cool. We get to go, we're all dressed up. We go the whole thing. There's like, all the press are there. So then we went up, they screened the movie. Then they did a Q&A with the directors and some of the people that were featured in it afterwards. Right. And then afterwards that night, there was like a after party at a Tribeca loft, it felt like,
nice.
Real New York. Yeah. And so like we went out to dinner and then went to this party at this loft, which was insane. It was like one of these things. Like they obviously rent this place out to movie stars and rich people who are having parties.
Yeah.
And overseeing all of Manhattan. There was a whole wraparound deck and everything like that, and hors d'oeuvres and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, so it was amazing. It was literally like I'm like, I see how addicting this is. Like I can see how people get into this.
Yeah.
Would not want to get out of it.
Yeah.
It's once you're there, it is you do get sucked up into it and you're like, holy crap, that this is the life, but it's so funny because like my daughters want to pursue careers in entertainment like that. They both want to be animators and illustrators. And I say, look, I know guys that are voiceover artists. I know guys that are famous,
right? And
they're hustling just like me, trying at booths, signing autographs, that jobs just they don't even if you're famous and they recognize you, it doesn't translate into wealth and security.
No, not at all.
And that must be the toughest thing ever, to be famous and broke.
I read an article about a year ago about a lot of the Instagram influencers.
Yeah.
And one of them was like super famous, but they couldn't like get the deal, like, how you get people to sponsor you and all that, like companies give you money because you represent their product or whatever. Like she couldn't get that deal. So she was waitressing while she was, like one of the top influencers on Instagram, which is crazy,
Yeah. And like, people that we know that are famous voiceover guys that have done national, global voiceover, these guys, a lot of these guys, especially the guys behind the scene, the voiceover and the animators,
right?
They're so happy to get these work that they take it for very low pay.
Yeah.
And then their hard work is, appearing forever, and they don't get paid, that's it. They get a one-time shot.
Yeah, it's kind of strange. I mean, even when I was doing Wizard World, I was across from the guy that he literally was the animator for Scooby-Doo, Super Friends, He-Man and She-Ra, and about 30 other cartoons. And, it's like you do that work, but you don't own that work. And then that work is super famous, but you know what I mean? It's all very, very weird.
Yeah. Like Bob Camp,
that's the other
super
one.
Famous, Ren and Stimpy.
Yep.
But, he doesn't own it. So now, he's hustling just like us.
Right.
No, I always tell them, I said, look, this is a choice, man. You know, there even if you hit, doesn't mean it's gonna stay. So this is a tough world.
Right.
Like, you know, like I that's what one of the advice I give people. I talk to people when my books come out, and they always come up to me and they say, Neil, look, you know, I'm working on a book. I want to do a book. I've been working on it for 7 years and everything. I'm like, 7 years?
Yeah.
Jesus, I didn't start really selling my first book until my third book was out. I said,
in that book. Yeah.
21 years before. I said, just put it out there. You know what? It's gonna suck.
Yeah.
You're gonna throw up every day.
Sink or swim.
Out there and get the next one out, and then the next one, and the next one, and you have to keep doing it. You know, there's no such thing as one hit. Look how many you got to get out. You got to get out 10, and you got to keep going through this.
Yeah.
Every time. It's not like suddenly, oh, like, you know, Steven Spielberg's calling and saying, hey, can I throw you, you know, a couple $1,000,000 for the next version? No, you start again.
Right. Yep. I know what you mean. It's
super exciting. You know, if you get into that film world and turn this in, because, you know, I think with the lockdown, and I tell you, people have watched everything there is to watch.
Yeah.
There has to be a demand for new content out there. Yeah. There has to be. Netflix, you've got everything. You've got this, is it Quibi? What's that thing? Yeah. You've got that. You've got Apple. You've got Microsoft. You got Amazon. You have Netflix. You have some of the other companies. So there's never been a greater demand.
Nope.
For streaming content and new content.
Yeah. It's
just figuring that out, how to get to that next level of someone saying, you know what, I'm going to take a shot at this. Yeah. So, you know, so how are you approaching it? Do you have a publicist?
No, I don't have anything, Neil. It's just me. To me, my 12-year-old, and you know, my wife's pretty busy. So, and the 16-year-old is a teenager, so he doesn't even know I'm alive. So,
yeah. Well, I had a publicist for almost a year.
Right.
And honestly, I hustled as much as she did, and she got me. You know, we did a lot of small interviews and everything, but that was about it.
Yeah.
You know, breaking through, and you can spend a lot of money on that.
Oh yeah.
So, you know, for me, what my dream was, what I wanted, and was to be one of those guys, the talking heads on the A&E show or the History Channel, like the astronaut theorists. Only I would be talking about zombie genre.
Right.
It wasn't anything ever happened to that. Oh, and I was always trying out there, and there wasn't a need for it. But you know, guys from Weird New Jersey, Mark and Mark, are both on. They became heads on that Ghosts, Paranoid Caught on Film, or Ghosts Caught on Film, something like that, with Travel Channel. So they made it. You know
what would be good if you did what you just described as a YouTube channel, like every 2 weeks a show where you did like what we're doing now, and you talked about, you know, what you were saying, because that gives you
saying to me,
you build the content from there.
Yeah, well, this one guy was just he's a YouTuber,
right,
and he got the gig to do the voice now of Cleveland Brown. On Family. He's a YouTube guy who built up his following. And now it's going to be 2 seasons at least that he's got 19 and 20 doing Cleveland Browns. So holy cow. So some of these guys, you know, if you build that up, you eventually you're going to bubble up to the top and get noticed.
So Neil, I'm going to bring in a friend of mine who actually has worked with me on the first full-length movie I ever did, and she's also a writer. Her name is Stephanie Milan, is her nom de plume. I'm going to bring her on right now.
Hi.
How you doing? What's going on?
How are you guys?
I'm good. Neil, Steph.
Hello.
Steph is,
which I'm right in the middle there. There we go.
That's the writer of a series, actually a bunch of books. One's called Colney Hatch, which is an incredible mystery series, period piece. But she's also an awesome actress, which I think that the last film I shot, we wrote together, the short film with my kids that was in the 48 Hour Film Festival. And that was like 5 or 6 years ago.
Yeah, that was so much fun. Yeah,
Yeah.
I was just listening to you guys, so I've heard you can keep going with your conversation too, because I was identifying with a lot of the stuff you were saying about just even writing and
Right.
it's funny because I'm on my, I want to say my 8th book now, and I find that, you know, I'm still going back to my first book now and making things happen. So it's really an interesting process, you know. So
people always think that you get it out there and that even if you find a publisher, which I have, that they're going to just do everything for you. And the thing is that they've got books releasing every week, if not every, you know, at the most every week or sometimes every 2 weeks. So you get your hit when they push your book out. You get all the press and everything like that, and then it's done. And they've moved on to the next. And if you don't keep, as the author, that fire burning, the publisher ain't going to do it for you unless suddenly Oprah picks up your book and starts recommending it.
Could happen.
Yeah. But it's got to be you.
You guys are talking. I'll be right back.
Yeah, sure. No problem.
So tell me about your series.
Sure. So my first series is a mystery series set in England and Scotland in the 1920s. So it's funny. I learned a lot through that series of just what to do and what not to do. And I think it made me a better writer by the time I got to the second book in the series. I'm working on a third one in that series, but that's one. I also write a lot of different genres just because that's who I am. I'm a very creative person and I get called to whatever I'm called to. So I've also written children's books, which was a charity book, essentially I rescue cats and help them, rehabilitate them and get them home. So that was for raising money for them. And then I've written a book about helping other writers write books, in which it's so interesting. I wrote this book in 2017. I released it, and my mom got sick shortly after, and she ended up passing away a few months later. And so I never did anything with the book because, you know, I released it and then I just basically dropped it because I was like, you know, consumed with grief and stuff. And then just this year, you know, so how many, well, it was 2 years later, it's like picking up and I'm getting traffic on it and things are happening with it. And it's crazy because a memory came up today and I was thinking, wow, like I just remember when I released this book and then everything went downhill in my life and I just completely forgot about it essentially, you know, until that time. So, but yeah, that's been a really cool experience. I just finished up a memoir, which I hope to release in December, early December. And I'm working on a new mystery series that takes place in Italy from when I was in Italy. So
that's a good way to write off some nice travel there. You say, hey, you know what? I have to research for this next book. I'm going to write this off as a tax expense. So now, you know, and it's funny because I'm thinking that probably a lot of people are stuck home and so many people have said, you know, I want to write a book. I want to write a book. I want to write a book. And I always say, just write it. Don't say, oh, it's going to be something I'm going to publish. Am I going to find a publisher saying you're going to read it? You write it for yourself. Right. But no one knows how to start. It is very, very difficult. I didn't have any training. I wasn't literary, you know, trained or anything. I was very late and I just started writing short stories and emailing them to my friends just to entertain them. That's how it literally started. And then I started the series and as I wrote the chapters, would send it out to my friends to read as a story going on to entertain just them. And then it started coming together. And I said, you know, let me see how to do it. And I don't think there's any right way. You know, I've seen some pretty cool things, how people have their writing set up where they have all their characters on 8x10 cards pinned up on the wall in front of them. What's your, like, how do you sit down and do it? How's your method?
Well, I have a couple different methods. My method before was just I always tell people to just write and get whatever you have, whatever idea it is, whatever scene it is, whatever it is, get it on paper. Because I think that again, a lot of people put too much into, okay, let me just chart this out and outline this and do this, and it's like then it never happens. But for me now, especially when I'm writing a mystery book, I'm more um I guess I'm more of not an outline person per se, but I will outline details. So I'll, because there are so many different parts moving in a mystery, and you almost have to do that at some point. Otherwise, there's just too many things going on. For something like a memoir or something that is less of that very, very detail oriented, although almost everything is detail oriented, but that isn't so particular, I will just start with a scene and build off of that scene and kind of go back. That's just how my brain works, though. I mean, Al knows me. I'm very creative, and I don't do well with just creating a structure and being like, okay, let me fill this in, because I'm too right brain for that. So I kind of work with that, and depending on what type of book it is, I'll either be more left brain about it, or let the creative juices flow and then go back in and then organize it after that point. So
Well, let me ask, hey Al, so because you and I write kind of darker stuff, I find I write the best from 11 at night till 2 in the morning. And there's been a lot of research, people who have these kind of dark thoughts.
Right.
That's the time. But psychologically, they're doing what they're doing under the cover of darkness. And the brain, they're not thinking that, but that's how the brain goes. And there's a couple of reasons. One, it's also late. The wife's to bed, the kids are in bed, the house is quiet. Yeah. You're not seeing emails coming in at midnight, 1 in the morning. There's not TV shows on, movies on, news on, everything. It's just, there's not much to do. So you're usually brain dead the next day, especially if you have to get up a 9-to-5 job. But that's when the creativity just starts going. Right. 1, 2 in the morning. It's the witching hour. Do you find do you do that as well?
With me, I try and block out a time where I can just write straight through. Like I literally want to sit and do a draft, like I go into like a fugue state and I just write and write and write. So yeah, it might start in the afternoon, but it goes into the night, maybe into the next morning, to try and get one complete piece, a beginning, a beginning and an end maybe, and then I can fashion,
Yeah, during the day, my brain goes into a different place.
Yeah.
It's got to be night. It's got to be quiet. It's got to be dark. Yeah. And then you just start doing it. And that's when I find I can organize. What about you? So do you do it during the day? What I do during the day, though, is if this is where you have to assemble.
Right.
Anytime something comes up, I think of a funny piece of dialogue, or I think something character would be doing, I email myself.
Right.
Yeah.
And then I have to put all those emails together.
Yeah, I do that.
For me, it's, I also think, just to kind of piggyback on what you said about the nighttime, it's, when our brain slows down a little bit and we kind of move from that alpha wave to that more into that theta place where, you kind of get a little bit sleepy sometimes. Not quite there, but you're still, moving about in alpha, but you're slowed down a little bit. I think that also helps with the creativity coming through. So I think that's why the nighttime is a popular time to get some of those really creative things. I do that as well. I think that before I did more of that, and then I sort of transitioned to kind of like you said, Al, like where there's a point during the day where I'm like, all right, I'm just going to work on this. And sometimes it will take me a lot longer, and I move into the nighttime as well. I also do a lot of editing and also when you're working through something like the memoir, I think it's a little bit harder to do it at nighttime because you're just like, I'm really tired and I don't, you're not really being so creative as more just factual. So yeah, in terms of creativity, the nighttime is really a special time, and I like to keep a notebook by my bed sometimes too, just in case something comes up. I've had a lot of really cool dreams that ended up being in my books. And also in the morning, I find in the morning, before when I was working at my other job, it was a little bit more difficult. But now if I can get up in the morning and have some coffee and sit down at that computer, there is a creativity, probably again, because I'm still a little bit tired and I'm in that place where my brain hasn't turned on yet and I haven't, you know, the day hasn't taken over. So that space, whether it's morning or nighttime, I think those are the most creative times for me. So
let me ask, has anyone ever done this? So I'm an Ambien guy. I take Ambien every night. I can't sleep without it. And there have been times when I'll say, you know what, because it takes about an hour to kick in.
Right.
And I'll take my Ambien and I'll sit down, it's quiet, start writing. And then the Ambien starts kicking. And I say, you know what, I can knock out another half hour here. Yeah. And you're writing. And then you find yourself the next morning, you have no memory of what you wrote. But I find you definitely become uninhibited and you write some stuff. Now, the funniest story I ever had, or not the funniest, the weirdest story, was I was writing an email and it started kicking in and I was in a hotel room. I was on travel. And I said, you know what, let me just finish this email. And I went into waking sleep. Yeah. And I was dreaming and I was writing the email as what was occurring in the dream. Nice. And so it was not gibberish, but it was nonsensical for the context of the email. Now, thank God I did not send it. Yeah. But the next morning I woke up and I realized I had not sent the email. And then I started reading. I was like, holy God, I don't even remember this. But it was not anything terrible, but it was, I just went into a waking dream state. So I don't know if anyone's ever else done that, but I find, that time, when you're getting sleepy and you're getting uninhibited, you can write some strange things there. Your mind goes into dark corners where you can really write some good stuff, especially now that comes when you're writing vampires and zombies. I don't know if that comes with mystery where you really do have to, you can't just write, and the butler did it. And that's it.
And the butler.
You have to follow. You gotta obviously have the ending. Like for mine, I have a bunch of short vignettes throughout the book. And they're not related to the plot, but they are related to what I wanted was people who have their first interaction with a zombie. Right. And some of those are 1 page long. Some of them are like 10 pages long. But they're characters, you meet them, they're introduced, they have their story, and they're done by the end of that chapter. And they're not coming back through the rest of the book. And I just wanted to intersplice the storyline with those little vignettes. And that's where you could really get creative about people having their very first zombie experience. So anyway, weird topic. But, on your story about writing how to write, my fourth book, the one that really just never got released. Well, it's released. It just, I never got a chance to really kick it off. Right. Is called Business is Dead, Resurrecting Entrepreneurship. Now, it's not about how to write, but it is how to begin an entrepreneurship based on fandom. Okay. So I say in the beginning of the book, it's not a Walking Dead book, but fandom is huge. It's a big ocean. You can't boil it. I didn't want to write about every fandom. I have one fandom, Walking Dead. So I wrote about the fandom I knew, but the stories in there and the tips are not for, this is Walking Dead, for any fandom. If you're a fan of Supernatural, if you're a fan of DC or Marvel, if you're a fan of In Excess and you want to write In Excess fan fiction, that's what it is. But how to move from I'm a fan to I want to create something, whether it's artwork or comics or online animation or tours of where they filmed, locations, whatever it is. This is how you moved from I'm a fan to I've got my own entrepreneurship here and I'm running it. And that was the book. So it's kind of like in the same vein as yours about how to become a writer.
Yeah, sure. Absolutely. Sounds really cool.
Yeah, I'm hoping it gets a second bite of the apple after everybody can take off their mask and bite an apple.
Yeah.
Yeah, I find that everybody is looking for a way to learn how to do what basically the three of us are doing. And I think it's good that, I know the way I am is when people want to know how to do something, I'm pretty open with explaining to them how to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And I find I like that it helps build a community of people who are helping each other learn how to do different processes and things. I think that's been the one rewarding thing about working with more people online is most of them, not all of them, but most of them seem pretty open to, hey, I never did a Kickstarter before. Can you, show me how to do it or explain what you did or whatever. I think that's been good.
Yeah, I think it's fascinating. I would love, and I think you should do that. Maybe a Kickstarter tutorial. I have no idea. I looked at it and I said, God, this is daunting.
Well, yeah, it is. My first Indiegogo crashed and burned. I did one like 2 years ago and I had no idea what I was doing. And it came out and I got like 3 people looked at it and I was like, oh, this is horrible. And I actually pulled it. I pulled it pretty quick, because I was just like, I just don't have an idea. But with this one I was working, or this one and the one before, I was working with people with seasoned vets of Kickstarters. I know Wendy Shaner, the one I work with, I think this is like her 8th or 9th Kickstarter, that she's done by herself and with other people. So if you can surround yourself with people who at least have had the experience that are pretty open to educating you, then you can make headway. Now, I see people making, for instance, Wendy's last Kickstarter made, I think, 30 or 40 grand. I mean, I'm only making a couple of grand. My last one, I think, was 6. And I don't consider myself a success at it, even though I funded, because I look at other people and I say, well, I want to do like they're doing. So it's all a process of doing X amount of Kickstarters and building your fan base and getting to that point. I think like what you said, Stephanie, with what's happening with your books now is, it's fermented and people are starting to, it's got a natural organic thing going on, which is very cool.
Have you posted your book? Post the link on here. It's funny, as we're here, I did not even realize there was a whole chat section.
Yeah, I posted yours and I posted hers, and I'll post it.
Excellent. That's all I got to look it up.
Oh, cool.
So I'm so close.
You sell your book through
great.
Amazon, right?
I'm sorry, what?
You sell your book through Amazon?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
That's the best. That's the link I put up. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, that's the easiest. Yeah, sure. That's the easiest way.
Yeah, I do while you guys were talking, and that popped up. So I said, "Well, this is
cool."
Good. So
excellent. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. That's awesome.
Yeah, no problem. Glad I can do it. I mean, basically, I'm doing this vampire-a-thon thing because there's just so much competition out there, and I couldn't really think of anything that I could do different. I mean, a lot of these people drew for like Marvel and DC and Image Comics, and they're incredible artists. So they can, get together and draw a bunch of stuff, and it looks beautiful. We're writers. I mean, I can't like go online and write for people. You know what I mean? That'll bore the hell out of them. So I said, well, I'll come on and I'll talk about, what I love, which is media creation by independent creators, and talk to you guys. Oh, yeah. Thanks, Joe. Joe just got my PDFs 1 to 7. Thank you, sir.
Nice.
Cool.
Thanks.
Have you talked to the guys that did Con and their goal to keep doing the Mafia cons?
Oh, yeah. Neil and I were approached last year to do the Sopranos Con, Stephanie.
Oh, wow.
North Jersey. And trust me, when the guy walked over and asked me to go, I was incredibly excited, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, Dean, Steph, he's 12 now. That's my son, Neil. And since I've been doing comics, he's the one person I go to, and he's my godfather of comics. So I went to Dean and I said, okay, Dean, here's the Sopranos. And he said, Sopranos. He's like, if I go to a Sopranos convention, I don't want to see you. I want to see the Sopranos. So I was going to do it. I was going to split a table with Neil, and then a bunch of stuff happened at the last minute, and I couldn't do it. But Neil,
so this is what happened. It was because I do have a mafia arc in my story. There's 2 mafia characters, and I've got a mafia storyline, and I actually have a mafia short story in there that run through all 3 books. So I thought, okay, this is my audience. So your son has incredible wisdom.
Yeah, I don't know where it comes from. It doesn't come from me. Maybe it comes from my wife. He's quite. I don't tell him how good he is, but he's very good with this stuff.
They did an amazing job of putting the show together and getting the word out there and getting a crowd. And they had all the remaining celebs pretty much there. It was very interactive. They had a whole walkthrough, so you like when you were lost in the what were the Pine Barrens, the ones where the 2 guys were lost in Pine Barrens.
Yeah.
But
while he was stuck up there.
I had a great position booth right there next to the celebs and all that kind of stuff, right as people were coming in. And they had a whole, so there was, I was on the line with a whole bunch of other authors and books. And then there was a lot of artists, and then there was a whole street set up like San Gennaro, like I think it's Mulberry Street in New York City with all the Italian restaurants. They did an amazing job of that. And then there was artists and things like that. And people just poured in. I think it was 10,000 people the first thing.
Yeah.
Nobody cared if you were not Sopranos. If you were not directly tied to the Sopranos, you got lost.
Yeah.
Nobody cared what you were offering. And so I sat there for the 3 days. I think it was 2 days, 3 days. I think it was a Thursday night or Friday night, Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah.
And just no one cared because they were there to see, and the lines were huge. They were there to see the celebrities and meet the Sopranos guys and maybe buy Sopranos swag and eat. But if you weren't, and so it shows it was not for, it was not a place to be selling zombie books.
Yes. Are very hard. I always told Steph when I was doing the cons, come out and sit at my table, but just to see what it's like before you actually get a table and do it, because depending on where they decide you're going to sit, that's half the battle where your table ends up. And Neil and I were at New Jersey HorrorCon last year, and Zack Snyder was shooting a zombie movie on the floor of the showboat, and that's usually where we have our tables. So Zack Snyder's Netflix movie, which is yet to be released, totally knocked us out of our usual spot. So of course everybody was mad at Zack Snyder, which they're all from anyway. But so we're on the 2nd floor, but then they put us in like a hallway.
Oh gosh,
big hallway. But it was just weird being in a hallway.
Yeah,
and it was all over the place. Now I did pretty good in that hallway because I go as a film guy. I got seated with like some film people and some other type of people. And Neil, you did pretty good too, didn't you?
I always do good at that show. That's like my best show because it's horror and it's New Jersey. So you got 2 of the key elements there. But
the big draw was Charlie Sheen, which was insane. Do you remember when Charlie Sheen walked on the floor, Neil?
Yeah, I saw him. I got a little video of him walking past my booth.
It was instant, Steph. It was the longest line I've ever seen.
Wow.
And it's in the showboat, which is it's a casino. So these rooms are big. And the guys who were running it are walking by me. And I remember saying to them, dude, where's Charlie? And the one guy goes, well, Charlie's in the next, like another hotel with Carmen Electra. And I'm like, with Carmen Electra? with Carmen Electra? I said, if Charlie wakes up and says, I want a hot dog in Philadelphia or a cheesesteak, they're gone. You better get over there and get him over here. Because if he doesn't show up with that many Jersey people standing there who paid good money to get in to see Charlie Sheen, I said, you're going to have a riot on your hands. Well, he was running around like with a little sweat on his forehead. Like, I got to get Charlie Sheen. And he finally got him there. And when Charlie walked in that place, it lit up like when you throw a match on gasoline. I couldn't believe how happy people were. And it was literally money. I tell people the air turned to money. People were buying stuff like crazy. He walks down that hallway where we were at, like a king with his entourage. And I was like, yo, Mr. Sheen, thanks for showing up. And he just looks around and he's like, good to be here. And I'm like, you see that? That's Hollywood.
Yeah.
And people loved it. He was nice. I heard no bad reports about him. You know, like he was good. A lot of the kids were there because Dressed Like Wild Thing from the baseball movie.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And it was just great. But then the next day, just like when Charlie leaves the Hollywood party after it's over, it was a lot less fun. It was less people, less everything. So people come to see those celebrities, and I understand why, because I love them too.
Mm-hmm.
But it's hard on indie people and
sure,
down the scale because you ain't got that juice, you know.
Yeah.
You get sit in the wrong spot.
Mm-hmm.
For comic books, they'll put you in the indie comic section. Sometimes they'll put that all the way in the corner.
Mm-hmm.
And what was devastating for me was there was Walker Stalker Con.
Yeah.
And Walker Stalker Con was just amazing.
Yeah.
When it was at its peak.
Right.
All the Walking Dead stars there. It was just the greatest show I ever attended. I just loved it.
How early was that in the series, Neil?
About what is it?
Well, how was that, like first or second season or third season?
Oh, it started a couple seasons in, I think. Yeah. I don't. I'm trying to remember now. You know, and then the book came out. I obviously started exhibiting there. I think it was in 2016.
Right.
And, you know, it was just amazing. It was just the greatest show ever. I don't know if they screwed it up. And I was there for the last ever Walker Stalker in Atlanta, which turned into a complete S show. You know, it was just it just was a disaster. And you talk about something that was the goose that laid the golden egg.
Yeah.
The fans were rabid, and I don't know how they screwed this up. I think
did they raise the prices too much, Neil? I heard people complaining about paying for autographs and stuff.
Oh, the prices were astronomical, but it didn't matter. Like Norman Reedus walked in, and you saw him walk in, and you know it was like the Beatles. The crowd explodes as he walks in, and there's a couple heavy hitters like Rick, Andrew Lincoln, never does cons. So he wasn't there. So you got Norman Reedus was always there. Michael Rooker, huge draw. The governor, David, I can't remember, Morrissey, huge draw. And then you just had, you know, the second tier of the actors who the fans were just still rabid. And it was, the prices were huge. It didn't matter. People waited 8 hours to get their order. There was no amount of money they could charge that the fans wouldn't pay.
So what happened?
And I don't know. My theory is that they spread it out too much. That it started out like 2 or 3 events, and if they kept it like in Atlanta where they filmed the show, and then had an East Coast, like maybe a central one in Chicago, and then an LA one. Right. And just that was it. I guarantee they would have just, you know, and it was a you know, a coveted event, and then people would just have to travel. But when they started doing it everywhere and tried to hold it in every city, I think it just, you know, it spread it too thin. That's my theory. I don't know.
Right. They diluted the product to the point.
Exactly. Yeah. That's the right term. They diluted it, and then. But still, but nothing has stepped in to replace it. A couple people have tried, but nothing has that kind of draw like the original Walker Stalker did. And that was just, I wish to God there was something like that again. I guess probably the only thing would be like close to that would be New York City Comic Con and San Diego Comic Con. Yeah. How you didn't? So you and I were talking just before it started, and you're telling about your visit to the Chicago Comic Con. Yeah. How was it? That was right at the beginning of the virus.
I had a friend who worked for a publisher that I'm not going to name, and he said, "Your comic's great. I want you to, you should come, you should pitch these guys who run my company. So they like you to pitch them right at the cons. So I could have waited until they came to Philly. But at the beginning of the year, I was like, you know what? I want to set up the year nicely. So I'm just going to fly out to Chicago and meet them while I'm thinking about it. So I go out there, and it was probably similar to Awesome Con in the size. And I think because of, it's the Midwest and it's surrounded by all those other states where probably not much was happening in January or February. It was a ridiculous amount of people. I mean, it was like blocks and blocks, like 2-mile line to get in. And I was there I didn't have a table. I was there for the first time. It's the first con I've been to where I was just a regular person going in, and it was outrageous how many people it was. But, people in the Midwest were excited about it, and it's the big con, one of the biggest ones. And I met Kara Nicole, who ended up doing the cosplay cover for my comic book. She's an Arizona power girl. She just happened to be there. She was from Arizona, and she was there. And a couple of the other artists that ended up doing covers for my last issue. Chris Madd, who's from Jersey, but he drove out there, and a couple of others. And it was a really, really, really great con. Very impressive. In fact, the guy that runs it, or the people that run it, they turn me down for the New York Comic Con every year. They send me a email and they say, hey, we have a Comic-Con in Saskatchewan you'd be great for. And I'm like, dude, I live in Jersey. Why would I want to go to Saskatchewan or wherever they want to go?
Top guys.
Yeah. So, I actually took the time to email them and say, look, I've never been to one of your cons just to go. I don't get in as a vendor, but I went just to go. And I was impressed with how well it was run. People seem to be generally happy the whole time. I think the celebrities were great, but the way they arranged, like even where the tables were, first of all, independent people had a tremendous amount of space, which was to me amazing. They had about, I'd say 7 or 10 rows of independent artists and book people and comic people. And, it was really nice and very well organized. They weren't off into the corner. They were in the middle of the place. They were easy to find. It was really nice. It was well put together, and everybody that I saw as a spectator, even standing in line, they seemed happy, even in the long lines. So I didn't know that was going to be the one big con of the year, and things went the way they went.
That's insane.
Every year I attend the New York City Comic Con,
right,
as a guest. Not as a guest. I mean, as a, what do you call it? Attendee, not exhibiting, just I buy my tickets and I go just as a fan, but I, and walk around and talk to the vendors. And it is just, I don't know if you've ever been to it.
Not yet.
It is unbelievably massive.
Yeah.
I was there this past time. I was there for 2 solid days. I did not see everything. You couldn't even cover the floor. That's how huge it is.
Yeah.
So again, it'll be interesting to see what the future holds for that one.
Well, Steph, I can definitely see you at a con one day with all your books. Neil goes in and has this beautiful setup for his Exit Zombie series.
Okay.
I can see you with Colding Hats. They're selling a lot of books, to be honest.
Yeah, that would be great. And
when you're ready, we'll do tutelage or whatever and walk through it. But I can see you there. The books are very. It's a murder mystery gothic like series, but I can see you fitting in. I've seen some setups that remind me of what you do, some of the stuff you do. So you'll have fun when you get to that point.
Yeah, I have done some, because the nature of the book, that series in particular is, it's mystery, but it's not cozy mystery. So it does have elements of horror in it and things like that.
Right.
And I've done horror book events that are geared more towards, the supernatural. So but still, it fits in certain aspects, and other aspects it doesn't. But a lot of these things do cross over, and there's elements of them that fit, whether it's a psychotic killer or
Yeah.
vampires or whatever it is, so yeah, and so I really appreciate that, and it's cool. I'm very excited to do that, and hopefully in the future there will be more. I think people will be more excited to go to these things, just because of not being able to do anything for so long,
Pent-up demand's going to be pretty incredible. I think if things clear up by this time next year, it should be pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I can imagine your setup. You'll have a lot. It'll be very cool. Because that's the first thing I noticed with Neil when our tables were kind of near each other the first time we started talking.
Mm-hmm.
And his setup for his zombie series, even the books are in hazmat bags. I mean, it's just like all this little cool stuff to get you into the story.
Yeah.
And you have a lot of cool little parts of your story that you can, like show people, which will draw them in, which will be very cool.
Sounds fun. I'm excited. Let's do it now. No, I'm kidding.
I'm absolutely ready to do another con, but share a table, get a booth. As soon as they start opening them up.
Yeah. Well, we'll get there. It's Neil was actually, I don't know how much of the conversation you heard, but before Steph, but I know with Neil, it's just very bizarre to me how he researched like all this government, like what would they do if there was a zombie pandemic, and it kind of mirrors exactly what like is happening now in like the most bizarre way.
Oh wow!
Like, the research was so solid, it's like a playbook, for what's happening.
Wow,
it's really weird. And when did you first start writing it, Neil? It's
2013.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I probably missed that part, but what so like, can you give us one thing that parallels it?
Well, the one thing I think is probably the most unique to two things that are just right in there is, one, I had written mine taking place during a presidential election year. So that the virus gets released purposefully on the presidential election year. And two, that there's certain the people survive the virus have a certain biological element to them, convalescent plasma, but mine's a little different, that makes them highly sought after. So survivors, once you are a survivor, you've got to keep it quiet.
Okay.
Because your blood, your body has become extraordinarily valuable, and people are not going to pay you for it. If they want it, they're going to come and take you.
That makes sense. Sounds exactly like what life would be like.
I find that I like that a lot. All right, I guess time for a station break. I have to run and talk about my Vampires of New Jersey for a couple seconds here.
Yes.
I literally asked you guys to come on because by the end of the Kickstarter, I'm really sick of talking about my own stuff. So
I like hearing about it. So
I like hearing. I'm going to run the trailer real quick.
Sure.
If I can do screen share. Oh. How do you do it again? Yes, I am challenged. There it is. There. And restart it. There it is. Awkward silence.
So I have a question for you, Al.
Yep.
Because I know like you and I would meet often and at the beginning stages of this before it even became what it is now.
Yeah.
And when at that moment in time, did you have any, because I don't think we ever really talked about what your vision for it was.
Right.
Did you think that it would get to this point and with all of these different people involved, and or is that what you hoped would happen? So just getting a little, backstory of what your thoughts were when you started it.
Well, yeah, you were there when I was kind of coming up with the ideas, and I wanted to do a good piece of work. That was really what the focus was. Something that like you would pick up and say, "This is pretty cool." So it's with me when I create stuff, it kind of goes where it goes. I mean, I didn't know, when I put it into Ron's Comics in Mount Holly that it was going to sell out. So it's kind of like, okay, so then it's becoming a thing, and it's kind of just getting bigger as it goes.
Mm-hmm.
So I have high hopes for my stuff, your stuff, and Neil's stuff. I mean,
yeah,
like Neil said, I look at TV and I go, well, this is boring the heck out of me. Why can't I see, Stephanie's thing?
They say we knew each other when.
Yeah. So I'm interested in seeing where it goes. I mean, the Kickstarter thing, like I was telling Neil, some fans convinced me to do it. That's the only reason I did it, because I did it before and it didn't work. I was like, well, I'll do cons and stores, and then cons and stores closed.
Mm-hmm.
So kind of like, and I had already planned to do the Kickstarter, and then it took off. So it was kind of like, maybe this was something I'm meant to do. And then from a business perspective, it was like opening up a whole new bunch of people who hadn't heard about my comic before.
Right.
So that part of it has been really good. And also meeting a bunch of different other creators and artists that you can collaborate with and learn from. So that part of it's been fantastic, but it is grueling. I mean, every day you get up, I don't look at the numbers every day like I did the first time I did it, but you're like, I got to make those numbers move. I got to post. I got to do this. I got to do that. So, I fund because I don't set my goal ridiculous, and it's good. But with any project, you can always use more money because it's going to go somewhere. So, that's one of the reasons I decided to do this, to get more of the word out, but also because, like I said to Neil, I do miss cons. I miss talking to him. You're busy. I don't get to see you like I have. I almost want to tell the wife to come in and say hi to you if she's
I know, I miss them.
Sparky, you over there? Did you say hi to Stephanie? Oh, she loves being on camera, so we'll pretend she's not for a second.
Get hair and makeup ready.
Yeah.
Powder.
Hair and makeup.
Hi.
Oh, hi, girl. How are you?
Hi. Good. How are you? I haven't seen you guys for so long.
Yeah.
It has been too long. I can't wait to connect.
I know. I think the last time that I saw you, you guys were getting burgers at Shake Shack.
Oh, yeah, great. That's right. I heard about that.
So yeah, it's been so long. But
we lead
I'm
such
excited to be here.
lives.
I'm sorry, what?
We lead such exciting lives.
Yeah.
Of course we do.
Shake Shack is a big deal, even before the pandemic.
It is. Yeah.
Yeah,
And I mean, I was there with John, so we lead exciting lives too.
Yeah. It's fun. What's up, Carrie Ann? All right.
All right. See ya. Yeah. So,
Another exciting day in New Jersey.
Yeah, you guys were talking about earlier just the different platforms, and I would really love to see. I mean, from what you've said, Neil, your stuff too. Like, I'd really like to see this stuff go on like a Netflix or all the many platforms that are out there. Amazon, whatever. Just because I say this all the time, like you said, Al. Like, I turn on the TV and I'm like, this is just a repeat of everything. I feel like they just take the same stories and they recycle them in a different way. And I'm like, okay, well, then I talk to people like you guys and Al. I know I see like all your stuff all the time. I'm like, look at the amazing job that he's done. Like that should be on the screen. And I'm sure, Neil, from what you've said about yours, that should definitely, that would have been awesome to watch during this time, especially with everything going on. So hopefully somebody in, the world will see this and say, yeah, like we need this new material because it's interesting, and the people who are creating it are interesting, and they're working and collaborating with people who are interesting, and it's not the same old same stuff. So
well, it's you want to say something, Neil?
No.
It's wacky. You and I have had these conversations before, Steph.
John saying hi.
What's up, John? We'll get together. Stephanie and I did a movie 10 years ago called Who is Jose Luck? It's been 10 years, Steph. Sorry about that.
Wow. I don't feel a day over whatever age I was back then.
Baby. But it popped up on my, on your Facebook. It's like, this is the picture you posted. And I posted a picture from the set 10 years ago. And, you shoot a movie and you get excited. You don't know what to do with it. It gets into a festival. And then you're like, wow, I did that. And then you have high hopes for it. But then, even when you do festivals, I've seen movies like independent films that were great, that win a bunch of awards, but then they don't get a deal or people never get to see it. It's very weird. It's very nebulous. It's not like organized like it was, say, when Kevin Smith did it back in the 90s. It was more of like, if you could get into Sundance, like there was a path. And now it's very separate. With me, it's been a constant, like, I did movies and I want to get them to a point where I can get them to more people. And usually you do that by getting a deal with, Hollywood or whoever. And that's been tougher. I took our movies to the American film market out in, what's the name of the town? It's beautiful. I'm thinking of it. I can't remember. But out
in Colorado?
No, not Sundance. Yeah, Sundance is in Colorado. American Film Market is where you take your movie to meet. The major studios aren't usually there, but there's probably like 500 different studios from around the world that release your movie in different ways, and they are looking for like a formula. We literally sat down with a woman from one of the studios, and she looked at our stuff and she basically said what she could have said before. You need to attach a B-list celebrity with your movie so we can market it in like Taiwan or something. So it's basically, they're locked into that. And that year, the big guy was Santa Monica. Thanks, Brandon. Brandon's actually a film guy I'm going to talk to in the next hour. He just pointed out it's in Santa Monica. Yes, I was out there in beautiful Santa Monica pitching around the pool, and she hit us with the bad news that I didn't have Dolph Lundgren attached to my movie, who was everywhere when I was out there. We stepped into an elevator, and the whole elevator was plastered with 40 different Dolph Lundgren movies.
Oh my goodness!
That were released here. I guess back then it would have been released on CD on DVD. I guess they might have streamed, but they were released as major films in like Vietnam and around the world. He was the hot guy that year. So then, I have a movie, and I had a friend who actually is going to come on, I think tomorrow, who did a movie, Chris McDonald, and I met him at the Philadelphia Independent Film Festival. He went and reshot his movie. He added Danny Trejo to his movie.
Okay.
It's streaming on Amazon now. But there's different ways and different formulas to try and reach people. And to be honest, I was happy just to get Jose Luck on Amazon and have people stream it and see it for about, I guess, 4 years. And recently Amazon took off most of the independent stuff because they don't need it anymore. They're a major studio now. They don't need Al Simpson. But I'm happy if you can get 2 people, they stream it and they enjoy it. And that's. Now, we haven't filmed anything in a couple of years, so the next thing I film, I want to get to that Netflix, Amazon, Hulu level of quality and see if we can expand upon it.
Yeah, for sure.
But
Absolutely.
yeah, I mean, there's some great ideas, and I'm hoping that they get out. And you're right, they should be looking for them. But Hollywood's pretty happy with the stuff they own, remaking it because they already own it.
Right.
You know, I always say if George Lucas came out to the American film market with us, he probably couldn't have sold Star Wars. They would have heard about it. They would have said, "Do we have any space stuff in our catalog? We got Flash Gordon. Let's just remake that." You know? Which Lucas wanted to make, but they wouldn't give him the rights to. That's why he created Star Wars.
I actually remember that. I remember that
he wanted
story.
to remake Flash Gordon, and they were like, "We're not giving you the rights." So that's the only reason he went and made Star Wars. So, but yeah, it's hard breaking through to at least the level where they understand what you're doing. You know.
Right.
Well, and you know, there's another B-level star for you. Who was the guy from Flash Gordon? The actor, the blonde guy.
What is his name?
Oh, you mean Sam? You mean the new Flash Gordon?
No. The guy from the movie, the cheesy, the classic, the movie.
Yeah, you mean the one with
cons? He shows up at the con.
Sam, right?
God,
Sam Jones. I'll look it up.
Yeah.
But I mean, I saw Flash in the theaters. I had the soundtrack. So, yeah, he's still floating around. I actually saw him at a con. Was he at New Jersey Horror Con?
I don't think so. I don't think who knows? I don't think.
Well, he was also in that. Wasn't he a cameo in that Marky Mark movie with the talking teddy bear? Did you see that? Sam Jones. Yeah, that's what I thought, Brandon. See, yeah. But yeah, I think there's ways for us to do things, and I'm always working on trying to find new ways to get things done. But yeah, I do love film. Steph knows that. Whenever I think of you guys stuff, I think of a TV series or a film I would like to see. So, but you guys write books. I just write comic books. I'm going to write a book. I think I'll get there one day.
Well, you know, that's my next goal. That's
Monster Mania. Brandon just pointed out that Sam Jones was at Monster Mania. That's where I saw him. I was there too. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you know, that's my goal. I want to get a comic book or a graphic novel of my concept for Pope Judas of Jersey. I consider it very much like Preacher, like the series Preacher.
Yeah, that was cool.
You know, I've got the whole thing in my mind right now.
Right.
I would love to, if we ever get that together, man. That may be the next Kickstarter. When you're finished with all this, if you want to do that as a Kickstarter, I see it as a you know, that was my character that I thought would break out. He's and he's right in your alley. He's a blackjack dealer by day, demon hunter by night, full-time schizophrenic, and you know, and the audience doesn't know when he goes out at night and he's killing demons. Is he killing demons in his mind?
Right.
Is he killing innocent people, and he's not a good guy? He's a serial killer. He's killing innocent people that he perceives as demons, or is he really, as he thinks he is, a demon hunter, and he's walking around New Jersey, Atlantic City? It's
good. I like that. It's got layers.
That's the Pope Judas from Jersey.
Good.
You know, storyline.
I'll connect you with artists whenever you you know, we can talk about it. I know Steph's stuff. She was thinking of a graphic novel too.
I was trying to turn Colney Hatch into a graphic novel series because I like to see, to me, that's my favorite thing, is seeing the book come to life in that way. And I think that that's what the magic of a graphic novel is you're really looking at the book come to life. If it's not a movie or something like that. I just ran out of money, so I had to.
Funding is another thing. That's another thing. It's tough.
Yeah.
I'm working with a marketing person now to see if I can come up with. I've always had ideas for. It's not new, but product placement in, you know, in things that I do, and how you could, like, you know, connect that to more funding to do more stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Not just a commercial, but actual product placement written into the storyline somehow.
Yeah.
As long as it's organic.
Honestly, even thought of that. That is a brilliant idea. I mean,
I've been kicking it around for years. I probably talked to Steph about it once or twice. And I recently met a person in marketing who likes the idea, but I'm trying to work with her to come up with like price points and how to present it in a easy way for people to understand, to make it easier to pitch. Because right now it's too broad. It's not specific. To sell something, you got to be specific with people. But that would allow me to more flexibility funding wise to do more, more films or more comics or more whatever.
For sure. For sure.
So funding is always an issue.
Yeah.
That's why I'm doing Kickstarter.
The Kickstarter, yeah. So hopefully a lot of people will support it. So because I believe in it, and I think that a lot of people do. So
yeah, so far so good. I'm not Keanu Reeves, but I'm doing okay.
I just watched The Matrix, so you said Keanu Reeves. There were a lot of synchronicities happening. Like you mentioned The Sopranos, and I thought of a story with The Sopranos, and then you mentioned Keanu Reeves and Flash Gordon. There was just a lot of things. I'm like, I've been watching this and looking at this.
On that wavelength.
Yeah.
But let's see. I'm on for 24 hours. Am I going to make it?
Are you going to make it? I don't know.
I'm getting ready for dinner here, so I got to get.
If you hold on just a second, I'm going to send. I'll try and get Brandon in before you guys go. You can at least say hi to him.
Sure.
He very interesting guy. He's actually a film guy who's doing. If it wasn't for the pandemic, he'd be doing films now. He does work with celebrities and works with them in independent films. So he's actually very interesting. He's the guy who looked at vampires and sees potential for us to film something next year.
Very cool.
So
very cool.
I'm going to send him a link very quickly. and if I can do that. All righty. Yeah, I think things will get better. I think once we get past the election and all this ridiculousness going into next spring, I think we'll have some vaccines kicking around. And Brandon says I need coffee and Red Bull. Coffee and Red Bull. My heart would shoot through my ears if I did.
I know.
Oh, God. Coffee or Red Bull is probably.
Yeah, coffee or Red Bull.
Red Bull chaser.
I haven't really been drinking caffeine right now because I'm pregnant.
Yeah.
So, but I drink decaf and I pretend like there's caffeine in there.
Yeah,
and
Rocky tells me to do that. I don't.
It doesn't work.
No, I'm not a good actor. She's like, if you drink it for taste, I'm like, first of all, taste is third or fourth on the list with coffee.
It's the jolt. Like I need the jolt.
You're drinking it for that caffeine buzz. That's good. But awkward silence.
Yeah.
But,
I don't want to distract you. I know you're trying to juggle and get this guy. You're trying to bring someone on, right?
I sent him a link, and he's got to, do his usual log on. It's crazy with this. You can create it. I guess I could create it ahead of time, but I don't think I can send a link to it until I actually. There he is. Hold on, Brandon. Great. I can barely get this to work. So strange. All right, let me remove that. There it is. All right, buddy. Brandon Brooks.
Hello.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
How are you, Neil and Stephanie?
Good. How are you? It's nice to meet
going,
you.
buddy? Yeah, nice to meet you too. How's it going on?
It's going. We correspond a little bit. Brandon and I were on a panel down at New Jersey HorrorCon. I guess it was a year ago, Brandon, wasn't it? Maybe 2 years.
A little bit longer than that. Yeah, a little bit longer.
Wow, it's flying. Yeah, he's an extraordinary filmmaker, and I wanted to talk to him about projects that he's on. Neil, do you want to jet?
Yeah, I do have to go in a minute. Yeah, okay. So I'll let you guys talk since three's company and four's a crowd. So, but listen, great talking to you. I'm probably going to jump on and be viewing it after I grab some chow.
Yeah.
But listen, I want to keep in touch with Brandon. Want to keep in touch with Stephanie. Want to keep following up on some of these things. Anyone still watching, please follow me at businessisdead.com, and my Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, social media is at Exit Zero Zombie, spelled out Exit Zero Zombie. And I want to thank you so much, Al, for having me on for a couple hours, and you guys have a great night.
My pleasure.
You too.
Nice talking to you. Yep.
Thank you so much. And hopefully I will leave this and you guys won't see me walking out this.
Sure. And Al, I'll probably be signing off soon too, but I'll stay for a couple more minutes to chat with you guys and then let you guys have your own conversation, and I'll put my stuff in the comments just if anybody wants to connect with me, and of course, I'll keep in touch watching you guys after I sign off. So
you're on all social media?
I am. I am on Facebook as Stephanie Milan Author. And I also have another pen name, R.A. Milan. And I'm on Instagram. And so I'll put all that stuff in there too. So
are you just an actress, or are you author?
No,
I mean, are you an actress as well, or
yes.
an author?
I'm an actress, an author. Those are my primary things that I do.
Very cool. Very cool.
Very talented.
Have you guys known each other for a long time?
Yeah, it's about 11 years now, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
We did a short film for the 48-Hour Film Festival. That's how I met her.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Written by our friend Neil, another Neil.
Yeah.
And,
I played a prostitute in that, by the way.
What was that called?
I just saw it the other day. It was called the
I should play it. I have it somewhere.
Oh my gosh, it was such my acting was so bad. It was so terrible. I don't know why anybody.
Is it on YouTube?
Yeah,
it's on YouTube. Yeah,
I'm connected to it now. I could stream it, but I'll save her the.
It's so embarrassing. I was like, oh.
No, Neil was suffering, and didn't he write it?
He did.
Yeah. He wrote parts that were so hard, but then he had to act, and he's like, "Why did I write this part so?" I'm like, "You wrote it. You should have wrote it easier for yourself."
Oh man, that was fun though.
But we all have those early projects that make us cringe. So whether it's filmmaking or acting or whatever, there's always ones that we don't talk about that much.
Yeah, we did Who's Jose Luck, the first full-length film I ever did, and that was in the Philadelphia Independent Film Festival.
Okay.
And that was 10 years ago. 10 years ago this month, actually.
Wow.
So
time flies.
Yeah, it does.
It really does.
We did another movie, Bad Dad, where she was the nanny to my kids.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
It was a comedy.
So you're Jersey-based, Stephanie?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Very cool. Very cool.
So yeah, good
so
friends.
It's good to meet new talent. Very cool.
Yeah.
Very cool.
But so Brandon, what's a good link for me to throw up for you, man?
Link.
You got anywhere I can shoot people, or?
You mean like a social media?
Yeah.
At SSC Brandon is the Instagram link.
Okay.
Yeah. It's the one I'm on the most, and Facebook as well, but that's just by my name, Brandon E. Brooks.
All right. Cool.
So tell me what you're up to, man.
It's actually been pretty busy, which is a blessing. I started collaborating about a month ago or so with a gentleman named Tim Melican. It's a guy who's starting an indie film company out of Massachusetts, and he just contacted me like I said, maybe a little over a month ago, and about just creating. He has a bunch of concepts for horror films that he's wanted to create, but he's kind of stepping into the business from outside. His business was in like professional soccer. So, but he's always been a fan of horror. So he's got all these really cool synopsises and things that, and he's just reaching out to different filmmakers that he kind of sees some potential in, and having them write the scripts for them, and then they'll have the ability to direct them, and kind of like. And he's starting it off with 5 projects that are all modestly budgeted, but a nice budget to get some really cool people attached to the projects. And so I'm in the process of just doing the second draft of it, and actually it will probably be pretty close to what the final draft will be of my story, which is not going to give a lot give a lot up about it, but it's pretty eye opening. It's called Shits and Giggles, which is right there. It gives you kind of just by the title gives you kind of that it's going to be something kind of wild. But yeah, that's something we're going to shoot next year. And there's a project that the first project is called Seasons that he actually has we're going to start a campaign for pretty soon. So that'll be kind of my foray into that, because I did it a few years ago with a project I was producing on, but we were kind of dabbling in it, and this is going to be more of a hardcore campaign, kind of like the one that you have a full court press going on right now for vampires. So that's going right now. I'm finishing that draft up. I also am trying to find time. Everybody knows with the COVID and all this stuff that it's just been harder filming stuff because everybody has a different kind of allowance in their brains as far as what they want to do, and some people are a little more fearful than others. So hopefully I'll get some reshoots done that I need for my film Sickness that are needed, that per distributors that are interested, and then there's actually another film that was scheduled to begin filming in South Philly March 23rd. And then all of this stuff happened, and like we literally shut down March 9th, and had to like cancel all the flights, all the Airbnbs and everything. That's a crime thriller called Not for Nothing that will star Mark Webber and Brendan Sexton. And a bunch of other amazing talent from Philly and Jersey and New York. But so that's going to go back into production pretty soon as well. So it's actually been, like I said, it's been a blessing that I know a lot of people are not working, especially in the film business, because a lot of stuff hasn't started up yet. But I've luckily, with the writing trade, I've been able to kind of stay busy writing throughout the pandemic, either polishing stuff of my own or a couple hired jobs that came within the last few months, and now the filmmaking stuff kind of starts now that we're a bit more open.
Right. Brandon was nice enough to take a look at the first issue of Vampires and write a nice treatment and give me recommendations as far as, budgeting and actually, because Steph and I worked together on my last thing we shot was a short film for the 48-hour film festival, and that was 6 years ago. So,
okay.
So I'm out of the pocket as far as what I need to know.
I understand that. I totally do. Where can that be seen as well online somewhere? Or
yeah, I have them all. Actually, I have them up. I'll send you a link. They're all there. But
I'd love to
and
see
if you really want to see my most amazing debut, it's the 2 lines that I had in the Return to Sleepaway Camp cult movie.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Is that the one that was that the one that Ty West did?
I think so. It was the last. No. Robert Hitzig did this one. Robert Hitzig. It was the last. He did the first one, and he did the last one.
But did the last one have Big Pussy from The Sopranos in it?
Yeah, and that was my story that I was thinking of Al earlier. Is I actually got to meet him and spend some time with him, and the funniest thing is I got to tell the story real quick. I'm so sorry. It's so funny.
Please do.
We all. I was underage at the time. I was like 19. But we went out to eat at a bar that was in the middle of nowhere. I mean, we were literally filming in the middle of nowhere. I think it was in like Starlight, PA. The town was so small. There was like an old abandoned Radio Shack, and like there was the smallest movie theater ever that I've ever seen. But we all went out to eat at this bar, and as soon as we walked in, it was just like everyone in the bar, because it was this small town bar, just stopped and like stared because Vincent Bezzori was in there. But anyway, it turned out that he knew. We got to talking, and he knew my dad's first cousin. He actually ended up being really good friends with him. my dad's cousin just passed away in February, but he knew him, and it was so crazy. It was this weird connection that we had, but yeah, he was in it, and oh my gosh.
And that was the chef too, right?
Yeah. Isaac Hayes was in it.
He passed away not long after. Yeah.
Yep. There were a lot of really cool actors in there, and I had my 2 lines, and I was so excited.
I know one of the producers on it. That's why I remember back when he was doing it.
Yeah.
And there was a lot going on with it that was behind the scenes stuff, but yeah, I remember him talking about Isaac Hayes and Vinny Pastore, and there was a few other people too. I think maybe the guy from the first one, I think, even did a cameo.
Tom.
The guy from Boy Meets World.
Oh gosh.
Unless I'm thinking of something different. I think he did. I think was it Ryder Strong or
I don't know if it was him, but I know the guy who played Ricky, who was the in the show, I think he was in it, and I think one of the girls was also in it. Her name escapes me, and I know this guy Bry Cooper was in it as well. He was a very nice guy, and he was in Pirates of the Caribbean. So there was a lot of cool people, but yeah, I think that guy Ricky was the one who was the original. His name isn't Ricky. It was Ricky in the show. I don't think it's Ricky in real life. So I have to look it up. I don't remember.
That's cool. The 2 lines are that's more lines than other people got. So
I think it's an appropriate film to bring up because it is a horror film that is a cult film, which is they're very popular, and they continue on for whatever reason.
Melissa Rhodes is a very revered scream queen, and she does all the cons and is very lovely person, and I mean that's the great thing about horror is the generations and generations of fans that go way back, and they still will line up with posters or stuff from projects from the 60s, 70s, 80s, even more so than the stuff today. So
absolutely.
So that's very cool. It's very cool.
Yeah, I appreciate you taking a look at vampires, Brandon.
It's awesome. I mean, it's very visual, so I think that lends itself to filmmaking. But at the same time, for me, it's actually being able to see it. I mean, it's a working storyboard,
right?
So even as an artist, like whoever, like if you directing it, you already have what your shots are going to be. It's just a matter of finding somebody who can give you that, like from a director of photography standpoint. But like I said, visually, I didn't even have to really sit there. Usually when people send me scripts and to read or whatever, you're visualizing what the characters look like and what the world is in your own head. Like you don't know unless somebody tells you they want a specific actor to be in it. But that was the first time anybody's ever actually given me a comic book and said, hey, take a look at this. And the world is there. It's just, and even expounding on it in your other editions as it goes on. I mean, you have, I mean, how many have you done overall over the years?
I've written 9, but this Kickstarter is for the 7th issue.
Yeah.
And I haven't released the 7th issue yet, but the other issues have been out in store. They're in about 25 stores, and they've sold out. So
yeah, I remember even seeing you had them in the Comic Book Man. Yeah. I'm forgetting the name of the store, but yeah, up in Red Bank. But,
Jay and Silent Bob's.
Jay and Silent Bob's. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, for me, that for me, I think is makes it even closer to production. And obviously, we all know that capital is always the deterrent for all of us. But you have something to visually put in front of people, like your own crowdfunding sites and even potential investors. If you go talk to the guy at the car dealership or the pizza shop that might love movies, then you have something physical to show them as opposed to just words on a page, which sometimes people like that really can't see the vision of it, but they can actually see a vampire bite somebody here in your comic. So that makes a difference sometimes.
Yeah, I originally wrote it as a script, and then the artists I gave it to kind of, created what they came up with. And I've been lucky in that respect that it's connected with people, just even on just the comic book level.
Yeah.
So I am interested in and Stephanie knows how much I love film. Interested in taking it to another level. You helping me, visualize what's needed as far as budgeting and equipping people. That's key to being able to, to do it. So
yeah, anytime. I think it's great too with you doing the convention circuit and all of that stuff too, because there really isn't. I mean, I tell this to people all the time that people for years have called me like a walking IMDb because I watch so much cinema, foreign and here in the States, and I just tend to look up actors that are interesting to me just to kind of see whether they're new or just people that I haven't been privy to before. But it's cool at the conventions or anything because there really isn't a mass. There really isn't a lot of great roles for talent out there that are given to them other than the A-listers or some of the B-listers. They're given a lot of scripts that might have meaty, juicy roles that are some that might be award worthy or whatever. But a lot of the talent that are at the shows or whatever, they're more open to looking at roles and scripts of ours, and because they may not be getting offered to play a vampire, or offered to play a hero, or somebody that's a vampire hunter or a Buffy type character or something of that nature, and that allows us as indie filmmakers it gives us a broader pool of talent that a lot of people really wouldn't sometimes be, I could never get this person or that person. Said you'd be surprised who will read a script or who'll look at your comic book and say, you know what, this guy has a vision, and as long as this vision that's in this comic can be articulated on screen, I'll take a flyer on it. And there's a lot of major actors that have done short films and stuff similar of friends of mine, and you see the Brittany Murphy, rest in peace. There's a lot of people over the years that friends of mine have gotten their movies, from Terrence Howard to others that you wouldn't have thought, but they happen to get, as long as you can get it in the hands of the people and they read it,
right.
Sometimes it's better than that huge project that they may have done 15 times already and played that same character, and they might just want to see themselves a little different on camera.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
So yeah, I think you got something there that could easily be, especially in this day and age with so many channels and from the Hulus and all these different things that are out there. I think it just has to be, the first stuff has to be created and pop visually, and I think the sky's the limit for it.
Nice.
Yep, and I think I'm going to sign out here, Al, and let you guys kind of continue your conversation, but I think you're absolutely right. And I have watched this from the beginning sort of grow, and I know we haven't really been in touch in the last, due to everything going on in the last couple of years, even of my life with my mom and everything. But it's just been so exciting to watch this and bring it to life in the way that you have, not only with vampires, but all the other stuff that you're doing. But I agree. Like, I see this becoming something big, and I think that there's just so many great parts to it, and you've done a phenomenal job. So I definitely want to put that out there, and I'm very excited to see what goes on in the future with this series. And I hope to see it on one of these channels someday. And also, thank you so much for having me on, because I love chatting with you and with everybody that you bring into the circle. It's always such a great conversation. So, talking to Brandon, talking to Neil, it's just always a great conversation.
Yeah, anytime you want to talk.
Very cool. And if I have anything to do with it going further, and you're in it, then I'll make sure you get more than 2 lines.
Awesome. Thank you. Yes, that would be great. All right. Well, you guys enjoy your conversation.
You have a good night. Nice to meet you, Steph.
Yep. Nice to meet you.
Take care.
Thank you.
Bye. Yeah, she's an awesome writer and really, really a great actress.
Very cool. Yeah, I look forward to looking at some of the stuff and reading. It's like I said, it's the medium it's untapped in my opinion. It always has been. I think I heard you earlier when you were talking to Neil and her about a lot of the reboots, and just again, like Hollywood just doesn't look at what's right in front of them.
Yeah.
There's so many great stories. There's so many great comics and graphic novels and things out there. They've started doing some of that, obviously, with some of the hotter properties like Watchmen and things of that nature. But there's so many things out there that they have just a huge pool of amazing stories that are there, but they're just so into the IP and that the Michael Myers or whatever it is that they think is. I mean, again, and some of them do obviously make a lot of money for people, but for me, it's always cool when you do see some of these things pop up on some of these channels, and a lot. And I was never really a big comic book or graphic novel guy, but that even makes it more exciting to me because when I watch some of this stuff, it's even more intriguing to me because it's a different world. Right. I didn't grow up on a lot of the Marvel, the DC, so the lore isn't there for me. But it's even more interesting to me in some ways because I wasn't privy to it.
Right. It's new. Yeah. Different way of looking at things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So how have things been for you from a crowdfunding standpoint? Because that's new for you. Did you ever do that before?
No, well, I tried it on Indiegogo when I first did the comic, but I was clueless. I had no idea what I was doing, and it crashed and burned after a few days. Yeah. And then earlier this year, some fans talked me into doing it, but they were like, "We'll connect you with artists who have been doing, Kickstarter successfully for a period of time, and they do covers, so they would do a cover for my issue." And I would attract more people because they're already in the mix. Plus, I learned more about how to actually do the Kickstarter from them because of their experience. And I funded, actually, both of these funded. So
there's a method to the madness that I'm learning just from Tim, the gentleman that I'm working with Subsoil Films, and because he's kind of just looked at a ton of successful campaigns and just look at the methods and look what works. And there's actually a lot of just formulas that people utilize, and they've kind of over the years and that work. And because you see some projects that may not even be as intriguing as others, and they're way over their goals. Yeah. Then you see some other projects that look amazing and they have like $5. So it's like, but again, a lot of people in this. One of the issues that is that in this day and age of social media, a lot of people that's kind of what I did years ago. Like I said, is a lot of people just put the campaign out there and they keep retweeting it or reposting it. And that's not enough. It's not enough to just say, "Hey, Facebook, hey, Twitter, I got a campaign. Help fund this." There really is more of even from the time that you put out things, there's a method to that I've learned over time. Like even the time of day and the day and the day of the week, and like I said, there's a method to all types of this, and there's nothing in this business, even the filmmaking side of it, that isn't intricate as far as like what goes into why distributors pick up this stuff at certain times of the year, and there's just so much to learn that a lot of people really don't know yet, and that I'm still learning through podcasts and through a lot of other channels.
Yeah. It's a learning process, and it's constantly evolving too. 10 years ago, I didn't have anywhere to put my movie, and then I think Amazon had it. So if I sent them a DVD of it, they would sell the DVD through CreateSpace.
Oh, okay.
So I sold some DVDs through Amazon through CreateSpace, and then they got into the streaming, and I had to reformat my movie and upload it. So then it streamed.
Oh, okay. So did you ever do any of the physical stores? Like,
no.
Did you get it in it when video stores were? It was funny. There was a couple. This is back in, I want to say 2009, and there was a couple left, like a couple mom and pops, a couple blockbusters left, and Blockbuster was a wash because it was going out. It was going out around that time. But the mom and pops, I just went in and I was like, hey, can you sell? Can we put this on the shelf?
Yeah.
I was like, we could split whatever it rents if it rents anything, and I just we wanted to see it up there, to see it out there next to whatever was out at the time or whatever. And I think there was an X-Men movie because I remember it going in there and seeing it next to Logan, like on the thing, and taking a photo. And like I said, it's one of those childhood things that, I mean, you know about growing up, walking through video stores. It's lost to this generation, but
it was
we got
fun
to have
Tower Records, walking in there, cool stuff. All
to
those
just go,
imported records and all kinds of weird displays from around the world and stuff. And it was fun.
I used to just drive to Philly to go to South Street to go to Tower Records. Just to people like, why are you going to Philly?
They were like two or three floors.
They had the magazines, the music on one floor, the magazines, and then they had even some of the figures, like, or whatever. So that, like I said, it's lost to the generation now. I speak about that too, like nephews or cousins or whatever, and they're looking at me like I have two heads. Like, what is a video store, or what's a VHS tape? And I'll pull out like an old like copy of Youngblood or something, and they're looking at me like that's not a Blu-ray but we've even seen right now a lot of that stuff, the vintage stuff, is coming back.
Oh yeah,
like in a way, like the special made VHS tapes or in the different cases. But like I said, there'll never be anything like walking through the video stores and spending like hours in there, just going up aisles and looking at the boxes and reading them, and every Tuesday getting two to four movies and watching them. Like, it's a lost art, unfortunately, that every time I walk by a red box, I just smirk. I'm just like, oh, what's happened to our art? But it's crazy. Yeah. So when you were first filmmaking, was that digital still, or did you?
Yeah, I used the Panasonic digital tape camera.
That was my first as well. The was in a DVX something.
Yeah. I remember. We started filming commercials in 2003, 2004, and that was like the standard camera back then. Like, with that, and it was great. I mean, it was easy to use. It was easy to edit. So.
I remember just getting the tapes, and because you could just go to CVS or anywhere and get the tapes and pop them in, and it was much easier, even in a way sometimes now, because the cards, and there's issues that you can have with some of those. With like, I've known some friends that have had the lost footage, or the card doesn't read, or for whatever reason. And like I said, technology is not totally sound as it is, but yeah, that too is something that was a bit easier to deal with back when I first started. Those kind of cameras, even though they're archaic now, but I think there's still one laying around in the house somewhere.
I have mine.
Yeah, it's still there. I mean, and even I've even pulled it out for a couple. I've done some like behind the scenes shooting for Tommy Dreamer's House of Hardcore shows in Philly.
Oh, wow.
And there was one event that was they have like a convention before it that I forget what it's called, but it's basically kind of just like the convention, just like the New Jersey Horror Con, but with all pro wrestlers. And they do that at the arena in Philly, at the arena in Philly. In the morning, and then they have a few hour break in between, and then they do the wrestling show at night. But yeah, there was a lot of, they'll bring in people, all types of people, from Ric Flair to Terry Funk, and all different types of people. And I just went through, and I took it to one event. And it's funny because people were looking at, there was other people in there that kind of had the small little hand cameras and things like that. And the wrestlers or people would yell at them like, hey, you don't have the right to film. Right. And then one like, but I have this big this big Panasonic, and the one, and Kurt Angle, or I forget, I think it was Kurt Angle. He's like, hey, he goes to say something. He's like, oh, okay, the camera made me legit is the it's just the story, because they're like, oh, you have a professional camera, you have a professional camera, and I just kind of chuckled.
Like a real film.
Nobody said anything. They were just a couple people like Rob Van Dam were like, hey, what are you filming, or what is it for, or whatever. But the camera added legitimacy, whereas people that had the little tiny like cell phone camera or whatever, people just thought that they were invading their privacy or doing something creepy for like TikTok or Instagram or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's cool. Like so it still has its uses in some ways, because a lot of people can't really tell the difference between, like, they just see a large looking professional camera and they can't decipher that it's something that most people in our field would turn their nose down at, but I don't. So I still dig it.
That's cool. Yeah.
So I never asked you where did the origins of Vampires of New Jersey come from?
You hold on just a second. I have another person coming on. His name's Nick Gibson.
Okay.
He is a comic book creator. He just created a comic called Project Access. And I guess he's hold on, let me bring him on.
Sure.
Hello, Nick.
Greetings.
How's it going?
Pretty good. And I just realized this is a web call, not a public, so I can take this off. Also, I'm shamelessly promoting my merch as well. So
that's cool, man. I need to get some of that for my stuff. Yeah.
Oh, Teespring is the best. Honestly, these are actually pretty good quality, so I do recommend them.
Is it Teespring?
Yeah, Teespring. They offer masks. These are actually really nice. Honestly, they got like, cool. I feel like a pitch man right now. But like, yeah, these are this is for my company and whatnot. So I figured if I'm gonna be stuck wearing a mask, I might as well advertise.
Absolutely.
Brandon was asking me about vampires, where I got the idea. And I was on the set doing Jose Luck, actually. And one of the guys showed up and he started going crazy about True Blood. He was like, man, they're having sex. They're killing people. They're floating. He's like, this is the show. He goes, when you do a vampire show, you got to do it like this. And I was like, yeah, okay, I'm busy. And that was around the time I did the movie. I'm married. I think I was having my second kid. I had my second kid then. So lo and behold, I guess about 5 or 6 years later, the show goes off the air, and somebody gets me the DVDs of True Blood, and
that reminds me of a good joke. What is the most deflating thing ever? Having a vampire give you a blowjob.
Ah.
Oh man.
That's one way to flatline really quickly.
I know what I was gonna say. Oh yeah, so I saw True Blood and I said, well, those guys are in the South, and it's very gothic and Southern. What would it be like if they showed up in Jersey? How would Tony Soprano? So that was was like the Sopranos versus True Blood. What would happen? So that was kind of
that sounds like a good combination.
And I've never seen it. That's even better, because I have not seen. I've seen, obviously we've all seen vampire themed movies and shows, but I've never seen anything that mixes those two that way.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of this one thing I got cooking. It's called Werewolves. Basically, the conceit is like Highlander, but with werewolves. Like, what if becoming a werewolf made you immortal? And the thing is, the trick is that in World War II, the Nazis created a subspecies called werewolves, called war wolves and whatnot, and and the kind of thing. So if you got like the main species and the subspecies and whatnot, and like the first werewolf would be Remus, Romulus and Remus and whatnot. It's kind of like how in some fictions they make Cain, the first vampire, or Judas be Dracula 2000.
I like your ideal better than Dracula 2000. I like because I'm a big Highlander mark. So as soon as you said that, I was
yeah.
I like the movies. I mean, there's some things about the movies that we won't talk about, but and I was a big
anything
fan
past the first one.
Yeah, pretty much. But I was a big fan of the series, so too as well. But yeah, that's cool because I like those. I mean, again, I'm a fan of whenever I see anything that's out of the ordinary because we live in a time, like I was saying before, that so much stuff is rebooted or rehashed.
Oh, you love my stuff. You love my stuff.
And whenever there's an original concept that's not a typical slasher or typical supernatural or whatever, it always because even movies like Dog Soldiers many years ago still sticks out in my head because again, these are soldiers that are turning into these werewolf type. Like it's just again, those are things that you just didn't see, and
that's why like the underworld films kind of stick out for me a little bit. And it's kind of on the same token. That's why like Zombieland the movie kind of sticks out because Zombieland, it's like because for me the biggest appeal of zombie movies are not actually the zombies themselves. It's more of like the psychological aspect of it that I really the threat of I feel like that's kind of like really like zombies are just a plot device in their own genre when it's done right. Like early Walking Dead,
early Walking Dead, yes. Early. Because before like kind of jumping the shark and making things that again, but I agree early.
Guys, keep going.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but I agree. Early Walking Dead was again, it made it something more, and I think that's why it took over the world because it made it about these characters just as much as, and they're living in this world that obviously has gone to hell and is polluted by the undead, but it made you care about these characters, where in many of these projects you just watched it and you really just ended up wanting to see these people get killed because you didn't care about a lot of it. And the same even in slasher movies and many of these other types of movies that we grew up on and we love, but you can't really make a long list of characters in the Friday the 13th, Nightmare on Elm Street, Halloween movies that you love or that you were rooting so much for to be alive because
Halloween is two. There's Jamie Lee Curtis's character, and maybe Dr. Loomis.
Jamie, Danielle Harris is Jamie. But again, there's very few in a lot of these movies. They're really just set up for the slaughter. Whereas on Walking Dead and, like I said, even in 28 Days Later, there certain movies actually took you on a journey with the characters to give a crap about them, as opposed to, and the zombies were kind of the backdrop of the world that the guy woke up in 28 Days Later, and the same with Rick Grimes and Walking Dead. It's just that makes for more of a need for the millions and millions of people to continue watching rather than just, okay, it's just a bunch of people getting bit and turning into zombies or whatever. If they did that, then the show wouldn't have lasted a couple years.
Right, and that's why it's really important, especially if you're doing like serialized fiction, like a long-run comic book, a TV show, is that you have endearing characters. Because at the end of the day, you could have audience love the world, love what the plot, but it all comes down to characters you connect with. You know, like you don't watch Star Wars for the world. You watch it because of Luke Skywalker, Rey, Anakin, Kylo Ren, and all. You watch it for the characters that you connect with, and it's all about interesting characters that speak to you personally.
Yeah, I remember sitting in a theater in Wayne, PA, for a private screening of I'm forgetting the name of the one in which Han Solo met his maker, but I remember people literally just started.
Strikes Back.
Yeah, people literally just got angry in the theater, and a couple people got up and went out, and after it, people were yelling, and how could they do this to Han? Like, I was like, Harrison he's still good. He's but again, I understood it because people care so much
They're invested.
about. I mean, and I love the movies growing up, but I wasn't as big of a Star Wars and Star Trek fan. But I loved Empire Strikes Back just as much as the next person. But
I mean, honestly, as soon as I heard Harrison Ford was coming back for for Force Awakens, okay, that was a Freudian slip there. As soon as he's coming back for Force Awakens, I knew instantly they were going to kill him off. Because I knew the only way you could have gotten Harrison Ford to come back is if they finally killed off his character. He was wanting to kill off his character as early as Empire Strikes Back. That's why they literally put his character on ice. They literally iced his character.
Yeah,
they froze him.
Originally, he wanted the character to die there to give it a dramatic.
Oh, I didn't know that. I never knew that. Wow. Okay. Yeah. See, like I said, I wasn't as hip to it as people that followed it, but yeah, I mean, again, it is important, and I think that's why the stuff that you're creating, Alton, and even the stuff I haven't seen yet of you, Nick, is important, because if you go by the templates that The Walking Dead's and some of these go by, and there's other shows like Z Nation and other things that are created off of graphic novels,
Firefly,
Firefly, and Firefly was great for that season, and it should have had more. Than
damn straight.
Serenity.
Damn straight.
But again, for me, it gives hope to the new generation of stories that are out there. Just has to be in the right hands.
It's a big reason why the MCU is so successful.
Yeah, and you have to make sure that it's the vision. If it is someone else that ends up optioning it or whatever, that it's the vision that you guys created. That's what I fight for, even with some of my stuff, is that if I'm going to give up some of my babies, I want to make sure that it's in the right hands for people that are not just going to take it and just totally take a dump on it and turn it into something that I didn't write. And
trust me, I want the Umbrella Academy treatment.
There you go. And that's what you should demand, because if the work warrants it, then that's what I tell people. I said, we bleed and we sweat to write these stories, and they have the right to be told, just like the Umbrella or the Boys or any of these stories that are out there that the world is loving on Netflix or Hulu or any of these platforms. So
right, like for example, sometimes I do realize sometimes changes have to be made between like for example, takes the character like you mentioned, the Boys. One of the big things is, this season is a rise of Stormfront. In the comics, it was a white dude. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I feel like making Stormfront a woman, and if you now I don't know if it's intentional or not, but like to me it looks like she's kind of like Armenian. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know if that ties in with anything, but I feel like making like this ultra racist character a woman, it kind of has a bit of a shock value to it, you know. Because like instead of it just being like another generic white male villain, you got something different. Like because like in the first 2 episodes, she was all sassy, everyone loved her, and then she basically went through that projects complex, and then like die you like slur whatever, it impacted more. Because if it was a white dude, people are like, oh great, another racist white dude, because it's generic at this point.
I have a different kind of. And I agree on that front that works, but I mean I have a different like viewpoint on a lot of that stuff than I've gotten in many disputes about it. But for me, when things are created a certain way, for me, just myself, a lot of things can be changed. Like I mean, I write characters sometimes, and I might see them as white or black or Filipino or whatever, and then someone comes in the casting room and blows me away and they're Asian or whatever, and I'm like, nope, she's it. She's it.
Oh yeah, I totally agree on that.
But for me, like with properties that are already kind of established, I think that there's a slippery slope that kind of in many ways sometimes hurts projects, because you'll take something that people are beloved in, some of whether it's the Marvel DC universe or a lot of things over the time, even taking television shows and turning. I remember Ving Rhames was Kojak, and it lasted like 2 episodes, and it was like, but again, who thought that was a good idea off of such an iconic character? You're going to try to appeal to a different audience, but You can't just all of a sudden say, okay, 5 years from now, we're going to reboot Walking Dead, and he's a Filipino guy. Rick Grimes is, because then it's too engrossed in our brain stems of who Rick Grimes is. And the same with Alice from Resident Evil. If it's all of a sudden a Latina, then again, why not just create a new character for Underworld or for any of these things? Why not? There's a lot of talk about, I think they named someone as the new James Bond, but there was talk about Idris Elba. There's been talk for years about Will Smith and different people. Idris would have been a great 007, but he could be a different agent. He doesn't necessarily have to be James Bond. You can make a whole franchise off of 006 or 008 or whatever. But for me,
you want to bring back Sean Bean?
He's gonna probably get killed, like in everything. But
I mean, he did get killed in GoldenEye.
Yeah, but for me, it's just. I think there's a slippery slope sometimes there when there's properties people know as that in comics or in other movies or older things, and you try to, let's make this a female or let's make this a different race. It's like I said, it's whereas I would prefer to see brand new amazing characters that are like you guys have in your stories that are new, that are fresh to an audience, and you don't have to immediately step on the toes of people who already see those characters in one light.
Oh yeah, like I'm totally with you on that, because like I always feel like sometimes the mistake that the casting directors make is when they're casting, it's like, all right, let's have a diverse cast. You cast specifically for diversity, like you said, like the bit like you said, sometimes an actor blows you away. The one that I always bring up is 2003 Daredevil, the Kingpin being played by Michael Clark Duncan. I'm sorry, but he did an amazing job as Kingpin. His skin color means nothing to me. Yep. Like, he did an amazing job. Look at the new Batman. Commissioner Gordon is black, and he's an amazing actor. I love that actor.
Jeffrey Wright is one of the greatest actors of all time.
And he's perfect for Jim Gordon.
Yeah, absolutely.
And as far as Catwoman, Zoe Kravitz, she's not the first. She's not even the second black woman to play Catwoman. So that, like, there's, what I'm saying? Like, there's a history of black Catwoman going back all the way to the 60s. And honestly, Zoe Kravitz, she's perfect for a Catwoman type role. So as far as that, it's like right actor, right role. But the problem it often is when you take these iconic characters, like you can get away with doing a black Jim Gordon. You can't necessarily get away with like for example, if Idris Elba played Alfred, I think they could get away with that. Yeah, like I could see the like Idris Elba playing an Alfred.
Because didn't Sean Bean do it on the Gotham? Yeah, he was. So
no, that was John. No. That was John Pertwee's son, the Third Doctor's son, played him. I'm saying it's like the thing about Alfred. His like to me, it all depends on like defining characteristics. Right. Like for example, MJ being black doesn't really work because a lot of her is wrapped up in like the red hair, the identity, and whatnot. Versus like Alfred, his defining thing is like butler and British, it's like it's to me like it's about like what's the defining characters of the character. Like for example, you mentioned Bond. To me, the defining characteristic of Bond are he's a male, like the ultimate alpha male, and then he's British.
And that's like why I wouldn't see Will Smith but I wouldn't see a lot of Tom Cruise or any of those either, because that British the gravitas of the Brit has always been what is the characteristic of that of 007. So it's like I said, and even what you said about Jeffrey Wright is on point, because when I see him, I'm immediately engrossed in him, because not only is he a great actor, I don't think of Gary Oldman, who is another amazing actor as well, that played the role prior. But again, they're all different interpretations. Just like Pattinson is different than Affleck and Keaton and Bale and everyone else.
I think the key is you can take a property that's popular or a character that's popular, and you can tinker with it. But if it's iconic, it's a different story because people are too invested in it. I find Stormfront in The Boys. I'm actually rereading the whole comic series now, and I find the interpretation, probably to be two things. One is, like you said, Brandon, I haven't seen that actress before, but I have a feeling when she went in for that part, she did something that made them say, we could do a lot with that.
Yeah.
Also, Seth Rogen and his writing partners are very smart with their choices as far as how they want to present the character, because the character is more of a seductive character. Like you said, the first 2 episodes, she drew in people with her popularity.
She not only seduced the character, she seduced the fucking audience.
Well, that's the thing. So, but it's always interesting to me when a villain seduces you and then you find out how evil they are. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's more shocking that way. So I think.
Oh yeah.
So I haven't seen the 6th episode yet. I was starting to watch it before we started, but I think it's like a combination of things. It's the character. It's the not knowing the character that well, because I believe who's the running character on The Boys? His character. Yeah, I think A-Train. I think he's white in the comics. I mean, he's barely in the comics. That's the other thing with The Boys. The Boys sold a lot of comics and they broke ground, but they weren't like the Justice League.
Yeah.
You can do a lot of things with that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
A lot.
Were you guys fans of the Walking Dead comic?
That's what I was going to ask Nick if you read it, because I never read it.
Yeah, I never read it myself.
Yeah, see.
But I did remember reading a lot about like the controversy. The governor was a bit different in print, and so even Negan was a bit. I think Negan may have been Hispanic, because they were kind of thinking of someone more like kind of the look of Danny Trejo, that more.
Imagine if Danny Trejo had played Negan. Oh my god.
They were looking at more of that, but then obviously Jeffrey Dean Morgan's an amazing actor, and again, he could have done something in the room that just for Kirkman that just stuck out, and he was it. But it is, again, that was something that I remember reading about, like that a lot of the diehard comic book fans were upset that the governor and Negan were not portrayed as close to the vest as a lot of the other characters in the story.
Yeah.
Because obviously there's licenses that they took of who died when and who killed who throughout the lineage of the show. But
my friend Joe Oliver just made a comment. It annoys him when they change the race of a character just to check a box. And he uses the Fantastic Four as an example. But I think a lot of the problem and that movie, Fantastic Four, that version had a lot of issues.
I love Michael B. Jordan, but he was miscast in that role. I love that actor to death.
It's not just that they switched race. It's that the writing wasn't there. The person was cast in the wrong role. It's like a comedy of a series of errors.
Yep.
Not just that he was cast. You know, so
I mean, to be fair, Fan Forstick was basically it was basically the Roger Corman Fantastic Four, but with a higher budget.
Yeah.
Same intention and everything.
When they made people like look back at the first version of it, and say, well, Jessica Alba and Vic Mackey and all them weren't that bad.
No, I like them. I think if they had a budget, it would have been a fun movie.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly,
that was Chris Evans too, right? Wasn't Chris Evans?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he was like. I do love the first Fantastic Four movie. The second one got a little off the rails. I mean, Lawrence Fishburne voicing Silver Surfer is perfect. But like the first one, I feel like they kind of nailed the essence of Fantastic Four, which was like the family. Also, Michael Chiklis as a Thing, perfect casting, and Chris Evans, he nailed the Human Torch. Like he nailed it.
Yeah. I had fun with that movie. It got panned by a lot of people, but I had fun with the group, and even was it Rufus Sewell, the villain? Yeah. And he's another great underrated actor. Dark City, and
he was on Charm for a little while. No, the Doctor Doom. He was a guy from Nip Tuck.
Oh, that's right, Julian McMahon. But Rufus Sewell was part of the Fantastic Four, right? Or one of the characters. I
know the actor. I love Dark City, and I love that.
I might be getting it mixed up, but yeah, Julian McMahon was the villain. Yeah,
and honestly, he wasn't bad as Doctor Doom. I think the characterization they had for that version of Doctor Doom, I think Julian McMahon did a good enough job for what it was.
Yeah. But I think with comics, Brandon, and you're probably hearing more about this now. They always have like, they want to create new characters, but they don't create new characters like they used to, because if I worked for Marvel and I created a character while working for them, they get that character.
Yeah.
I don't own it anymore. So that's why people stopped creating characters and they just write. That happened. It happened in like the late '80s, early '90s. That's why.
Oh, okay.
That's why there are no men. There's no.
Why do you think?
Because they stopped.
Why do you think Why do you think Why do you think all the film creators have started rating indie comics? You know.
Yeah.
But because indie comics is where the innovation happens, plain and simple.
That's what over the last few decades, right? Because didn't Stanley own a lot of all his characters, or a good portion of them, or did he have to sell them off as well?
I mean, that's the whole reason Image happened. Image happened because like people like Todd McFarlane and whatnot didn't have any of the rights to their characters. Like, okay, Todd McFarlane is credited as a co-creator of Venom, but when that Venom movie came out, you think he got more than a special thanks? No, you know, and basically Todd McFarlane, they started Image, and that's kind of what really the creation of Image is what has led to us, is what has led to where we are now, honestly.
Because I've heard it's really murky, like, because I was talking to somebody, I mean, right before the pandemic, and they were talking about how McFarlane's been trying for a long time to do Spawn, like his version of bringing it back. And there's a battle, like, again, because he's not the filmmaker guy. Yeah. So it's been that
100% his vision, and you can't get that and cut a deal.
Yeah.
Pay for it. It would have to come out of his pocket.
Yeah.
I mean, look at Frank Miller. Like, Frank Miller was fine when he was like co-directing. Like Sin City was Robert Rodriguez and Frank Miller, and then Frank Miller went and did The Spirit, and that movie's crap. Yeah. You know, like Frank Miller cannot direct a film. Like, if he's working with someone, then it can.
Yeah, The Spirit was kind of a mess. Visually, it was beautiful.
Oh, yes.
And Sam Jackson and Black Widow were in it, and they acted their butts off.
Yeah, I never saw it, but I mean, I know of it.
Just to see the visualness of the movie, it's almost like the Sin City movie if you took it like a little bit to the next level.
If you added a little bit more red to the palette, you know, basically.
Yeah, it's a beautiful looking film, but.
What was his for Fury Road? What was his title for that? Because he didn't direct, correct?
No, George Miller. That was George.
I'm sorry, George. Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah, George Miller. He is a Mad Max guy. He's directed He's directed all the Mad Max films.
Yeah.
And the thing about George Miller is George Miller did Happy Feet, so he's proven himself to Hollywood. You know, over and over and over again. So it's like, you know, I imagine Fury Road wasn't that hard to greenlit, you know?
Yeah.
But the issue about race, so the problem in comics has been that rather than create new characters, they just kind of, you know, switch a sex or switch the race, and that angers, you know, the comic book crowd because they're traditionalists. You know, they want it to be the way it was.
Yeah,
that's So the comic companies have come up with, and you'll see this in the next Doctor Strange movie, multiverses where there's different versions of the same character.
That's just a Band-Aid, honestly. That's just a Band-Aid solution. And honestly, the multiverse concept is
in certain characters to see a black Superman in a different world who, you know, surprisingly looks like Obama and happens to be president of the United States. I mean, that's a whole weird.
I would read that fan fiction.
Right. DC put that in there when they rebooted their universe a couple of years ago.
So that hasn't been something that has been around for. So I watched some of. I'm not caught up on Arrow and not Arrow and the Flash, but I know they had the multi universes where they were different.
That allows them to keep the IP the same, but then kind of tinker with it.
You're right.
What they should be doing is allowing creators to create new characters to
Yeah.
things growing. And the companies, because they own that IP and they want to do so much with it, they kind of, hold it close.
Yeah.
They don't
hold it
allow that to flourish like it did in the 60s when, Fantastic Four and all that stuff happened.
And thus, that's why we're on like the third reboot of Spider-Man in 20 years, and they're talking about rebooting the X-Men again, and so many of these, because they're just trying to hold close to the vest their own products. And
Joe Tolliver, he said something like, if you guys are real movie buffs, you have to watch Dick Tracy's original Sin City. Yes, exactly. Like, honestly, that is right on the money.
Dick Tracy,
I love that movie.
Yeah, it was pretty entertaining.
Warren Beatty.
Well,
Madonna's in it too.
Sean Penn said, the only person I don't want you to date is Warren Beatty when they divorce. And who does he date? The rest is it. Yeah, that's what the streaming services have gone to independent comics, and the cable companies have gone like they found Walking Dead. So even though the majors aren't allowing characters to be created, Hollywood's going around them and going to different places. And I think that's what's given an opportunity to guys like me and Nick, who tell different stories that aren't, all Superman, Batman, or Spider-Man, like Project Axis.
Nice. Mm-hmm. And that's what I mean. That's even as an indie filmmaker, that's the kind of opening up of like more, not just more like VOD options or things of that nature, but even now, like in the world we live in with drive-ins and things like that, there's a lot more opportunity to kind of showcase your work out there than there was before. I mean, theaters are kind of, in some ways, I've even heard people say the word become obsolete in the next few years or whatever, because I don't believe it, but we have. I think there's always going to be a place.
Not everyone wants to spend every waking moment indoors.
Yeah,
I'm sorry for
that big screen for certain films. You just do.
I agree, but I think it's going to be because I still thoroughly enjoy it, but I think I've seen more of a rush for the major films, like again the big universe movies, the Fast and Furious, the Marvel DC things, and there's whereas the ones that are kind of like the small drama or the small horror film, they might have a little bit of a buzz weekend one, but then they know they're going to be out on VOD or on like a couple weeks after, so people are saving that big popcorn money and that $15 for an IMAX to see Logan or to see whatever the next Iron Man movie is or whatever, and those are the kind of things that, and even the people that are on a budget, that's kind of the smart play, because you want to see the spectacle. You're not necessarily going to go see the next version of Paranormal Activity Part 19 or whatever. So,
I mean, honestly, I go to more matinees than anything else. The average price I spent for a ticket is like $5 to $7.
Yeah. So and that's what most people can deal with, especially in this day and age. And when the last times I've gone to some of these stadium seats ones, it's about anywhere from 12 to 15 just for the seat. And then if you want popcorn, you know where that goes. So. Right. So it's like I said, it takes a lot to do that, when again you can just wait and then see a movie that, hey, you might want to check it out if it's a drama, and you can wait a few weeks to see it, but you might want to go see that Will Smith movie or whatever, that big movie that's the spectacle on the screen, and hear it in the surround sound or whatever.
Yeah, like for example, if I'm going to see Star Wars in the theaters, it's going to be IMAX. Like, come on, like you're going to want to watch like Star Wars in IMAX. Or
I remember watching
Godzilla 2014. I saw in IMAX. That thing was freaking amazing. $16 was worth the price of Heroes Roar alone.
Yeah.
I remember. I still remember watching The Dark Knight like opening weekend at IMAX in Atlantic City, and it was packed house, and it was unbelievable. Not to just witness the amazing work of all of those actors. I mean, Heath Ledger, obviously, the most to speak of, but but yeah, those are experiences, and that's kind of I watched that, and I think the last one I saw was 1917. I think in IMAX, and that was because of how that was shot, and Roger Deakins, and just the amazing like cinematography and the sound design of that. That just popped for that 2.5 hours constantly.
Yeah.
So there's something to be said for it.
I think.
Yeah, and I don't think. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think people need that communal experience.
Yeah,
we all like that when you're in the movie theater and it happens and everybody gasps at the same time or whatever. I think people miss that. So heck, a need for that.
You know? I mean, heck, I remember I went to saw Justice League in the theaters. I think it was like opening week. I went there on a matinee, and it was reasonably packed. But like, there was these two people next to me. There was this guy and his little brother, and like we kind of just we kind of like instantly bonded, and like we watched the film, the three of us. We were kind of like joking with each other, and that's a memory I'll never forget. Like that made that film so much more enjoyable because like we high-fived each other on the moments and whatnot. I never saw those people again, but like for those 2 hours, we were like best friends.
Yeah, I remember doing that with Tropic Thunder, and we were literally all of us were like talking, not messing the movie up, but like so many things were funny in that it was just like a communal laugh or jokes throughout the movie, and I'll never forget that experience.
Take a step back and literally fuck your own face.
And I think you're right, Alton. I think that we're. I mean, I hope like you hear so many kind of negative things about this, but I think we do need not just the theaters, but I mean, even there's a lot of talk about cons and things like that. I mean, that stuff is. I'm not a huge. I mean, this is cool to talk with you gentlemen or whatever, but for me, like we already live in a world where we're already kind of separated so much, and even more so in these days with a lot of the stuff that's going on. But it's cool to go to those conventions and shake hands and kind of hang out with not just the celebrities or the people that are there, but a lot of it is about the community, the horror community. Meaning that's where I mean you and I have kind of chatted at Alton, and I've met so many friends just hanging out there and having, hey, you like the Lost Boys, and you get into a conversation about the Lost Boys, or
oh my god, I love that! I love that movie. I love that movie.
Yeah, whatever it is, and there's so many millions of people that go to all these cons all over the country that are just you read it all the time. Like I'm dying without the conventions. I can't wait to get back to a horror convention.
Speaking of conventions, you mind if I plug something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
So on October 10th, I will be at the Toledo Toy Fair. I'll have copies of my comics. So if you're in the Toledo area, you can purchase some of these. I'll have prints and other things for sale. You can chat me up, tell me how much I suck, but please buy my comics. So yeah,
Did you say October Toledo as in Ohio?
Yeah.
That's what I was.
Oh, okay. So you're not Jersey.
No.
Oh,
no.
Okay.
I'm Michigan.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, Nick and I met online, and I've talked to him a couple of times, and we enjoy each other's projects.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Very cool. What's the weather like in Michigan right now? Is it cold?
Honestly, pretty good. It's got like a chill to it, but like nothing that's not too bad. We're kind of like low 70s, upper 60s kind of thing. Like my favorite kind of weather.
Yeah, that's cool.
Awesome.
So I got that con coming up, and I also have another Indiegogo coming up. If you don't mind, I like to talk about it for a few seconds.
Go ahead, pitch.
All right. So October 7th, I will be launching the Indiegogo for my newest comic, 2100 Samurai, which is about a samurai named Kiro and his fiancée Mishi. They live in a village in feudal Japan in the Songor region. One day a portal opens up. They go to it. They go through the portal, and they end up in a cyberpunk dystopia in the year 2100. It's a mature rated book, and it's basically kind of like a fish out of water story. Right. You know, it's basically like old meets new. Like what happens when you take, an honorable man and put him in an honorless world. It's like basically he's confronted with like for example. He meets a companion named Tyler, where Tyler's sister is a madam at like a whorehouse, and then Tyler comes to like take it over to like their base of operations as a whorehouse, but like all these people are just like working girls. It's just like, it's like a fish out of water story, but it's confronted with this like lawless world, and not only that, but like the portal kind of gave him abilities like jumping, reaction, kind of think of like your standard Matrix kind of tool set. And Songor Samurais, they have this they have kind of light magical abilities over an element. Songor is the samurai of Earth, so he can do like earth support me, create earthquakes. And the thing is, like his fiance Mishi gets captured and converted into what's called a biofreak, which is like a cybernetic kind of soldier for the Ensnar Corporation. She becomes like a villain and whatnot. And so like each book has kind of like a Monster of the Week format. I kind of play the books kind of like an episode of Buffy, where it's like you have your Monster of the Week, but then you have like your season-long plot.
Nice.
Wow.
So yeah. It's a really good comic, and it's got really good art by Nick Garber and Katie Pierce. And and so it'll be launching October 7th. We're doing like a live stream with me and Nick will be doing a live stream and whatnot to launch it. So yeah, it's definitely something to look forward to.
Very cool. You had me at Samurai. I'm a huge mark for
I was gonna
Samurai
say.
I thought for a second you were going to say a samurai named Keanu, and then I was going to be like, yes, yes,
It's
a better
Hero.
voice, Evan Ronan. No,
It's Hero.
I was joking. Yeah, I know. But
Actually, when I first created the character, his name was Samurai. But then I thought, like, oh my god, that name is fucking stupid. It's so close to Samurai, So I just changed it to Kiro, and it made sense. Yeah. So that's going to be a pretty cool comic. So October 7th,
Cool.
if you want, you can, follow development on my like pages, Twitter, the Phoenix Press Twitter, the Instagrams. There's a Project Access Twitter on my screen. Brandon, feel free to add me on Facebook later if you want.
And you're under Nick Gibson or Project Access? Or you have both pages?
I have the like page and I have my personal page.
Okay, cool.
My personal pro. Yeah, I've kind of been taking a step back from. Oh, there's a thing.
Yeah. On that note, I'm going to play my trailer real quick.
Nice.
All right.
For the Kickstarter.
Oh wait. How many days left are your Kickstarter?
6.
Oh. That is some really good art.
Nice.
I got lucky.
Yeah.
People that are willing to work with me. A lot of people are busy,
How does that even work? Is that just kind of a series of collaborations and like whatever you guys? I mean, obviously you don't have to go into specific details, but is that just collaborating and then to license their work, or is it promotional or?
Collaboration, and they're all working on their own comics and other projects at the same time.
Very cool.
We have a new guest, Jay Taylor, who's a friend of mine in Jersey. Let me bring him on. He's an artist. We just put out. Yep.
I think I'm going to take off.
Okay. All right, Nick.
All right. Nice to meet you, Nick. I'll look you up, buddy.
Yeah, appreciate it. Good luck with the next guest.
Thanks, Nick. Have a good night.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, bye.
Hello, Jay. Oh, that's nice. Jay.
There it is.
What's up, Brandon? Jay's an artist. He just came out with his own comic, Lightning Legion, and he's a friend of mine.
How's it going, Jay?
This is Brandon.
Good?
Yeah. Oh, very cool. Very cool.
Hey, Brandon. How you doing, buddy?
All right. You're Jersey too, or?
Yeah.
Oh, very cool. Very cool.
I would say born and raised, but I spent 4 years in Philly before I came to South Jersey. But
okay.
effectively
Still,
born and raised, pretty much.
They have enough. They have enough, and they're disappointing us right now. So you can play in Jersey. You can.
Oh man, so hard right now to be a fan.
Very
of
hard.
sports.
Yeah. Well, very cool. So this is something new that you're creating as we're watching.
Well, actually, given that I was coming on for Alton's thing, I figured I would do something kind of. My stuff is generally speaking usually sci-fi or superhero or something along those lines. But when I was talking with Alton leading up to this, I said, well, if I'm going to come on, as he is known as I'm one to do, I would draw while I was on here. And so I said I would do a piece featuring some of his, his IP. And knowing obviously the werewolf and the vampire thing, I figured I would take his main character. Wanda. It's Wanda, right?
Wanda, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. And I would do a piece of her with her, and then kind of feature the werewolves, so they're in the background there.
Nice.
Kind of have the two of them, and kind of see if I can move my, and I might put one in the foreground here, a couple of silhouettes maybe in the foreground, showing them getting set to attack or something like that. I don't know. So we'll see kind of where it goes as we talk and
that's badass.
And draw and do all that stuff. So I started this about 10 minutes ago. So
10 minutes?
Yeah,
we'll see where it goes. I work fast. I'm pretty.
I'm the guy that messes up stick figures. So this stuff always blows me away when I see like that. Now, Jay, were you the kid that like was in like grade school doodling this, or did you start later in life?
Well, I was that kid, and I had every intention of kind of going to art school and getting a degree from art school and becoming a comic book artist. And then as I approached graduation, I had some cold water splashed on my face by my parents, who were like, we're not going to give you any money at all to go to art school. And so I said, okay. Now they didn't have a lot of money anyway to give me, but they were convinced that I should do something more practical. So I went to Drexel University and got a degree in finance. And I worked I shouldn't say I worked. I still work as a financial advisor. It's my day job.
Okay.
And I've been doing that for 25 years. But about 7 years ago, I said, you know what? I always wanted to be a comic artist. I'm gonna get that back. And I kept drawing all along, and I would have stops and starts with friends. We would start a project that would never see fruition. We finally got to a spot in my career where I was able to kind of just say, I'm going to do this. I'm going to make this happen.
Nice.
And I did, and that was my first book, Centralia. That's a sci-fi murder mystery. And then I did a book called Opposing Forces. I did some freelance work for a company called Outpouring Comics. I think I first met you, Alton. I think I was doing something with Outpouring at the time when I met you. So I'm not exactly sure.
Well, I remember bumping into you at Stormwatch.
Well, Stormwatch, yeah, sure. I mean, Stormwatch Comics, which is a retailer here in South Jersey, one of the best in the state, in my opinion, comic retailer.
Yes,
So definitely give some love to those guys if you're in the area. But and then I just, I've done different projects, done my own projects, working on different stuff with other folks. We've got Tales of the Lightning Legion, which is the book that Alton mentioned and I just showed you. That we just published that September 5th or 6th, I think, was the technical publication date. And then, and that's 100%, my jam. Like, I wrote it, I drew it, I lettered it. The cover was colored by some friends, but pretty much it's 100% me and my vision.
Yeah.
It's very much a love letter to science fiction, like sort of old school movie serial, Flash Gordon stuff. with a little bit of Rocketeer and kind of the Searchers thrown in there. So it's kind of, it was definitely like a fun book, and I'm working on the second issue of that.
Nice.
And then I have sort of more in the horror vein. I've got something that I'm doing with another gentleman named Ryan Cantu right now that is called Animus Cascade, which we're kind of describing as Hellboy meets Cowboys versus Aliens. Is that right? I don't know if I have the right touchstones there. We're still working on that. It's the first issue's drawn. We're finishing up the lettering of that, so that should be out hopefully in the next, couple of weeks or so.
Nice.
And then, we'll see where we go from there.
Very cool. Very cool.
Yeah.
Now, can people commission you for work, or are you just kind of like, if somebody wants artwork done, like of just specific pieces, do you do those?
All the time. I mean, are you guys getting feedback on my audio, by the way?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, it's that same thing. Remember when we were on with Faye?
Yeah.
And I just can't get the volume to go away on this phone when I'm recording the artwork. But
it's not that bad.
It's not that bad. Okay, good.
No.
So yeah, I do commissions on a regular basis. Obviously you kind of have to temper that with the work that you want to. Not that you don't want to do the commissions. I love doing commissions and they're fun.
Yeah.
I just did a commission not a couple of days ago that I finished. That was a nice Gamora piece for someone. Kind of a Zoe Saldana Gamora on a sketch blank, and then I did a real fun piece. I don't know if you saw this one, Alton, Harley Quinn versus Ochako from My Hero Academia.
Really? My kid was, my kid's crazy for that Hero Academia. He dragged me to that movie.
Yeah, it was.
I thought my ears were gonna fall off. Hey, Brandon, you think Transformers is loud? Go see Hero Academia.
Oh, really? It
was louder than Transformers. I was like, everybody in here is going to be deaf when you walk out of here. But I liked the movie. It was fun.
So I had never drawn that. I had never drawn any of those characters before. Well, I should say that. I had drawn All Might once at a comic convention for somebody. I had done an All Might, but I had never drawn this particular character. But the designs of those guys are so clean, right? It's just it's a master class when you look at the way those characters are designed and, how to just kind of hit all the right marks with a character design and not kind of get overly caught up in, sort of extraneous stuff. Like their designs are really good. And then it was classic Harley. So it was, it was the big hammer coming down, trying to smash the Chaka. And she's kind of jumping away and getting set to use her power. But so I do commissions kind of regularly. I am, what's the right word? I'm a little picky about the commissions that I'll do. Partly it's because I have a day job, and so if I take up a lot of my art time on doing, commissions, then that's pages I'm not going to get to draw on my work. And then, somebody wants something that's kind of, like certain people, some people have a niche of wanting to do certain kinds of art. If they want that, there's plenty of people who do that kind of stuff. Me personally, I'm, more, I'm your superhero guy, I'm your Deadpool guy, I'm your soft horror guy, but don't ask me to draw disembowelments of corpses and all that. That's probably not my probably my niche, but I do a fair amount of commissions.
I think it's cool just because, like, I mean, I'm on the independent filmmaking side of things, but I think it's cool just to a couple of times over the last probably 10 years ago. There was a project that a producer friend of mine created And they had a limited edition comic that they gave out at the premiere screening.
Wow.
And that was the first time I'd ever seen anything like that. And I was like, wow, this is because normally you either get nothing, it's a premiere, obviously, or like at these conventions, they'll have photos or from the film or different stills that can be autographed by the cast or whatever. And of course the posters. And when I saw this artwork, they had individual artwork that was created from the characters in the story. And then they had this limited edition comic that I still have, and again, it just stuck out to me as just again the marketing aspects that you can go above and beyond. Mm-hmm. Like I was telling you, you have an IP with these characters, Alton, and once this becomes a series or whatever, mm-hmm. then it's already established the universe you've created. And all of these universes started somewhere, from Walking Dead to X-Men to Deadpool, all of this. So for me, it just opened up it broadened my horizons about what can be done on an indie level of finding the right artists to work with. And even if it is like a 6-page comic that's one of the scenes, like an opening cool scene, and that's what it was. It was, the movie's called Sparks. And it's out there, I think, on Tubi TV, and again, it's an indie movie that's kind of in the vein of Sin City, or whatever. But again, it was really cool that it was professionally done, just like your comics, professionally done in a sleeve, and they handed out to about 100 people, and everybody was kind of blown away sitting there in this theater with this comic in their hand, watching this movie. And I was looking around, and I was like, wow, this is a catch. This is something that you can take away. That's not just a poster that you might put up on your wall, but most of the likely, if it's an indie film, you're just going to put that poster in the drawer or whatever. Yeah. Whereas that comic is something that is tangible, that people might actually sit and read and tell people about, because you normally don't get that. You might get a pen, like you get a pen or something at these screenings. And like I said, for me, that's why I've looked into that over the years. Of when I've gone to some of these different conventions, I'll go up to the artists and show them some of the stills from my stuff and say, look, like, what would it take for this? And I've only gotten one of them done so far, but again, I'm going to look to do some more for some of the upcoming stuff that I'm going to do, because some of the stuff some of these characters lend themselves to art, in this form. Yeah. So, I mean,
It's funny you mention that. I have, I did do recently for what became a web show, I think it's on YouTube, called Talisman, who are, again, some local filmmakers, Wayne Cella and John Manning. Mm-hmm. And they actually asked me, this was probably last summer, or coming out of last summer and going into last fall. Mm-hmm. And they asked me to do they're originally thinking that maybe they wanted to create their entire series as a comic. Mm-hmm. And we kind of went back and forth, and I did some development sketches for them, and they were really excited about where it was headed. Mm-hmm. What ultimately we ended up doing is they asked me to storyboard some of their action sequences, which was awesome for me because I had never done storyboards before. So it was like, okay, cool, crash course now in what I've done before, and now apply that. And then they had me do a poster that they gave to all of the crew at the Wrap.
Nice.
And I was able to be on site for one of the old hat to you guys as filmmakers, but for me it was like, oh my god, I'm watching a movie get made. Yeah, like I was like, wow, this is really boring most of the time. But anyway, it was really cool. But
it's not as glamorous. It's not as glamorous as many think.
Yeah, right. So, but then so that's out there. That's Talisman. And then more recently than that, just in the past 2 or 3 months, I was approached by a gentleman, and I guess, just like comics, it's probably a small world. So, who knows? You might know this gentleman, a guy named Al Miller. And he is a indie filmmaker who was up in North Jersey. He might even have been in New York. And he moved down south, and he and I are in talks right now to do exactly what you were talking about. Create a comic book that will go with his film as a kind of like a extended universe, almost like think Animatrix.
Yeah.
Or the Matrix, or kind of have some scenes from the movie, but also maybe supplemental information. So we're talking right now about how we're going to make that all kind of come together and work. But there's a lot of there's so many creative people out there who have an interest in similar ideas right now, whether it be they want to take the opportunities that we've been shown of like, hey, if you do film right, you can show these fantastic ideas, like these amazing world characters, heroes, villains, whatever, using powers, using abilities. And we've been shown the blueprint of how to do that well, not just with Marvel, but, things like Brightburn and Hancock. And what was the one, what was the one that was out about 3 or 4 years ago that I loved so much? I can't remember. It's not important right now. But the bottom line is that, it sort of opened up the world to so many people who have these ideas and want to explore them. And so now they're coming to us as comic book artists and saying, hey, we want to dig into your world a little bit.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, please. I've been here forever. The water's warm. Come on in. It's like, let's have some fun together. So
it's huge. I mean, it's becoming huge now because it's with the pandemic we're in, like there's a lot of shift to animation and art. I mean, I've listened to that a lot in podcasts, like on the Indie Film Hustle and different things. And there's a lot of, again, because of the distance now that you have to have on these sets sometimes. A lot of people have, I even knew somebody that started something as a feature. They were filming and then had to shut down. And they'd only filmed a certain piece of it. So they decided to pick the rest of it up in animation, and they rewrote it just a little bit and made it work. Almost like a Cool World, if you remember that. Wasn't that what it was called back years ago with Brad Pitt? And so again, it's a way to kind of stay off of sets and kind of be a little more creative and work with artists like yourselves and this and that and then not have to worry about like all the insurance that is necessary now for COVID and then not have to worry about having people together and testing and all of the things and worrying every day about if it's going to strike your set. So you don't have to worry about it if you're drawing characters and someone's animating them, then there you go. You got all the creativity right out there that you would have had. And in some ways it's gonna benefit a lot of filmmakers because it'll show their creativity in a totally different way. And it might actually make more waves than a live action one project could have.
Yeah. One of the famous quotes attributed to Jack Kirby, who, most of the viewers I'm sure would know, and I'm sure is like kind of the king of comics. He's like the original comic artist. And he says, at the time, he said, the great advantage that I have as a comic book artist over somebody who's doing film is that right here is the limit of my budget. My imagination and this pencil is the limit to my budget. There are no budgetary constraints. Right. In the past 10 years, that went away, right? Because now in film, you could replicate with, if you had the right company doing the project, you could replicate what was done with the comics on film. But now it strikes me that what you're saying is it's gone back because now you don't have that availability anymore. We do have the advantage, right?
Yeah.
Having to sit there and say, okay, do CGI and film this scene and, oh, wait, we can't get the actors together on scene and everything else. So now all of a sudden, it's kind of back, that tone has shifted again where, the artist has a little bit of the advantage again. I have an unlimited budget here and what I can draw and what I imagine.
Absolutely.
Over and above what a filmmaker might have if he's working on a limited budget. So, interesting.
Yeah, they're
stuff.
going to be, and they're reaching out to tons of artists. I mean, I've talked to friends, and artists are at. I mean, they're hotter. Like I said, even than a lot of the actors at the moment, because there's so many millions of dollars that are necessary to bring a Robert Downey Jr. or any of these actors on a set, and a lot of them can afford to sit home and ride this out. Whereas, and then Hollywood's like sweating, like, okay, where's our content coming from? So they're looking at artists and animators and saying, okay, what can we do with what can we do to create for DreamWorks and Pixar and not just those companies, a lot of the ones that are lesser known are out there looking for product and artists to create. And just like Alton, you said, a lot of people now are looking for the indie. They're going around Hollywood and looking for artists and new IPs, because Hollywood, to be honest, is just kind of, they're about what they know, and they don't really want to. They don't really want to open up the doors to. It's the good old boys club is kind of what it is, and they're gonna burn their IPs. They're gonna run them into the ground. There'll be 500 different Spider-Man reincarnations before they decide to do something new.
Yeah, until people stop going.
Exactly.
They'll stop making them.
Yeah,
that's right. And then they'll
keep
rebooting, remake it, reboot it.
Yeah, they'll keep rebooting the X-Men. They'll keep they'll keep being more Batmans. They'll until people say enough is enough, or they just get so bad, because even we all remember once Batman and Robin happened, that became a thing where everybody got scared. They're like, oh man. And then it wasn't till Christopher Nolan came years ago and made it darker that it kind of became cool again. And that's, like I said, they always do jump their own shark, but again, for me, I think it really is the time of the artist to go out there and kind of just showcase a different, because the Watchmen and a lot of these things that like I said, I didn't grow up a comic guy, but when I'm blown away watching the Watchmen, like I just started watching the series. But the movie years ago was amazing, and the series too is kind of blowing me away in a lot of ways. So there's just so much more. These worlds that are created that are vastly different than anything that we've seen before. They're the new generations of Star Wars and Star Trek and any of these universes that have been created. Even the Never-Ending Story and movies like that when I was growing up. There's so many stories out there of these universes that are built that are right there as fresh IPs to be made into big properties.
Yeah. Well, I listened to I don't know if you guys you probably would know this film class. You ever listen to the podcast Movies That Made Me?
Yes, love it.
Yeah, it's such a great podcast, and these guys are big time sort of Hollywood producers. One's a writer, I guess. One's Josh. I'll get the names wrong. Joe Dante's the director, but they're it's amazing how they talk about the dearth of sort of new ideas in Hollywood to kind of, it's like they're, remaking, this, and then they're going to remake that, and they're going to remake that, all because of this perception for the Hollywood studios of, hey, it has a built-in audience, and we don't have, we're not risking the money as much by doing this. Whereas now you've got these, the streaming services who are coming in and eating their lunch with, they're taking a risk on everything, right? Like I was listening in, I was self-listening in before I joined, and you guys were talking about The Boys and just how, that series, which that was not a, it was a hit comic, but it wasn't like it was on everybody's, radars. Like, oh, hey, this is the most obvious thing in the world that has to be made into a property.
No.
That was like when somebody said they're making The Boys, I was like, wow, well, how are they going to do that? That's pretty like graphic stuff. But and then they're like, oh, they're doing it on.
It's much darker than the series. So when I heard that, I heard it. I thought the same thing. I said, look, if the series goes too far, the comic goes twice as far.
Exactly, right?
So,
Yeah.
So it's kind of like, how could you even do that on like? You couldn't do it on cable. You could. I mean, it's just so raw, So I think Seth Rogen's done a good job picking different things to do to mix it up to give us a good TV show.
Yeah, no, I will admit, I have not yet watched any of season 2 yet. And the reason for that is because I'm kind of like I'm not necessarily like a super binge watcher, but I kind of feel like with something like that, I don't want to get it over like 6 weeks. So I'm kind of going to wait until it's all out there.
I wait until there's 3 episodes and then I watch 3 in a row.
Oh, there you go. That's a strategy.
And, that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing with Lovecraft Country right now. Just wait 3, knock it out, and then
I'm going to watch that next.
That's unbelievable. But back to what we were just saying, wasn't Guardians of the Galaxy one that wasn't as popular? Like, and then once the movie, like as far as an IP.
Brandon, if I showed you a picture of the original Guardians of the Galaxy, you wouldn't even be able to conceive that these are characters that Marvel made a movie of, because the original Guardians, as they appeared in Marvel Comics in the 60s and 70s, they're unrecognizable. It's a shame. I would have pulled it over because I had a magazine sitting here, a comic industry magazine that did a retrospective on the Guardians.
Yeah.
And it spoke to their origins in the 60s, their kind of surge in a little bit of popularity in the 70s, and then their explosion in popularity on a comic scale in the early 2000s from a series called Annihilation. But
they bought it back.
Yeah, but the original Guardians of the Galaxy looked nothing like Groot, Drax, Gamora. Like, those were not the Guardians of the Galaxy. It was Yondu and Van Astro and Charlie 27. People, characters you would never recognize them.
Star-Lord was totally different too, because I remember buying the first issue, and he had a costume with goggles. And he looked like something out of Flash Gordon more than, a space pirate.
Great story.
It was more space opera than it was space pirate.
Yeah, great story, but nothing and done by one of the seminal artists. Remember, I don't know if you recall, but John Byrne actually did that original Star-Lord story. Right. And he is one of the main creators in comics over the past 40 years. But so then, when they did the relaunch of the Guardians post this Annihilation comic in the early 2000s, was written by 2 guys named Dan Abnett and Annie Lanning. They relaunched the book with this new cast, and that was the kind of cast that they developed into the movie and that sort of took off. And they're great characters, don't get me wrong, but they were not what the original Guardians were.
James Gunn's another one who, he's kind of like Tim Burton. His mind is so fertile to take these little kernels and create and make them grow into something more extraordinary. Yeah. And there's not a lot of directors that can do that, but he's one of them. And I know the Suicide Squad movie that he did is going to be ridiculous.
It looks insane. It looks insane. After the last one, like I had some issues there, but I watched that preview from a few weeks ago, and it looks bonkers. It looks bonkers.
He's one of the guys you can take like an old IP that might be washed up, and he can look at it and go, I could do this, fit it all, and he's good with ensemble pieces from Guardians. So I know that's going to be good. But some directors like that,
Yeah, I think it shows that, especially in this realm, like with the comic book IPs, that sometimes it takes the people who really not just have the vision like James Gunn, but it takes the true like how you saw with Jon Favreau with Iron Man. Like it takes the people who are into it and have been and have a clear vision. And he fought for Robert Downey Jr. when the studios at the time wouldn't even insure him. And it's like, and it was the biggest payoff. But it's a thing where I think that it really takes not necessarily just the quote unquote comic book geek to make these things, but the people that are writing these scripts and have a firm grasp of the world. Because how many times were they done like when we were growing up, and they weren't anywhere near the stories, even the Double Dragons and the Street Fighters and like a lot of the IPs, Mortal Kombat, like the first one, was still holds, but like then the second one we won't talk about, but you see they tried over the years. Even Spawn, the original movie, got panned for different reasons. And again, it takes, instead of just the studio just saying, hey, this is popular, let's get a director that doesn't care about the material and put it out there. You really you see what when Nolan took on Batman, and when different people have grabbed these properties, that's where they've all like shot to the moon, because you actually see.
I would say The Crow was incredible. Well done.
One of my all-time favorite movies. I mean, and that's one of the only ones I can harken back to that just visually. Like, I mean, I talked to James O'Barr at a Comic-Con in Pennsylvania a couple of years ago for quite a while, and again, just hearing some of the stories of like, there's a lot of things that. Hearing some
an Amber Alert.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Oh, I just got it too. Oop.
Yeah. Can't escape that iPhone, man.
Mine's turned off. I don't worry about that.
But yeah,
even Guillermo del Toro, when he did Blade 2.
Yeah.
Blade 2. I mean, he's one of those guys. I get some of it is art though, because I know Tim Burton drew, he's an artist, so he would draw out everything, and Guillermo del Toro would do a book of his characters and the monsters and everything to visually grasp it before he did the movie. So
you can see it when you watch the Hellboy movies, when you watch The Devil's Backbone, like all of those films they're beautifully shot, but they're picturesque, and it's not just like watching a movie and they set up lighting or whatever. You can see every minute detail of the creatures, and especially that second Hellboy movie. I remember seeing that in the theater, and just the world that was created with the creatures, and it's just, I mean, I have a hard time fathoming those kind of. That's why I have such respect for the Star Wars universe. The universe is like the never-ending story, and a lot of the original Jim Henson stuff, and these worlds that don't exist are out of the spectrum. I write a lot of horror and crime and things that I can grasp kind of in reality. And even when Nick was talking about the samurai world, I can grasp samurai stories, but when he went into talking about some of the other characters, that intrigued me, because I'm like, okay, he's created a whole race of people that don't exist. So what do they look like? And that right there lends itself visually to me. It stimulates me just visually, just to think about things that again, it's not just like looking at Jay and Alton and as individuals. Guillermo creates these creatures that I don't even know how they could even come in the mind.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
His design is incredible.
That's one of the most underrated skills, in my opinion, as an artist, is that design sensibility. I would account myself a fairly solid draftsman. I know my anatomy pretty good. I have my perspective nailed down. I have my shadowing and my rendering and that kind of stuff pretty nailed down. But there are guys out there who bring influences in, who do things design-wise that are just so impressive. I know Alton's heard me wax philosophic before about somebody like a Jerome Opeña, who does a book called Seven to Eternity. It's been on hiatus for a little while, but hopefully they're going to come out with the final chapters of it in the next couple of months. And he's pulling influences from things, but presenting them. And he's an incredibly skilled, way beyond my level as a draftsman. But beyond the draftsman skill that he displays is his design sense and his ability to take disparate pieces of this, hey, over here is something that looks a little bit like the xenomorph head, but it's on top of a giant dude who's playing a flute, which has music that raises creatures from the earth.
Wow.
And then here's a carnival of sprites and other kind of woodland creatures. Here's a brand new creature in the woods that looks like a boar but isn't exactly a boar. And now here's a girl who's getting ready to shoot an arrow at it, but as you look at the end of her arrow, you see that it's a snake. Kind of the Conan the Barbarian thing where Tulsa Doom straightens out the snake and gets ready to shoot it, but hers is a giant skull face on the front of it.
Yeah.
Guys like that, man, like I am so in awe of the way they take the design to a next level. And, that's an element that I am constantly trying to up my game on.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of it just is about, I think, somebody like Guillermo del Toro, it's about broadening out what you see, looking at different artwork of different cultures, whether it be, you're trying to design something for a post-apocalyptic land, but you want to try and hey, what happens if ancient Samaria becomes the touchstone for the post-apocalyptic culture? Well, then stuff looks like this. Right. And so it's amazing that these guys are able to do this. And some of it, I have to believe, is a synthesis of what they're looking at and seeing and pulling it in and then pushing it back out in a new way. Mm-hmm. And then sometimes I just go, man, those guys are just effed in the head and they're going to come up with shit that I am just not. I'm not going to do. So let me get back to drawing Deadpool really cool over here because everybody knows what that looks like and knows how to expect that from me. So, I'm constantly in awe of those guys who are amazing designers, art, there's art, like creating the art of storytelling, which, that's for comics, that's huge, right? Like Alton will tell you, we've had discussions about this before, about how you really get down to the nitty gritty so that when you tell a story in a comic book, it makes sense. And frame to frame, your eye moves the right way across that page so that comic works. And that's a skill, and that's an important skill, and one that you can almost pick up by osmosis from just reading really good comics. But that design thing, man, like a Mobius or like a Frank Miller, or certainly Dave Gibbons is the guy who did Watchmen. I don't think that's that groundbreaking design-wise, but certain other artists out there, somebody like, I'm not a huge fan of her work, but she's incredibly popular because of the book Saga, Fiona Staples, just amazing. Yeah, I don't like her style personally, so I don't collect the book, but if you look at the design, that thing is wild looking, like nuts. And I'm just so impressed by how she designs and how she pulls influences in from things. And you'd go, wait, you're going to put goat horns on your main protagonist and he's going to look like a pan sort of creature, but he's going to be wearing a trench coat and he's going to, what? Yeah, no, it'll work. Trust me. And boom, it works. You know what I mean? It's like God bless him.
That's crazy because it all comes from like what you were saying about Guillermo and some of these other, all of it comes from someone's head to even articulate to someone like you to draw it. So whoever does the storyboards and things. So when I see these creatures in like the Golden Army or some of these things, like that was in Guillermo's head somehow for him to have told an artist to say, like, this is what I want. I want the head to be super, super huge, and I want tentacles, and I want like that. That right there, like I said, is what blows me away even more so than the fact that he's a brilliant filmmaker, because he sees the everything in the shape of water, all these different things, to be able to say, because the artist isn't gonna necessarily know just to create all these weird looking figures and creatures. Even looking at Doug Jones' character in Hellboy, it's a different look. Like that character had a different disposition to him. So Guillermo had to sketch it, or at least know what he wanted someone like Jay to draw, so then they can create that character and that outfit for Doug Jones to wear. So.
I think but it must be said that at least in the case of Hellboy, and I wouldn't take anything away from Guillermo, but again, you know, you're admittedly, you said your knowledge and background in comics is limited.
Yes.
Remember, Hellboy came from the mind of Mike Mignola, and a lot of those concepts that you first saw on film as representing Guillermo's vision are actually Mignola's vision from the original Hellboy series.
Yeah.
You know, so Mike Mignola, and again, some of it has to be realized, like, okay, hey, what works on film, what doesn't? But a lot of that is directly from what you saw in the Hellboy comic. So I wouldn't want to, you know, again, I just think it needs to be said at least that, you know, hey, Mike Mignola is out there, and he is an amazing designer as well, who came up with a lot of those interesting ideas.
Right.
And did they stay close to the cuff with the original stuff for the films?
I think so. I think, excuse me, I have asthma. When I get talking a lot, I can cough some, but I'm not dying of the corona. I am more familiar with the first Hellboy, and I would say certainly in the first Hellboy, it very much represents his originally Seed of Destruction story. I don't know as much about the source material for the second Hellboy movie. I'm just not as familiar with it, but I would say certainly the main character designs are all pretty true to what Mignola envisioned in the comic itself.
All right. Very cool. Very cool.
All right, we're coming along here.
Yeah, it looks great.
Now I got to tell you guys, I've never done a show this long. So
energy's waning a bit.
No, I was going to say, I think the cutoff might be 4 hours, and then I have to start a new broadcast.
Ah, okay.
So we're going to give it another couple of minutes. I have somebody else who wants to come on, but I'm not going to bring them on until I see whether or not it's going to cut us off and I have to start a new broadcast. Now I can send you another link, you know, to come back on. I just have to create a new show. Okay. I think it's 4 hours.
I need a little bit of time. Are you going on with Chris later, or is that tomorrow?
Chris Styles is tonight at 12.
Tonight at 12. Okay.
Yeah, he wanted to do midnight.
Very cool. Very cool. Well, I mean, I'll be around. I need just a little bit of time to make a call, but yeah, if you want to send me another link, I'd love to come back on and chat with you guys.
All right, well, Henri wants a link now, so I'm going to introduce you to him while.
Very cool.
The next guy wants to come on quick, so just hold on. I'll just do it now. Sure. And if I have to, I'll just create another show. It's not hard.
Absolutely.
So, Brandon, while Alton's doing that, talk to me about what your projects are that I might have heard of, or how I could find them and all that stuff.
I don't know that you would have heard of anything, because stuff is very independent. But no, I've been in the business this is actually my 20th year.
Wow.
And I started out kind of in acting.
Okay.
Did that for a little while, and then I kind of segued quickly into, there wasn't a lot of opportunity in that time frame in the Philly, Jersey area. There wasn't as many things going on as there is now, and so then I just started writing my own material, and I got into that, and I kind of moved away from the acting a bit, and got more into the film producing and things of that nature, and the writing, and slowly as I got better, that kind of became what paid the bills and was kind of the like brought home the bread or whatever. So yeah, and a lot of the stuff I write is of a darker nature. I mean, not just horror, but I grew up loving the horror cinema, Hitchcock, more on the suspenseful side, but I mean, I liked a lot of the slasher stuff too, like was just entertaining to me. But action and crime dramas were I love a good crime drama. A lot of those shows growing up, like the Hill Street Blues and Wise Guy, and a lot of those shows just again were ones that were staples to me in the 80s growing up. And so a lot of my writing is it always kind of either has the crime element or the horror element, and sometimes it's mixed, sometimes it's intermixed, because what I try to do is, so many things are they're so cliche-ish, so a lot of things that always go right, I try to go left. I mean, that's the easiest way to say it. I mean, and sometimes you intermix genres and you have a horror IP that they can kind of play in the world of a crime thriller or a crime drama or even a straight drama. So
Brandon, this is my buddy Henri. Jay, this is Henri.
Hey, how you doing, Henri?
How you all doing?
Hey, Henri, how's it going, buddy?
Oh,
Awesome content creator.
Yes.
Yeah.
How's it going, buddy?
Are you at a show?
What's that?
At a show?
Was
Or
I
is
at
that show? No, you look like you're at a table at a show. That's a cool.
Oh yeah, honestly, I took that idea from all you guys because like I figured if I'm gonna come on somebody else's show, I should look like I'm at a show, and like you gotta dress the part,
No, totally. So you guys know each other for a long time, like Jay and Alton?
I met Alton on over Facebook, and then I interviewed him, and I totally dig this dude. I come to him all the time for advice, and we kind of share ideas, and very ambitious creator, and just, we're learning from each other, man. It's
It's a good dude to get advice from. Yeah, it's not always easy to find. It's not always easy to find good people in this business. So when you can find a few people on the same screen that seem like people that I would have a drink with, that's saying something, because there's not very many out there, to be honest. It's not to sound negative, but Alton knows. I mean, it's just it's a world of where there's a lot of ego, a lot of backstabbing, a lot of people that talk a good game and don't really have intentions of backing it up. So it's cool to kind of be around people that are straight shooters and they're talented and they're like-minded people that just want to create and not and keep all the BS out of it. Like I'm kind of that. I'm too old at this point for drama. Drama is I had enough of that in my 20s and even some of the 30s, and like now that I'm in my 40s, I'm like, nope, I'm just good. So tell me, is that your creation behind you?
This is my book. It's called Yisun Kin, and it's about a Korean admiral that fought the Japanese in the 1500s, and he was outnumbered 10-1, and he beat them 23 times in a row. And he never lost a single battle. And this is just some of the artwork in the book. And I got Stan Lee to write the forward to the first grade, which was cool. So that's Stan right here. And
amazing, beautiful, amazing.
Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate that. That's
right here, Henri.
Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate it. Alton, I'm enjoying Vampires of New Jersey so much, man. I'm like so into it right now. I'm almost through that first volume that you sent me, and just a beast of a book, man. And just seeing you like post pictures with customers and comic shops, it's making me really miss the convention scene.
I didn't know I was going to miss it as much as I do, but I'm jonesing for it too now. So you got me there.
Right?
There's nothing like the human interaction, and especially for guys like you that have like physical medium that people can pick up and read through. It's like it's really, you can't do it. Like, I want to just grab that book from you right now because I'm looking at the artwork behind you and it looks cool, and Alton stuff I've read some of, and it's awesome. I actually want to read Blackjack because you told me about the story, and that right there is a Wesley Snipes movie, or now he might be a little old now, but maybe but that's a cool premise for a story there. But for me, again, it's these worlds that are imagined that are cinematic, even if they're not yet. They're cinematic from your brains onto the pages through these stories, and for me, there's no reason why they can't be. I don't know if you want your work, Henri, to be something cinematic in the future, but I mean, for me, like, that's the type of stuff that I want to see going forward in the future of these types of Vampires of New Jersey or Blackjack or your story, and other indie artists that, instead of the rebooting of things that we've already seen, either good versions of or bad versions of, give the chance to something new and fresh.
But you know what I think is kind of cool? First off, I just want to speak to the fact that you mentioned Wesley Snipes, because that dude will forever be a fucking badass. I'm sorry, I dropped an F-bomb. I'm sorry. But
You weren't the first.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I'll tell you what. I don't know what happened with his career in terms of like people saying things. You know, there's always hearsay, like what you were saying, Brendan, about bullshit. You know, like, or people talking shit or drama. It's like, we have time for that. That guy's a great actor, and I bet you could still pull off a hell of a badass, like, you know, martial arts, like, cop or whatever. Like, Wesley Snipes is the man, and
be believable, because he is a legit badass. Like, we watch, and we can believe Liam Neeson in his 60s is beating people up and breaking necks, and we can watch Wesley Snipes in his 50s doing the same thing, and actually legitly doing the choreography and doing this stuff. Like, Jet Li and Jackie Chan are in their 60s, I believe. I mean, I know Jackie is. Jet is at least close to that, and they still are badasses. So, I mean, for me, you're right. Snipes just needs that opportunity to get back out there and do it. And that's
I agree with you. It's so funny you mentioned that, because I think well, the lead character of my next book, I basically modeled him after, like, straight up Wesley Snipes from Blade and shit, and like, because he was the bomb, man. And but going back to what you were saying earlier about what you were saying about, you know, what Alton and I are doing, and so many other independent creators, you know, we're kind of like the Martin Scorsese, you know, Steven Spielberg, you know, like the main directors of like the biggest moments of cinema, like, you know, the Quentin Tarantinos and all that stuff. We're that for comics, because we're all putting out projects that we're very passionate about, and just seeing what Alton in particular has done by interweaving his worlds through his titles. It's like you're seeing stuff come together in a way that can only work, and that can only be presented the way that we know how to do it and the way that we believe it should be done, as opposed to like when you're working for, you know, Marvel or DC, which of course there's nothing bad to say about those companies. They put out some good books and some bad books, you know, but they're definitely set sort of like a precedence for everything. They're the sort of the gateway to comics. So I don't want to see these companies fail. No one should want to see that. We want to see them prosper, because if you put two comics in front of somebody, they don't care who wrote those comics. All they see is two comics that they can read and enjoy. So the more comics we have, and the more comics we put in front of people, and the more excitement we generate by supporting each other and supporting the medium, you're going to ensure that the comics that are unknown, independent titles today, those will be the books that'll be adapted tomorrow. You'll see it 10, 20 years from now. it'll be all the independent titles that everybody kind of like overlooked because they weren't carried by Diamond or whatever. They're gonna snake that stuff up in Hollywood, and you're gonna see everybody's stuff adapted, and hopefully we'll be able to maintain some control over it too, because we're bootstrapping this too, whether we're doing it through Kickstarter or just funding it out of having a second job or whatever the case is. We're really passionate about our work, and it can be seen in the quality of the actual end product. And I've read a lot of independent books this year. There's just some stellar stuff being put out by Vault, Scout, Source Point Press, Image Comics. All these companies are just putting out great stuff, and it sets a standard. It sets something up for us. It means that people are reading that stuff, that means they're gonna like reading our stuff too, even if it's self-published.
Yep.
That's beautifully said. I feel the same, just from the standpoint of the indie filmmaking side. I feel like the next generation is now. I feel like there's voices out there that are not necessarily being heard on a major level, but they're starting to be. We're seeing more projects break through. We're seeing more filmmakers get television shows. We saw what Jordan Peele's been doing the last few years or whatever. And there's a lot of things that are opening up that weren't necessarily happening prior to the last decade or so. And I think just like with the comic books, I think there's you'll see over the next 20 years, just a crop of the next Spielbergs, the next Scorseses, the next Aronofskys, and these different people that are rising up, because there is, these reboots and a lot of these things that are happening, like Alton said earlier. Once people get tired of the old and seeing things rehashed so many times, they're gonna look for the content like you guys have created, and so many other artists and even other filmmakers that just look at things through a different scope, and people are tired of seeing the same slasher, the same cop story, the same comedy, or the same rom-com. They want to see something different, and that is what these stories represent. And that's what some of the stuff that I've created, that particularly just to be like, I don't always write to be different, but I write to make something that isn't cliche-ish and isn't going to be something that you read the first 5 pages and oh, okay, I know what this is going to happen. This is going to happen. The hero's going to save the day. Because again, we've all seen that. We need to see things where life doesn't go that the hero wins in the end, or everyone survives, or people walk out of the fire and walk in slow motion toward the camera and everything is great. That's not how life is, especially now. So for me, I think we live in a world where the creators are becoming, there's more of a voice, especially social media. We can do things like this and get the word out about art, and get the word out in its different forms. And I think that's, the more we do that, the more all of you guys continue creating, and the more that I continue writing and trying to be a bit, to go, like I said, to go left when most things go right. That's what's going to change the future. That sounds huge and it sounds very Trekky, but it's true. It's true.
Without that thinking, you can't be. That's what it takes to be independent. Like, a lot of people think to themselves, like, okay, well, you're independent because you couldn't get published by Marvel and DC. No, a lot of people who are at Marvel and DC, they're getting established and then they're going independent, because that's what you described right now, Brandon, is exactly what independent thinking requires. You have to be foolish enough to think that you can change the world, because that's how you actually change the world. Oh. And I've seen it. There's no orthodox way of going about it, of course. Like, I could tell you that I plan to, turn water into wine tomorrow, and it may not happen tomorrow, but you bet your ass I'm going to be trying the whole time.
Yeah,
this path might lead to something else. Maybe you find some other thing that kind of leads to where you're meant to be. But I think when you're striving for something, That's when you find progress. That's when true progress is reached, and that's something.
Absolutely. People, I've heard stories that, I mean, and I'm sure you gentlemen have too, that, I mean, there's people that laughed at George Lucas and was like, "Oh, this is never going to be anything. This is," and that's why he owns the rights to to all of his IP, because no one believed. Very few people believed in Star Wars, and before it was created, and boom, there you go. And that's, like I said, those are things that when you can't really have the foresight to look and see what could be coming, just like I can see potential in Vampires in New Jersey and Blackjack. Like I said, even you just explaining that and me looking at that artwork, I could see, and hearing about it, I can see potential in that. And what Nick said earlier, I can see potential in the samurai story. And that's, again, but if people, there's going to be Hollywood people that are like, oh no, I think we're going to make another Fast and the Furious Part 25 or whatever, and whatever, and then you get in the front of the right person who sees the potential, and then boom, there's a huge franchise, there's a huge Netflix series for Blackjack or whatever, and it just takes the right persistence, perseverance, and the right people to believe, and a lot of capital, of course. But I mean, again, it's one of those situations for me that it all comes down to the perseverance of all of this and that indie spirit, because without it, we might as well just go work at Walmart or in a factory or whatever, because I mean, I wouldn't go through the rejection over the last 20 years that I have if it wasn't something that's in my blood. It's in my veins to do this and to continue. And that's why I get better every day. And I strive to continue to get better at everything I do. And a lot of people don't even want to learn. There's so many people I tell about podcasts and books, and they're like, oh, I don't really do those. I don't listen to those. I'm like, well, how do you know what's the new trends are and what's happening in your profession? Oh, well, I mean, like I talked to some people and whatever, and it's like there's a very cavalier attitude with some people that this is just something that is going to come to them, and the things that you don't really have to. I mean, there's so many people that I see all the time that come to me and they're like, I didn't realize how hard this was. Like I thought that I saw, because people see the after effects. They see the finished art. They see the finished product. They see the red carpet. They don't see the 18-hour days on set. They don't see the blood, the sweat. They don't see all of that. And I've had so many different people that I've worked with after 2 or 3 days have come to me and said, I'm done. I can't. I'm getting eaten up by mosquitoes out here, and I can't. I'm not sleeping, and it's just, Alton, as a filmmaker, like it's not. There's no glitz and glamour when you're even if you're working with cool actors that have been in things that you admire. It's that even a lot of times it adds to the pressure of it, because you gotta, as a director or whatever, you have to show them that they belong on your set, that you can do something good for them to appear in, that they're not going to be embarrassed by it. So for me, there is something to this that is. It's not for the weak. It's not for the weak. There's so many people I've literally seen cry and said this I thought this was going to be so much different than it is, and I don't even get to see my girlfriend or my kids, and I'm like, I get it, but this is what it takes if you want to. Everybody that's made it, or at least a good portion of the people that have become successful, had to pay the price. Right. And there's no way around it. All you're there drawing because you have a passion, Jay, and it's great. It's amazing. But if you just were like doodling and was whatever, and you didn't try to continue to raise your game, then you might as well just be a financial advisor. No, that's not. I mean, and I'm not being a jerk. I'm just. You get what I'm saying. It's like some people will say to me, like, "Well, why did you do this?" or Why are you? That wasn't that great, or whatever." And I'm like, "Yeah, this project isn't that great on the budget that I had, but it's a maturation process. It's the next one is the sequel is it hopefully has more capital, and I can raise my game at that point and show more ability, and that's what it is. I mean, even in your comics, I'm sure from edition to edition, you're continuing to raise the stakes of these characters because, like Jay said, the imagination has no bounds. So you can do whatever you want. You can't say, "Oh, we don't have the budget for those special effects in the comic. We don't have we can't do this. We can't do that." Like you have the freedom to do whatever it is you want in the world you create. And for me, I think that blows me away. Just like we were talking about Guillermo and the art and just the art like Jay's creating. And I've seen from in your stuff, Alton and other artists. When I was talking to James O'Barr, he was showing me like these limited edition things from all these different artists, and I'm just sitting there like well, looking, and I'm a huge Crow fan, and he's showing me artwork that people made of Brandon Lee on the set. Yeah, and like stuff that he's not even going to sell. It was like in his scrapbook that he brought to the table, and it was just blowing me away that like there's so many amazing artists out there that just deserve to be seen. And that's what I hope the future brings is more of this and less of the constant rehashing of things that we really don't need, to be honest.
Yeah, I hear you.
Awesome.
Well,
I'm gonna step out for now. I have to make a business call, but thanks, man, so much for having me on.
Brandon, great talking to you. Great meeting you.
Great meeting you. Are you on social media, Jay?
I am JAYM Taylor or _Square Comics, either one.
Okay, is that on yours, Alton? I can find if I
get all these guys are on mine.
And you too, Andre. Now, yes. Is there a page for your book?
Yeah. So you can go to the Eastern Shin comic book page.
Yeah, I posted that in the comments.
Okay, cool. I'll go there and add both of you guys, and like I said, and congratulations on everything you guys have accomplished, and I can't wait to see more of it, and hopefully talk to you guys again at some point.
I'm working towards working on a project with you next year. So
absolutely, man. Anything, man. Anything for you, brother. Like I said, let me know if you want me to come back on at any point, and it was a blast, man. Thanks, guys.
Cool. Thank you.
Man.
Take care.
Yeah,
Take care, guys.
Keep it real, man.
You too.
So what's up, brother?
Yeah, he's a firecracker.
Hey, man, he had a lot of great things to say. That there's something to be said about passion. Just he's got a lot of it, and he if we didn't have that, there'd be no point in what we're doing. I think we kind of have to be a little foolish, and not to say that he was foolish, but foolish and optimistic, I guess. There has to be a level of that.
Yeah, I was on a panel with him and a couple other filmmakers in New Jersey at the New Jersey Horror Con, and we bonded a little bit. And they've been saying they wanted to work with me on a project, and I think Vampires is getting to the point where it'd be good to capture something on film, at least a small piece, so I can present it to possibly do something bigger.
Yeah, right on, man. How's everything going with your campaign right now?
Oh, it's the third week is always tough. That's where you sag.
Yeah.
So, I kind of hit the wall, and going to the last week. In fact, I had somebody today who was like, "Yeah, the last day I'm going to buy all my stuff," and I'm like, "What are you waiting till?"
That's gonna help to me, brother.
Right. The last 2 days, for some reason, things all of a sudden people go, "Oh yeah, I'm going to buy stuff." So it's just getting through this last week, But I did fun. So,
you are doing great. I think it's really amazing. This is your second campaign. You've raised a lot of money for your books, and that's important. And you're getting it out there, and I think that there's something to be said about it, because I've had a realization this week that I think it's time for me to really start focusing more on what I can do to migrate my convention sales to a digital platform. And obviously Kickstarter is the way to do it. And I had Tyler James Vogel on my show from Comics Launch earlier this week, and he made a really good point. He said the more you hit that launch button, the more people you bring in. And even if we personally, in our own minds, think that we're doing bad, everybody who's seeing us get funded is saying, wow, these guys are like raising money for their stuff. If he raised $2,000, I could raise $2,000. They're not looking at our campaigns and saying like, wow, he's really failing right now. Like, I don't think I've ever seen a campaign, me personally, like, I've never looked at anyone's campaign who has been funded, and it doesn't matter how high or how low the goal is. The point is that you made it, and how high up you go afterwards is entirely up to you. And if you can learn how to navigate it, and that's the trick. Being where you are right now with the campaign, that's always the part I dread.
Yeah. Well,
there was some magic answer to it.
It's
the only downside is when you're not allowed to do Kickstarter by your day job.
Yeah.
Jay, because Jay does financial things, he can't be involved with Kickstarter.
You can't do Kickstarter. I have to self-fund everything.
Yeah, no kidding. I self-funded a lot at first too, because I came from the finance world.
Yeah.
And there was like a sense of I know this sounds stupid, but just this sense of entitlement of like, no, I'm not going to beg people for money. I'm going to, really do it myself, because the finance world is demanding. It's like you have to show that you're like dominant and that you're self-made. And a lot of that rubbed off on me the wrong way, and I think it took about 10 years for it to kind of like come off, but still, nonetheless, lots of respect to you, Dave, for funding your own stuff, because you could do anything.
Trust me, if I could do Kickstarter, I would. I'm just restricted by the firm from actually doing it. So if I could, I would be all over that. I have some friends who are Mark. Mark Polton.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, 268,000 on a Kickstarter that he just did. Just kind of a massive success.
Yeah.
And there's people out there who are, kind of, and I know there's elements to it, and I back a lot of Kickstarters or Indiegogos or whatever. And I know there's fulfillment and there's cost, but man, the opportunity to be able to create projects you love and, be rewarded for it instead of in a hand-to-hand combat selling kind of a way.
Yeah.
Whew.
Yeah, I love the hand-to-hand combat selling. I live for that shit.
I do too, but listen, I'm not going to even pretend for a minute that I wouldn't mind
sitting.
I wouldn't mind not having to pay to print the book.
Yeah, well, at the same time, here's what I'm going to say, particularly like, exactly that middle point in the Kickstarter when things start to slow down, it becomes so. In many ways, it becomes demoralizing, and it happens to everybody. I've seen a lot of Kickstarters take place. I've backed a lot of Kickstarters.
Yeah,
it's always that middle point that it kind of reminds me of the 100-man fight challenge, which is a challenge in Kyokushin karate where you basically fight 100 black belts in a row.
Right.
And it's like the first 50 fights. I've seen a couple of these take place where and only a handful of people on the entire planet have actually managed to like do this challenge.
I would figure.
It just requires an incredible amount of training, an incredible amount of preparation. And when you do this challenge, it's really kind of like the first 50 fights are really just you showing what you can dish out. But the back 50 is all about seeing what you can take, because by the 50th fight, you are tired. And by the 50th fight, you're about to like throw down, and these guys are not going easy on you. They're kicking you in the face. I've seen guys take straight up headshots after, straight up fighting for an hour and a half without any breaks, just going in, constantly fighting guys and going through this. And once you get through to the end, it's like you're barely able to lift your arms and legs. But that's not the point. It's not about winning all 100 fights. It's about seeing what you can withstand. And I think that's what that peak in Kickstarter is. Once you reach it, you're showing that you can take what you dish, and that allows you to kind of come out of it with a stronger ending, So I really hope that's what happens for you, Alton. I know that's what's going to happen for you because you're the man, and you're gonna figure it out. It's gonna be great.
Yeah, it's work, but it's fun, getting it done.
Henri, I said it right, Henri, right?
Yeah.
Are you the writer artist? What's your role with your product? Or do you doing everything? Where do you stand on that?
Definitely not doing everything. I'm the writer, creator, and producer, but I also co-write the series with David Anthony Kraft. He worked at Marvel and DC a very long time.
I know that name.
Yeah, Defender, She-Hulk. He pretty much Stan Lee created She-Hulk, but David Anthony Kraft really built the world around the character. He defined Jennifer Walters, and
you know why Stan Lee created She-Hulk?
Yes, because of the $6 Million woman. They had to
he was trying to secure the rights.
He was trying to secure the rights. So, and it's funny because I've heard this story so many times. Dak, he was telling me that as soon as they finished writing issue 1, it was like, who wants to take over from here? And no one was interested except for Dak. And he did so many fun things with her, and he had his own little Dak verse going in the Marvel world, which is really cool. And a lot of it is starting to be adapted into film. They're going to be eventually doing a Man-Wolf movie, and he created the Star God personality or character for Man-Wolf. So that's pretty cool. And
George Perez jam.
What's that?
That's a George Perez, that book where he turns into Star God.
Yeah.
It's like George Perez did the artwork on all that. That's beautiful stuff.
Yeah, Dak put Perez on that, and that was Perez's first color work. And him and Perez worked together on a lot of things in Perez's early days. And, he also worked with Keith Giffen and, pretty much every Marvel artist. So he taught me everything he knows, and working with him on Yushin Shin has just been such a blast. We're very meticulous on the production, and we actually handled the layouts. So I actually do draw the layouts for the book. But I am looking forward to a new project that I've been working on over the last few months. And I'm looking forward to hiring an artist where I can kind of let the artist take care of those responsibilities and not be so hands-on with it, because I think it slows down the process a little bit. And, it'd just be nice to see a nice fluidity where, an artist draws the page and we're like, wow, this is really great the first time, and we don't have to make any changes. I look forward to an experience like that.
So who did the artwork of the book?
So we've had 2 different artists. The first artist is Giovanni Timpano. He with us for the first 5 issues, and since then he went off to Dynamite. Yeah. He's been a regular artist for them since 2013. He's done a number of runs on the Shadow. He did a Batman Shadow crossover. Now he's doing Vampirella, and he's got a few titles over at Image, and he's a workhorse, and his work is just absolutely outstanding. And we've got a great relationship. We learned a lot working together, and he swore if there was anybody he would never work with again, it would be me. So you could just tell how much we enjoyed working together. But jokes aside, he's just a really solid dude. He put all his heart and soul into Yushin Shin, and he moved on, and we parted on very good terms. and we brought on another artist. His name is L.R. Naklius, and actually he goes by another name, L. Gehring. He has been on a production hiatus for Eastern Shin because he's been working on this Dracula book, which is being put out soon, and it looks absolutely gorgeous. And I'm looking forward to seeing how that turns out. And he's coming back on Yi now, and we're just kind of getting the engine revved up again, and I'm excited to finally be back in a production mode, and to actually see art coming in is always a wonderful thing, and good times, so
cool, awesome.
Yeah.
And it's a color book too. Are those guys doing the color?
You're asking all the right questions, Jay. I like you. You're so you're a great guy. All right, and here's the thing. My colorist is such an awesome. She's such a badass. It's not even funny. So she's based out of Argentina, and
I'll be right back.
Yeah. No.
All the best artists are from South America.
Yeah, and that's always how it is. I mean, there's so much talent out there. But I discovered her through a friend of mine. His name is Elvern Ball, and he worked with her on a book called Virgin Wolf, and that was the first time I was exposed to her coloring, and it was just so magnificent. And when I was looking for a colorist, I was having a real time, so I hit up Elvern, and I'm like, "Hey, can I reach out to Adriana?" And he said, "Sure." And so I brought her on the book, and I mean, I say she's amazing not because of the actual quality of the work that she does. I say she's amazing because she's dealt with so much. She's contended with so much in her personal life, and has skipped a deadline. She's never made excuses. If she's late, it's because she's been working on stuff so hard, but she's never been late. She's always on time. She always delivers, and that to me is commitment. She battled COVID. She straight up had COVID the other day, and I was like, wow.
Oh, no.
And you don't hear from people for months, And her mom died recently, not from COVID, but from old age. And here she is telling me that she survived it, and it's really it's really inspiring to me to see that she's saying, I battled this horrible thing, and I'm through it now, and I'm ready to get back to work. Let's pick up. This could have killed her, And then what would I do? Because she's been with me since the beginning. Unlike my first artist who up and quit on me, Adriana never did. So I got nothing but love for her.
Now, how was that? You said that occurred at issue 5.
Yeah. So the art
transition from pencil or they're penciler and inkers, right?
Yeah, they handle both, but we've recently learned how to mitigate the process thanks to digital technology. So my artist is now working digitally, whereas Giovanni was working off of actual boards, which is kind of nice because we have original work. I
guess my phone quit on me, but yeah, the art I'm doing, I'm pretty much traditional, so everything I do is on actual boards. So.
I think there's something to be said about it, because. It gives you something to. It leaves it actually. It's the actual imprint of your work on the world, like the original artwork. Mm-hmm. I got to go to the Library of Congress last year, and I saw all the original artwork for Amazing Fantasy 15 splayed out.
Yeah,
and there's only one of those in the world that'll ever exist, and that's why I think original artwork in its physical form is such a novelty that I really hope never goes away.
And especially for artists, I mean it's a source of revenue. I mean you look at when you become an artist of note and you actually have a name in the industry and a reputation. There's going to be collectors who are going to come. I mean, I'm surrounded in my office. I don't know if you can see it behind me, but I mean, I'm surrounded by original pages from professional artists. And I mean, those, generally not bought at great cost, but, that's a real opportunity for that artist to get, yes, you get paid your page rate to do it.
Yep.
But then you get paid additionally when you can sell that original. So, that to lose that and say, okay, hey, I'm going to go digital to speed up the process or to, do whatever, production needs might be there is one thing, but I just look at it as you've got, having that original piece that you can sell into the collector's market is just too valuable to kind of give that away, because a digital artist will never have a original that they can use and sell. So I don't know. I guess I'm old school though. I'm fairly old. I'm an old
You're a
dog.
badass, is what you are. You said everything, right, and I
And
agree.
then, if you guys don't mind, I'm going to run my trailer real quick.
Yeah, go for it.
Actually, before you do that, I'm actually just going to sign off, because I've taken up a fair amount of your time already, and this piece. I do want to make sure though, that this piece is yours. So whatever you want to do with. Are we still on?
Yeah, you're still on.
Oh, I was just going to say, whatever you want to do with this piece. I don't know if at the back end of the thing you want to, for anybody who listened, or do a raffle or whatever, certainly is yours. And then I'll finish it up and I'll shoot you over an image at some point. We'll go from there.
Jay,
Okay.
I want to get in touch with you, my friend.
Yeah, cool. It's great meeting you, Henri.
I'll hook you up on Facebook. You're straight up G, man.
Cool. All right, guys. I'm going to head out. Thanks again.
Alrighty. If you hold on, Henri, I'm just going to run the trailer.
Sure, for sure, man. Go for it. I'm right here. I ain't going anywhere.
I'm still here. Live now on the Kickstarter. There we go.
Back it if you haven't already, folks.
There you go.
How's it
Thanks,
going?
Henri.
Pleasure.
So what's new?
Much, man. Just trying to figure stuff out. I think what we're doing right now is really hard, and I'm learning as I go, and I want to try something different. And you've been a real big support system, I would say. Like, yeah, man, whenever I have I'm in search of honest advice or direction, like, you're one of the first people I've learned to come to, and I appreciate that very much. Like, you're just really, really good people, and I can see it through the energy you're putting out there with your work, and seeing your success. It's it's a huge inspiration to me, man.
Well, I'm trying, Henri. I don't know everything, but I've tried everything, so I know what not to do. I know people who do things well, so yeah, I guess I'm a good guy to know. But when I got your book, I'm looking at this creation of yours, and it's just brilliant. Like it's like a hit Broadway show. It's like a blockbuster movie. It's like when all the cylinders are going right, your piece. And it's amazing, and it's something for me to strive to do with what I'm doing.
I see it through your work too, man. I mean, I see a masterpiece like on the level of like True Blood, like straight up, like your first cover. It's enticing, seeing the dude in a pool of blood. I mean, on the black, on the black background, it's just it's such a great way to get the art, to impose the art, and to get people's intention, and it comes out great. I am looking forward to reading Blackjack too, and we just all got to support each other. I think I've spent too much time when I was at conventions, not paying attention to what was going on around me because it's not that it was ever intended.
You know?
Yeah, you're busy.
You're super busy.
Yeah. But
And
like,
you'll get back to that. But you'll have a different insight when you go back to the cons now.
yeah.
You're going to be sharp. It's going to be different, but you're going to be sharper from this, this purgatory we're stuck in.
Well, I think there's a lot of silver lining in this, and it depends. Is it a prison to be able to be with your family every day? In some ways, I can't say I miss being away from them, because when I was traveling so much, I was always looking forward to the off season when I'd finally have a chance to, be with my wife and kids and focus on creative work. And this year I've been able to balance that. And I think once I figure out what I'm going to do on the digital front, it might help a little bit more. But I certainly enjoy doing conventions a lot because I like meeting people. It's always been such a great thing, and I know that when we get back to it, it's gonna be a much stronger bond in the independent world now, because of the fact that we did survive this thing together. And I'm so impressed with everybody in independent comics. No one's given up. It's like you've noticed that too, right? If anything, people are just getting more determined now to succeed, despite that. And
more innovative, more, they're finding different ways to accomplish what they used to accomplish with the cons. So yeah, it's interesting learning and watching from all these different creators trying to get their stuff out different ways than they previously did, or, sharpening the skills that they previously had, or finding new paths. It's exciting. You're right about that.
And another thing too is, you look at the people who are actually some of the most successful people right now are independent creators. Like, I've been studying Brian Pulido tremendously because he's a master. He's a master showman. Just the way he and that's what I am. That to me is exactly what I want to be doing, and it got me excited because I don't have. I think one of the things we all kind of deal with as independent creators is the fact that we can't pump out content fast enough. Like, we just can't. It's not even because we don't want to. It's because if we do that, we're not being truthful to the stories that we're telling. So it takes that much longer for us to generate content. And a lot of people will say, well, now you're not going to work for the comic book shopping network, or you may not work for this or whatever. And because you got to constantly have new stuff out. But what if you can't have new stuff out? And what if you have good stuff? Does that mean people shouldn't be buying it? No, you just have to find a new way to do it. And I think, what you're doing right now with your online convention, with this online convention that you're doing, is you're building up to that. And, you're giving attention to other people. Someone who's watching this right now might be a fan of mine. And, they hear about me saying that your work is great and that they should be backing your Kickstarter. Hint, hint. If you haven't yet, look in the comments section and back Alton's Kickstarter. And, then you got yourself another backer, and everything counts. We all got to help each other. We all got to help spread the good word,
Yep. Yeah, I've been lucky. Meeting people like you and a lot of the other creators is teaching me, a different way of looking at what I'm doing. And that's, there's no price you can put on that.
Well, I wish I could agree with you about it just simply being luck, because the thing is I see it as being persistent and educated. I mean, dude, you know what you're doing. Even if you weren't working in comics, you'd know how to do other things, and education is a very important thing. And a lot of people think that they can kind of bypass that, like what Brendan was saying earlier. Some people have a hard time saying, I need to learn things. And that's the hardest thing, like I've been kind of dealing with that with my son who's on the e-learning platform. He's in third grade right now, and the curriculum is not very strong, and it's concerning to me and my wife because we want our son to get the best education we can possibly give him.
Right.
But this is the age.
Have you tried Khan Academy?
Khan Academy.
Yeah, it's free.
Oh, yeah.
This guy worked either for Microsoft or Google, and he's a great mathematician, and he wanted kids to be able to learn how to advance themselves in different aspects of school for free.
Oh, wow.
And my kids both, my wife religiously made them do it when they were in second and third grade, and they eventually both became advanced math people. My son is in, I guess he's been taking college math since he got into high school.
Wow.
He got that far ahead. So, and it's easy lessons that they can do themselves at their level to build on their level. And then you do it on demand, but it's free.
Wow.
They take donations, but he offers it free.
And it's called Khan Academy?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
So look that up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, it'll give your kid more of a foundation for what they should be learning, and they would probably be learning if they were going into school on a regular basis.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And, that was kind of the thing that we've been talking, that we were talking about and are still, perplexed about, because it's like, you want to give your child good study habits.
Right.
Because we're learning things throughout our lives. And it doesn't matter if you're going to be what you're going to be when you finally get out. You're not learning math and science and English because you're going to be an expert in those subjects one day. You're learning these things because it's giving you an all-round knowledge base that will allow you to learn things quicker when you get into different fields like comics, which require a tremendous amount of research. I don't care how made up your comic is, you have to research stuff, and how you absorb information and retain it it's extremely important. And as we reach a certain age, our brains develop a certain way that we can't retain information as easily as we can, or these habits, when we're young. And I think it's the same thing about taking this to comics now. We have to learn. We have to adapt. Like, what if conventions never come back? Let's just, of course, that's highly doubtful. But if it didn't, we would have to we'd have to adapt to it. And I don't think it's impossible. I did my show this week. I didn't get a single sale. I didn't get a single subscription, but I've never felt more alive because I knew I was doing what I was meant to be doing in that moment. Right. And I'll just next time improve a little bit. Maybe I don't use this show to just sell. Maybe I use it as an opportunity for me to talk to people and actually respond, because when I do my interviews, I typically don't have the time to really respond to the people watching, because I want to give my guests the full attention. Like, this is their hour to speak and not be interrupted by things when they're deep in thought. I think that's when the best stuff comes out of creators.
Well, a lot of it is pre-marketing, just to get the word out before you do the actual whatever it is you're going to do. And that's something that, guys that work for Marvel and DC, they don't have to worry about it because they got that machine to do it for them. Then they just have to show up and do their part. But as an independent person, that's something you have to think about, announcing what you're doing, which is schmaltzy, and we don't want to do it because it's a bunch of BS, but you got to educate people on what you're going to do ahead of time to get their attention, to kind of draw them into what you're doing. And it's not easy because, we're at the indie level, but you do it anyway, just to lay the groundwork for what you're going to do.
Well, it gives you such a broad range of experience, because I think there's two ways to obtain knowledge. There's theoretical and practical. And when you're working in independent comics, you're all on the practical. You're not thinking theoretical. There is no theoretical. I mean, every idea you have is a practical idea that is going to transpire in some way or form, and it's either going to work or it's not. And you can't know in advance. There's no way you can. But if you believe in it, you certainly have more of a chance than if you don't, and I think that's the trickiest thing is every time you release a new comic, you have to learn how to sell it no matter what happens. Like, even if it's part of the same series, like,
Right.
now I now have to give you a reason to give me more money when you come and buy Yisun Shin for my booth every time I release a new issue, because I don't want you walking away with just one book. I want you walking away with everything on my table. That's
Right.
how I move inventory. So, I think that mindset needs to be changed and evolved for the digital platform. I don't think I can be looking at it as, okay, I want to sell out now, because how can I sell out? I'm always going to have inventory. I'm going to be filming this from my warehouse. So
Sure.
I think I've been looking into packaging, and I realized that it's been 10 years since we've been working on Yisun Shin, and I never properly commemorated the 10 years,
Right.
and which is a huge milestone. So I was thinking about putting together like a custom box and doing a Kickstarter for that box, and using
That's
it
good.
as an opportunity for me to like try and move some Yisun Shin books, and just, it's better than doing nothing. How else can I get people to buy books in bulk from me other than Kickstarter, and other than revamping something? And if you can make it affordable, then there you go, and the backers will pay for it. Even if they just buy the box, which I think will be cool. But yeah.
That's
I don't even know if I was going to talk about that. I just kind of went off the cuff there, but I just into the conversation.
Yeah. I wanted this to be kind of loose, and just have people say how they feel and relax.
Yeah.
Life's stressful enough right now. We need an oasis where you can just, relax and enjoy yourself. I mean, I know some of the people that I work with now, not on my comic, but just in general in the community, they're arguing back and forth about all kinds of issues. And I'm just like, everybody needs to let that stuff go and try and just enjoy what we do and each other, and just enjoy that for as long as we can,
For sure.
because there's too much turmoil.
Absolutely. And you know what?
You gotta lower the temperature and start talking to each other.
Yeah, and it's interesting because I was talking with Tom Hutchinson yesterday from Big Dog Inc. And he kind of put it into perspective for me, because that's what I was doing when I was on the circuit. I wasn't getting involved in politics. I wasn't really absorbed by the information. Am I reading it? Yes. Am I reacting to it? Yes. But I'm not. It's not something I feel I need to talk about all the time. It's not something I want to talk about all the time, because nothing I can say or do is going to change people's opinions, and it's only going to insult people. My readership means a lot to me. Where your beliefs and stances are on you. If you show respect to me, I show respect to you. I'm not going to judge you for your background. I've had customers that are Black, Hispanic, transgender, all across the board. If you treat me with respect, I treat you with respect. And even if you don't treat me with respect, I'm not going to go and, insult you because of your background. To me, it's not worth any of it. No one would want to feel like that. And I think when we look at what we do on social media, it's so hard, because the stuff people react to are all the heated articles, where we start to see how dire things are. And the world is always going to look like that. It's always going to look like everything is horrible, because that's the message that they're selling. But when we look to each other, when we look to our neighbors, when we look to our families, and we see everybody growing up, and we see that people are relatively healthy. I have a lot of close friends right now who are battling COVID, and they're out on the other side of it. And they're recovering. They're very strong. Fortunately, thank God, I don't know anybody who's died of it yet, and hopefully I never find out. Knock on wood. And I hope I never catch it. I hope you never catch it, and I can get through it. But I hope that once this passes, we'll start to see something come back from conventions, and Yeah. And that's why I come to you, because you've always had this optimism, and I know how much you miss it, man. I can tell from your energy and everything you're doing. You're doing it, man.
Well, I hadn't planned on doing a lot of conventions this year, but I had some big ones that I wanted to attend. So, and you plan like for the year, like way in advance. So you get your product and you have all your stuff ready, and you're ready for your setup with going to the cons, and so it's a big production, that didn't happen this year, but I think we're laying the groundwork very nicely for successful, hopefully second half of next year things get strong,
Yeah,
because the audience is there. I mean, people really want to get out there and enjoy themselves.
Absolutely. And I still would say that it's important for us to find a way to, bring this to a digital platform, even if we still have conventions, because you have your residuals, like there's an off season for comics, independent comics, and we know when that is. It's the holidays, it's the beginning of the year. And it's right around the time that we get into tax season that things really blow up for us, because people have filed already, they paid their dues, they're waiting on their checks to come back, and they got money to spend, and they go to their favorite comic conventions, and it's great, and it's just so much energy in that environment, and that's where we thrive. We're there, and that's when our season begins, and I think it goes on well into October and even parts of November up until Thanksgiving. And then after that, it kind of peters out, and it's understandable why, because people have a different mindset. But what if you could keep going even throughout that? What if we found a way to survive and not have to, see it as this is a seasonal business? That would be really cool, because a lot of guys are doing it. And again, I just keep looking to Brian Polito, because he's a huge inspiration to me. Just how he does everything. Like that's. The dude's straight up the Michael Jordan of what we do, and it's no joke. Every time he does a Kickstarter, he raises like $300,000. But people are only
outrageous.
What's that?
I said it's pretty outrageous when you see the numbers.
Oh, absolutely, and everybody's paying attention to Keanu Reeves and his Kickstarter, which not trying to take anything away from that success. That's also successful. What Boom Studios did there, and nothing but respect for, the creative team on that. Ron Garney is a favorite artist of mine. I'm forgetting the artist name, Matt. Is it Matt? Damn it. I'm sorry. I'm humiliated now because I'm very familiar with his work. Keanu Reeves. Comics. Yeah, I think so too. I'm with you there. I'm getting ready for the point though. When it came to, I was going to do Tampa Bay Comic-Con, and I talked to you about it, and you encouraged me to do it to be safe, and so I committed to it. And the day that they canceled that show,
I remember.
I was really upset, not because of the fact that the show was canceled, but because it sounded like there was so much turmoil in the state of Florida because of the cases we were seeing just like blow up over there. And that made me sad, and I don't want to experience that again. Like, if by March next year, we're not seeing things change, I think we need to be ready to anticipate how the environment is, how we can adapt to the environment, how we can stay alive. And even if things get better, which I'm very hopeful and optimistic about, just like you are, I still think you're right as well, that it's not going to be the same convention scene right away. There's.
I have a friend of mine coming on.
Oh, excellent.
Joe, this is Henry. This is Joe.
How you doing,
Joe?
man?
What's up, guys? How's it going?
Very
hold
good.
on. Let me. There we go. Sorry, I had the live stream going, so I could still hear it. What's up, guys?
Joe is a fantastic actor, writer, and actually creator. let's see, Chicken in the Fridge.
Chicken in the Fridge Productions. Yeah.
Yeah, he does a stop motion that got the eye of Kevin Smith, and he actually did stop motion Jay and Silent Bob. That's at the beginning of the DVD release for Kevin Smith's latest movie.
Well, that's actually it was a promo for it. It was a promo for it. It's not on the DVD, but he shared it on his Instagram and stuff.
All right.
But,
Regardless, that is super impressive.
thank you, and thank you, Al, for the kind words. I appreciate it, man.
And 10 years ago, Joe was the star of my movie Who Is Jose Luck? That I'll be streaming later.
That's awesome.
Yeah, no problem, man. Thanks for having me.
I remember the day you and your buddy sat down in the diner and told me about your story with the Comcast commercial and all the crap you guys have gone through. And Joe's the most natural actor I ever met, Henri. He's literally, I always say, he's Seth Rogen-esque, because I think you're actually a better actor than Seth Rogen. But when I write stories,
I love Seth Rogen, so that's
I love him too. I love you.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
When I write a script, I usually have a Joe Garifo character, just based on Joe's personality, because he's got that personality that he could be great in anything. I've actually written about 3 scripts with you in mind as a lead, Joe, that I never shared with anybody. I have.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh,
one
cool.
was like a heist movie where you and is it? I'm forgetting his name now. Sean.
Well, I actually don't associate with him anymore.
I know. I'm just saying, when you guys did,
that's his name. That's
a buddy movie where you were 2 loan officers, and it was based on a story that happened to me as a loan officer in the office. We had a woman come in who wanted to refinance her house, and she needed a loan, and she let us on thinking we were going to close a big deal with her. She didn't tell us she's married, in which case her husband has to sign the papers. And the way I wrote it, her husband was a guy who was in jail, who had people on the outside who were watching her. And then it turned into a big thing trying to get the papers signed. And you went on the lam, on the run, trying to get away from, I think it was like the FBI, the mob. It was like 3 different groups chasing you the whole time. And you were doing all this ridiculous stuff. And I remember Kevin Smith, actually, it was right around the time the iPad came out. And Kevin Smith said, I'm waiting for somebody to write a script where somebody gets killed by an iPad. So I actually wrote that. I wrote that into the script.
Really?
Yeah, it's kind of funny, but yeah, I've written a couple things with you in mind because I just like your personality and your work ethic.
Well, thank you, man. I appreciate, dude. I'm speechless. I don't even know what to say. Thank you so much.
That is one hell of an endorsement, Joe. I
know. I'm like, Jesus. I don't even know what to talk about now. I'm like,
and check it out, folks. Jack Alton's campaign right now. He's going to give you the same kind of tribute and introduction. I hate to do this. I got to get going. Yeah. Thank you so much for having me, Joe.
It was good meeting you, man.
Are you on social media?
Yeah, Joe Garifo. I just shared this, so.
All right, excellent. I'm gonna friend you, and I'd love to. I'm gonna check back later on, and I'll watch what you guys talk about right now in a little bit. Yeah.
Sweet. Thanks, Ben.
Yeah. Take care. Thank you so much for having me, Alton, and best of luck to you with your campaign. I know you're gonna do great, and I always.
Brother.
Yeah. Take care, man. Take care, Joe. Have a great night, everyone.
Thanks. It was good meeting you.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Garifo.
What's up, man? How have you been?
Busy, trying to stay busy.
Yeah.
Still working on scripts. I just developed in the comics now, and it's taken a whole new twist. It's just been interesting. I mean, I didn't know. I wrote it, then a Marvel artist liked it, so he helped me with the art, and then I stuck it in a store, and then it started selling out, and that was 3 years ago. So
that's awesome, man.
Yeah.
I read the first 2 issues that you sent me of Vampires of New Jersey, and they're awesome. So yeah, man, it's my favorite thing that you have done so far. Is the comedy? Yeah. I've been keeping busy myself.
I know.
What do you want to talk about? What should we talk about?
Well, let's see. Having you and Stephanie on is nice. It's like a Jose Luck reunion. Does it seem like 10 years, man?
No, not at all, actually.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? Tell me about how you got into the stop motion. I'm obviously interested in that. That's a whole new. From when I met you, that's a whole new career.
Yeah, it's like I just took a whole different path there for a second. Same wheelhouse. It's just basically what happened was there was nothing to really act in or anything happening, and I was like, well, what can I do with no money at my house? And I was like claymation.
Yeah.
Like the Will Vinton California Raisins, Meet the Raisin special, like all that stuff growing up. Like I love that stuff. Just how they did it, just it always fascinated me. So I was like, you know what? Let me try. I'll try to do it. And I made the first one. It took like a week to do. I went and bought the clay at I guess it was AC Moore, but and now I have to order it because the stores are closed. But so I did it. I made it, and everybody really liked it, and I got more of a positive reaction from that than anything I've ever done otherwise. So I was like, well, that's pretty cool. I'll keep trying to do this, and and then the Kevin Smith thing kind of gave me a boost that I didn't expect, and I have my wife to thank for that. I owe her everything because
you're married now.
I really do. My wonderful wife, Mo.
Yeah. Congratulations.
She bought me tickets, meet and greet tickets, last November for the Reboot Roadshow, and I didn't really know what that entailed. I thought that was going to be like me in a room with a bunch of other people, and I would just shake his hand, take a picture, something like that. But no, I had the VIP meet and greet, which was they took me into a room alone with Kevin and Jay. And when I mean alone, I mean there was no security in there. The assistants were not in the room. Nobody was in the room.
That's crazy, man.
And they were just the most welcoming dudes. I wasn't nervous or anything. They just made you feel like you've known them forever. And in a way, you kind of have because But it was very surreal. I managed to tell him that I worked with Brian O'Halloran, and he was like, "On what?" And I was like, "It was a show called Greenpeace. It never really went anywhere, but you can see it on YouTube. It's right on, man." And well, sit down, man. Ask me anything. This is your shot. And I was like, I didn't really ask him anything. I was just telling him about how he inspired me to do all this stuff, and I was telling him about all the stuff I've done. And then as an afterthought, I was like, oh, and I do stop motion and claymation videos. And he was like, well, show me. So I showed him some, and he goes, how much would you charge for this? And I was like, what? He's like, how much would you charge for this? And I was like,
I don't know.
For you, man? Free. And he goes, I'm trying to employ you, motherfucker. And I was like, oh, I don't. It was a 12-second thing, so I was like, I don't know, $100. He's like, all right, so $200. Just make me 4 of them, and I'll give you money for each one or whatever. And he gave me his tour manager's email, and I've literally been in contact with him ever since. I did a preview promo for the Blu-ray release of Jay and Silent Bob Reboot. And I something else that I can't really talk about.
Yeah, that's good. That's good, man.
That if I believe me, I want to so bad, but I'll eventually If it happens, you'll know.
Cool.
Yeah. So
That's exciting, man.
it's just weird how everything happened. I taught myself from YouTube videos. I just literally just watched YouTube videos and
Yeah,
here's
it's amazing what you can learn. Nice.
Sonic, and I got
Yeah.
and
Man, Sonic.
now those are like the old dinky kind. I've upgraded some styles here. We got
Wow.
this is for something else that I'm working on.
Yeah, but I like that because it's like an evolution, you know?
Yeah, it's yeah, I'm taking it seriously now because people like it. Didn't
Very
want
nice.
to Thank you, man. So that's all I've been up to.
Tell me about your Ghostbusters thing, man.
What goes? Which thing?
You love Ghostbusters.
Oh, that I just love Ghostbusters. Yeah, I got.
Yeah. Was that one of the first movies you ever saw? Or I mean,
it's
Tell me about your love for
one of the
Ghostbusters.
It's one of the earliest ones that I can remember, for sure. I don't even know what drew me to it. I mean, it's very funny, even when I didn't really understand a lot of it as a kid.
Yeah.
It's both of them and the cartoon. I think it had a lot to do with the gadgets and stuff. Like as a child, it's just I never really grew up. I still like all that stuff. So it's
Well,
I just like how they
shoot.
I just like how they shoot the ghosts, and they make fun and they're funny. It's just like, I mean, yeah, I mean, I think it's what it really. I mean, yeah, that's all I got for that one.
Right.
I could see like that. I mean, because that's like a big budget movie and stuff, and it's like, I mean, they had hardships making that movie, and a lot of what was awesome about it was an accident. Like I know everything about that movie. I'm just
tell me something.
huh? Like,
Tell me something. Tell me a little bit about it. What were the hardships?
What was the what?
What were the hardships making?
Oh, okay. Well, the crossing the streams thing was made up on the spot. The ending of the movie.
Really?
Yeah, that wasn't
like everybody's favorite part.
That wasn't written. They filmed that whole thing without like a definitive. How are they going to defeat this monster? And it literally was like, well, we could cross the streams. Oh, I thought it was bad. Well, there's this. That's literally why they had no other ending.
It worked.
It did. What are some other things that happened?
I know that Belushi was originally was going to be cast in it. I thought that was interesting.
There's one scene where a reporter's talking, and there's like a guy wandering in the background just staring. He wasn't an extra. That was like a random guy that just wandered on set. Yeah.
Are you serious? On a big budget like that, he just walked in? Wow, that's crazy.
I also think Ron Jeremy was an extra in it.
Yeah, I met Ron at New Jersey Horror Con. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, I think he was. What else? I don't know. There's a well, like the original premise of the movie, they were supposed to go through time and space and Ghost Smashers and Oh, and they used the title of the movie without permission. Well, it was they were because Ghostbusters was a cartoon and
right.
They didn't want to call it. What was the other name of it? I don't know. It was something that I don't know if we don't like it because it wasn't as good, and I guess they knew it wasn't as good, so they shot a lot of scenes that had both. They would say Ghostbusters, or they would say I forget what the other.
Is that on the? Is that on any of the DVDs? Any of the scenes like that? Because that would be crazy.
You know what? I don't think it is. I know that they. I mean, in all the documentaries I've ever seen, they talk about that. I don't think I've ever seen any actual footage of like Bill Murray calling them something other than
call them something else. Yeah, that would freak me out. That would be really interesting.
I've also never seen the deleted scenes for the second movie. I don't I don't know if they're available.
They should. They should release that.
Yeah, I would love to.
Well, I know they were going to put out a new movie this year or earlier this year, but of course COVID pushed it back. Yeah, it looks. I mean, it's done by, isn't it? Who's directing it? It's like, is it Reitman's son?
Jason Reitman, yeah, his son. So I mean, it's in the family. I'm excited about it.
Yeah,
yeah. God, it's so hot.
I think it'll be. Is it hot? What do you got the heat on?
No, it's just hot down here. I don't know why.
How is
I'm
it?
like,
I'm near. I'm not far from you. You're still in Philly, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm in South Jersey.
For now, we might actually be moving to Portland, Oregon.
Oh, really? I have a friend who lives there.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're a guy I've been working with lives out there, and he's been helping me with this stuff.
Yeah. Oh, I lost your voice there.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's better.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now. Yeah. So we might be moving. We were going to move already, but the fires and stuff. So I'm going to do what I have to do here.
Right.
I was going to animate what I'm animating now over there, but because of all that stuff, I'm doing it here now.
Yeah, he lives in Portland. I'm trying to think. I think he went to Temple Film School. I went to high school with him. And
all right, cool.
He does something for Nike where he runs part of their media department. So, and he does art too. He's an interesting guy. If you go out there, I'll try connecting you to, because he's just an interesting person to know.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, so that's the plan right now for me.
Right.
I am excited about the new Ghostbusters movie, though.
It looked great. I mean, the trailers look great. You know, he promised not to disappoint anybody, which is big, which means he's swinging for he's trying his best, and he knows what people want to see. So then he got the original cast involved.
Yeah.
So you can't really go wrong if you can convince them.
My dogs.
Other than Aykroyd, I think Aykroyd would do any. It's his property.
Yeah.
But I mean, if you can convince Bill Murray and Sigourney Weaver to come back, there must be something to it. So
I wish Rick Moranis was in it, because I know he's coming out of retirement now, and I heard he's going to be in Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, and I'm like, that over Ghostbusters?
Well, he'll get a bigger percent. He got that much with Ghostbusters. It's tough with some people to just like, well, I went and did Honey, I Shrunk the Kids on my own, so I got more money for it, and it's more me, And sometimes it's like creative input. He might feel like he didn't get to do something with the character they wouldn't let him do because everybody else's character had so many scenes.
Well, actually, with Ghostbusters, he fully created that. Like, he actually, from what I understand, wrote that character.
Yeah. But did he get credit for it?
He started not liking when he started doing stuff like Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. That's when he started. He actually lost. He lost.
Thinking he wanted to get out of it. Yeah.
It was more studio related because he was making movies with his friends before, and now it's like. And then his wife got sick, and he left to. I actually taught his nephew. When I taught a film studies class at a summer camp, and his great nephew was one of my students for one of the weeks I was there, and it came up. I was talking about Spaceballs, and he's like, "Oh, my uncle was in Spaceballs." And I was like, "Oh, who's your uncle?" And he's like, "The guy that played Dark Helmet." And I was like, "For real?" Like,
I would have been like, "What?"
Your uncle is Rick Moranis? He's like, "Yeah, Mom was my great uncle." It's like, oh. Yeah, that was. I was happy to see him in that commercial. Did you see that commercial with the Ryan Reynolds? Yeah. That was cool. And he also did an interview with the. There's a show on Disney Plus called Prop Culture.
Yeah, I saw that on there.
What was that? Something fun. Yeah, that was cool. So yeah. See the new Bill and Ted?
No, I saw you commenting on it, and I saw, what was it? Alec, was it, who sent you that message?
Oh,
That was crazy.
Alex Winter retweeted one of my claymation videos.
Yeah. That's crazy, Joe.
Also, okay. I made it. I knew it wouldn't wind up. I knew it wouldn't wind up in the movie because it was claymation, but I was like, I'll just send it anyway because why not?
Yeah.
And it never. And I sent a regular video of myself playing guitar too. Neither of them got into the movie, although I did get an email from them saying, "Congratulations, your video's through to the next round. Watch the movie to see if you've made it." And then, like, I talked to other people I knew that submitted the video, and they were like, "I didn't get that email," and I was like, "Oh man, maybe." And then I'm not in. It wasn't in the movie. I was like, but whatever. So I posted it on Twitter, and Alex Winter retweeted it, and with clappy hands. I was like, crazy. That's insane. Not only that, though, the movie itself is great. If you like the first two, I really don't see why you wouldn't like this one. Yeah,
I heard it was really, really good. I'm sorry it couldn't get in the theaters. It probably would have cleaned up.
Yeah, well, apparently it did not do. I mean, it did very well for video on the. I mean, it did very well, and it's doing very well. So
it's a top level movie that happened to get released to streaming and on.
Yeah, they're doing okay with it. They're not losing anything. But yeah, I mean, I wasn't really worried because it was the original writers, and I mean, Alex Winter and Keanu Reeves like wanted to do that movie for the past 10 years. Yeah. Keanu obviously did not need to do the movie.
Not at all.
He wanted to because he liked the script so much and the idea that so it was. I highly recommend it.
Yeah,
anyone listening, I recommend the movie. If you like the first two. If you never saw them and you're like, what am I watching? This is stupid. Even though I don't think it's stupid,
I just think it's, it's hard going back trying to do, something as good as something that's a classic, especially when you're older.
I think they like this is like the one time they stuck the landing 100%, where it wasn't. It was like, well, these are those guys, but they're aged now. It worked. It worked so well. It was.
That's tough to do.
I know. And Alex Winter has not acted since I think the movie Freaked, which was.
Yeah, it's been a while.
And he killed it. Like he just killed it. He was amazing. I wish he would act more. He was great.
It is kind of weird when you see somebody who hasn't done it in a while, and then you see them in something. You go, "Well, they're brilliant. I could watch them much more than I'm seeing them." But you've been an actor. It's kind of like he felt that, and that made sense to him. And if you stuck him in something else, he might not feel as good about doing it as he did about that. You know what I mean? Especially with the chemistry with him. The two of them have that chemistry. And you build out from that, and it's brilliant. And
they've remained friends.
Does other things,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they've been friends this whole time. Like since they met in the audition process, but they have been friends and continue to hang out to this day. So it's like it works. And plus, Alex Winter is a really good. I mean, he's a really accomplished director now. A documentary.
That's what I think. Yeah, he does.
Downloaded that Showbiz documentary about the Showbiz kids. Did you see that?
Right. No, I haven't. I heard about some of his stuff though.
Pretty good.
Well, that's good. That's good for him. Because Keanu's got John Wick 5 to do.
Exactly.
Matrix 32. I mean, he's in demand.
Yep.
Plus, I hear he's angling for a Marvel part. I don't know where they're going to stick him.
Oh yeah, I don't know. Who do you think he's going to play?
Got to find some more people, So We'll see.
Wonder if they're gonna make him.
I forget what he was up for. I think he would have made a good. Now, who was? I guess Doctor Strange. He was up for maybe.
Yeah, I mean, if that was a little while ago, he would have made a good Doctor Strange.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think of who he was up for, who they were thinking of him for. I know he wanted to play Wolverine. He probably would have been an interesting Wolverine, because when he started out acting, I never could have thought he could have pulled off something like Speed or The Matrix.
Yeah.
But he once I saw Speed, I was like, he's a really good action hero. Like, nobody knew he would be a good action. Like, we were all sitting in there like, he is so good at this movie. What the hell? Where did this guy come from?
I always thought of Point Break was the turning point, because he was a surfer dude, and then surfer dude cop, and then Speed happened, and then he was just cop.
Yeah.
And then you're like, all right. He did the transition there. That's how he was able to do it. I've always been a fan of Keanu. I'm glad everybody. I know at one point I think everybody hated him, or not hated him, but I think there was he's in the '90s. People were like, "Oh, he's a bad actor," and then it came around again. Now everybody likes him again. I've always liked him.
Yeah, he's been consistent. I felt that way with Johnny Depp before he did Pirates. I just felt like he was turning in these really good performances, and nobody was like, "Who gives a crap?" And then he did, the first Pirates, and it was like, well, I'm glad he finally got credit for what he's doing. He's getting attention. And then, he did 3 or 4 of them, and now he's kind of stuck in a weird,
weird
place.
He's like the Mad Hatter.
Yeah. But it isn't that he can't turn in a good performance. It's that movie star gets in the way, Yeah. But it all
Ben
comes
Affleck,
around.
same thing.
Yeah.
There was a time period where everyone hated him. I think it's come back around again. I don't know. Once again, I've always liked him, but that's because he's been in all the Kevin Smith movies.
Yeah.
That
connection with him and Kevin Smith is magical. You really should always go back to that. Because it's kind of like De Niro and Scorsese. De Niro will go off and do Bad Grandpa, and then he'll go back and do, you know what I mean? Back to his wheelhouse.
Irish
and connect. Yeah. So he should always, whenever his career or occasionally he should just step back and work with Kevin again, because they have a real understanding where they probably don't. I hear Scorsese and De Niro don't even have to talk on set about a lot of stuff, and I'm sure that's the way it is with Kevin Smith and Ben Affleck. They really understand what they wanted to do, and it's good. I think it's a good exercise for him when he does it, and it probably grounds him a little bit because. I mean, geez, the guy's got two Oscars now,
Mm-hmm. They
which is crazy.
Ben Affleck's scene in Jay and Silent Bob reboot is the best scene in the movie. I mean, that was amazing. That scene, I thought. And they haven't before that hadn't spoken in 17 years. I think they had
Yeah, but that comfort went like that as soon as they figured out what they wanted to do together, and you can't get that in a lot of and you can't get that in life, let alone in a work environment. You've been on sets, and it's like we were saying about Keanu and in that movie they have that chemistry that you can't really you either have it or you don't, and most people don't. And when you see it, and you can't explain it, but if it's there, you should try and roll with it. I know it's tough because egos get in there, and money gets in there, and the studio gets in there, and it's got to be a big pain in the ass. I'm sure all those guys can write some interesting books about we had this thing and it worked, and we tried to make do it, and then all this other wives and whatever jumped in there, and it just messed things up. But
Kevin Smith's old stories, the evening with Kevin Smith's, where he would just tell all his Hollywood stories about
oh my God, that Prince killed me. It was so ridiculous.
Oh, the Prince one. Oh my God, yeah, I was just about to say that where he went to Prince's.
It
or the
was crazy.
Superman.
Oh yeah, yeah. I read that script when you posted online. I love that script. I wish they'd have made it into a comic. That script was incredible.
Oh, the way he tells that story is so good. And then the giant spider. Superman has to fight a giant spider.
It ends up in Wild Wild West.
Yeah, and then
Same director.
Oh man.
Yeah, or same producer. Yeah.
Yeah, John Peters. Yeah.
Hollywood is crazy, man. It is. It's a certain way of thinking and everything. You know, when I was out there at the American film market, it was so cliched and so Hollywoodish, you know. But it was like that's how they are. That's how the business works, and it's just as somebody who deals with people, on one-to-one regular basis, it seemed very strange to me that all the cliched things we've seen on film about Hollywood were how they actually do business. It just seemed very weird, But it is the way it is. I'm just glad you can shoot movies anywhere, Jersey, Philly, wherever, not just there. Because in the old days, you had to shoot everything right in that whatever amount of miles, We're lucky. We're lucky we live in an age where Kevin can raise enough money with his friends and family to shoot Clerks. That couldn't have happened. That couldn't have happened even 10 years before he did it. He couldn't have done that. It was just such a big.
And now you can shoot that whole movie on your phone. You know what I mean? Like that's crazy. And edit the whole thing on your phone too. Yeah. Like it's with better quality than that movie is, and I still love that movie. Being of Kev, just the way he's just so just so straight. Because I always hear these horror stories about people, and they always say you should never meet your heroes. But it's Kevin Smith was one of my heroes, and not only did the man pay me. Yeah. I went there to meet him as a fan and left with work. I was what is happening?
Your work? Yeah, I know. I was texting you the next day. I know what you were going through, but he saw the same thing I saw in you, Joe. Your work has quality, and it's this is really good. It's almost like you're looking around going, where did this guy come from? He just walked out the door. You know what I mean? He was probably talking about you when he went home. He's like, yeah, this guy just shows up as a fan, and I look at his stuff, and it's it's actually really good. And
that's why 2 days ago, or what was it, on Monday? Today's Friday, right? On Monday, he tagged me on Twitter, and I have no idea why. I have maybe a slight inkling why, but but still, no definitive thing. I can't say, but I went to the movies pop-up.
Yeah. I was going to ask you about that.
In Red Bank, New Jersey.
Yeah, the guy that runs New Jersey Horror Con went up there too, and he filmed the whole experience. How was it?
Oh wow! Wait, I wonder if he was the guy. Did he go on Monday?
I'm not sure. I just know he was up there and he filmed the whole thing.
Because there was literally the people behind us in line were filming the whole thing, and I wonder if it was them.
It's probably him. He runs the New Jersey Horror Con, and he actually asked me to do it because he saw my comic at a Comic-Con because it's a horror comic. So I think they've had 3 of them, and I've been there every single one. But he was showing the footage of what was going on up there, and I was like, well, Joe was up there. He probably ran into him. But how was it? It looked like fun.
It was literally a pop-up. They dressed up a restaurant to make it look like a movies. And you pre-order your food. You just pick it up when you get there. And the food was really good. I have nothing bad to say about the food. It was actually you're not going there for the food, really.
Right.
But it was very good. I got it for fast food.
Yeah.
I gotta say, and I tried the Impossible or the Beyond whatever one burger. And
that's so cool.
And then when I left, I just tweeted pictures, and then Well, actually, I went into the secret stash after we went to the store.
Yeah, I gotta talk to Mike up there. My comics sold out up there again.
I know. I asked. I actually asked if they had any. They did not. But
it's and here's what's crazy, Joe. I only went up there because a fan of mine bought one of my comics at the New Jersey Horror Con or one of the conventions, and he contacted me online. He's like, just put in my local store because you're getting more issues and I want to keep up with it. I'm like, well, where is it? And he's like, Jay and Silent Bob's. And I'm like, Jay and Silent Bob's. And I look at my wife, I'm like, isn't that Kevin's store? Because I never watched Comic Book Man because I got rid of cable like a couple years ago. And she goes, there are people just like you. Just drive up there and talk to them and show them your stuff, whatever. So I go up and I took my son, one of my sons was 10 then. And he goes out with me, and even he's like, dude, what are you doing? Like, he's like, you're going up to the store. What are you doing, Dad? You know? So I go in and I see Mike, and Mike looks at my book and he's like, these are really good. Kevin loves independent people, independent comic people. We're going to put your comics right up front, so everybody can see them. And I took a picture of them and everything. And I called him a month later and he's like, yeah, they're all gone. We need more. And that was about 2.5 years ago.
Wow.
So when I got up to
awesome.
the 5th issue, yeah, it's crazy. When I got up to the 5th issue, he goes, well, once you release it, like, we'll be the first store to have them. So I went up there this time last year, and they took a bunch of copies of all my issues. So 1 through 5. And every time I sell out there, it's all my issues. And it's crazy. And I told him, I said, well, I do a little bit of marketing. He goes, dude, it's when you sell out like this, it's word of mouth. It's like people are talking that they like your comic. So, I've been real lucky up there. I called Mike like a month ago because with the COVID thing, all the stores are in disarray. So I'm trying to back off because I can't be like, you sold my comic, you owe me money when they can barely stay open. You know what I mean? Because once I'm in a store, I'm a partner.
Next time you talk to him, tell him the claymation guy.
Okay.
Because I literally, when I went into the store, I said, hey, I made these for Kevin, and I showed him. He was all like, you do claymation? And he took my information down. And then an hour later is when Kevin tagged me in a tweet. So I have no idea if Mike contacted Kevin or not. But I think that has something to do with him tagging me in the tweet that day. But or just to see if he remembers me, because he got all like, would you do claymation? Because I think the guy that did Jay and Silent Bob Super Groovy cartoon movie did a claymation movie with the Comic Book Man.
Right.
And I think Walt Flanagan's like really into claymation, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So yeah, but I did talk to Mike about it, which is crazy. I'm sorry. Continue your story. I was
Mike. I was just finishing up. Mike's a good guy, and I've been very lucky to get into that store because literally, I think that's like the most famous comic book store in the world because people in England, contact me. I heard you were in Jay and Silent Bob's, and I'm not in England. They're like, can you get them into the stores in England? And I actually tried with a few places, but they're like, you're calling from Jersey and you're trying to get me to get this vampire comic. And it just seems a little bit odd, So I ship stuff over there, but every time I say Jay and Silent Bob's, and I told Mike, I said, Mike, just taking a picture with you up here or me in front of, Jesus, everybody, it's universal. Like everybody knows that. And that's the funny thing about Kevin's career. Am I echoing now?
I can hear you fine.
All right.
Was it a British accent?
That was me. Sorry. Come say hi to Joe.
That was terrible.
It's my better half.
Hey, how's it going?
Mr. Married Man Claymation.
It's been a while. What's going on?
The older one's getting his permit pretty soon.
Oh yeah, my oldest one's going to be driving.
God.
More fun, Joe. It's endless once you get into the life, which you're in now. So it's always something, But
Jesus.
Serious.
10 years ago, so
See you later.
I met this guy.
10 years.
This guy. We love you. When you type "Who is Jose Luck" in on Google, your name comes up.
Really?
Yeah, I was like that. Joe's like my lucky guy. Thanks, man. Yeah, Jay and Silent Bob's. They're just. Kevin. So I'm on panels with film guys, and I'm sitting up there talking, and it's like he doesn't even know. I guess he knows what he did, but he's created this like legion of independent filmmakers who literally said, "I can do it because Kevin did it." It's just an amazing. Like I'd be sitting there looking out in the audience, and they feel like they're all children of clerks. They're all people who saw that, and it affected their entire existence. So. We're lucky. We have the guy. We just are.
That man.
Very few people change industry or perception of how to do something, and he actually did that. So that's miraculous all by itself.
I saw somebody the other day post something like, someone I know, I don't know what anybody sees in Kevin Smith, and it's just like, even if you don't like the movies. Right. The man built everything himself,
right,
with the help of his friends, and then helped his friends. And not only that, he has given back to. I mean, the guy that did Super Groovy Cartoon Movie was a fan who did animations for his for Smodcast, right? And then he has another person that he likes. Is that he pays to do animations for the podcast of him and his daughter, and I pitched him an idea about something, and it's being considered possibly. That's all I can say. But my point is, he doesn't have to do any of those things. It's I have nothing but good things to say about him, and it's not just because he paid me before and stuff. Right. Like it's just like I grew up. If you told me when I was 13 years old that this was even going to be a possibility. I would have had a meltdown. Like that is, it's very surreal. It is very surreal.
Yeah, even 10 years ago, if I'd have said, dude, you'll be working hand in hand with Kevin Smith one day, your brain would have went, psst.
1 year ago today, I wouldn't have believed it. I met him in November 7th of 2019. So, before that day, I wouldn't have believed any of that would even have been a possibility. And once again, I went to meet him. I didn't have like a pitch ready or anything. It was literally like, oh my God, man, I'm so happy to meet you. You've been like my biggest inspiration ever because you just made movies about people talking and you showed it was possible. I didn't say any of that stuff. I was like
trying to be cool.
Yeah, I think I did okay.
Yeah.
But when he said to do after he said make some for me, he was talking. I don't remember anything after that because in my head I was just like, did he just say that he was gonna pay me? Did he just? I was like,
he didn't say that. Yeah, that's cool, Joe. But you deserve it. You deserve it.
Thank you, man. Thank you. It's weird. It was just a hobby. Now it's like, all right, I got this rig now to hold the things up, and learning a lot, trial and error, a lot of error, a lot of mistakes. Yeah, no, I know. It's all. But sometimes the mistakes work out.
It's painstaking. I mean, when I did the stop motion thing that was in the Phoenix Comic-Con, I shot like a minute and a half and thought I did something. And then I watched it and it was just like, it was missing. Like, I was like, great, I got to throw all that out. And then, and you know how long it takes to get that much, but you keep at it until you get a rhythm, and then you got to stick to that and try keeping it the same, all the way through. It's very meticulous work, stop motion.
It's like, for me, storyboarding helps a lot. You literally treat it like you would an actual film. So in each shot is its own setup and lighting situation, and you shoot everything from this angle first, and it's weird. I guess like knowing the background of film, it's a little bit easier for me.
Yeah.
To know what I need to shoot and what I don't, and I think that's why I picked it up so quick, as opposed to. Because I'm literally treating it like how I would shoot a regular movie, but I can't do that because I don't have the access to it. So I'm like, I'll just do. I literally say it's like playing with your action figures, but at the slowest possible speed.
Yeah,
I get to play with toys now, and it's kind of neat. I mean, it's annoying a lot of the time, but it's
that's cool. Yeah, but impressive, man.
Thank you, dude.
You're going places.
I hope so. It's just still in my mom's basement, but we'll hopefully be in Oregon soon, and just for at least just a change of scenery.
I understand. I'll escape Jersey, I'm sure.
We went out to visit a couple weeks ago.
Good. Yeah, check it out first and spec it out and see.
Right before the fire started. It was literally like as soon as our plane landed, the next day, like the fire started. I'm like, oh, are you kidding me? Because we found a great place. We found all this stuff. Oh, man.
It's tough, man. But, yeah, Joe, I'm glad I bumped into you 10 years ago, dude.
Yeah, man. Same. And I love everything you're doing too. The comic. I've always wanted to make a comic. I mean, I've made like little ones on my own that I've hand drawn myself and stuff. But yeah, so that's awesome. How did you start? How did you get that started?
Well, I always wanted to storyboard, for eventual pitch of films. And once we finished Jose Luck, I was always looking for different ways to introduce people to the movie. So I did the soundtrack, and that's on Spotify. And I was like, I want to do like a Sin City black and white Frank Miller style comic of Who is Jose Luck. But I got like the worst possible artist in the world to do it. But I still wanted to do it. So I did 3 issues of Who is Jose Luck. It's on Comixology. And I think I printed the first one, but I mean, the artwork was horrible and nobody would really put it in the store or anything. But I liked the fact that I at least did it. And then when I was working on my doctorate, I would write like 200 pages and give it to my committee. And then my committee would say, this is crap, start writing over. So in between bouts of depression and despair, I said, well, I want to write a script that I'm probably not going to be able to afford to film, but I just want to write it just for fun to release myself of all the stress. And it was Vampires in New Jersey. So, and after that, I posted online. I posted like the tagline, like True Blood versus The Sopranos, Vampires versus the Mob. And a guy who drew Silver Surfer for Marvel liked the tagline. And he got all excited. And he was like, oh, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. And he actually did the layouts for the first 3 issues. So that kind of got me going, because he was a very high quality artist, even though I didn't even realize he actually drew Silver Surfer for Marvel and The Walking Dead, part of The Walking Dead at the same time.
Oh, wow.
So, so I was like, I didn't look at his resume. If I'd have looked at his resume, I wouldn't have been like, dude, you got to do this. Dude, you got to do that. But he was very I would have been intimidated totally. I was like, oh my God, who am I to tell this guy what to do? But he was very, it was very, I had most everything specced out, but I always leave things open to interpretation. And he would come back to me with a couple ideas and say, well, let's do this with this character. What do you think of that? And it was nice. It was really nice. Only problem with him is I didn't know it, but apparently he takes on a lot of work and then he kind of has a breakdown, and he actually started drawing for Marvel and then he disappeared. He's in Malaysia. Really? So yeah, it was crazy. And I researched it after he disappeared on me, and I found like the top 10 myths in comics or most amazing things that ever happened. And he was number 6. And he actually was one of the hottest artists in the world. And he disappeared on Marvel. And I was like, well, if he disappeared on Marvel, of course he's going to disappear on me. You know what I mean? But I didn't know his background. But, and he actually wrote a public apology to Marvel online that's posted. You can see it. He apologized for I get anxiety when I take on too much, he explained what he goes through, but he did help me develop the look of the characters, and he did layouts for the first 3 issues. So all I had to do was bring in another artist and hand the stuff over to him, and we could finish the 3 comics. And that's what happened. And I've been going with the guy that's doing the interiors. He actually does animation for, I believe it's for Disney, but it's for one of the big animation houses out on the West Coast. And in between doing his big jobs, he does my comic. So I'm hoping to get 10 issues out of him so I have a nice run. Because I hate when you change artists in the middle of what you're doing. It kind of throws the entire comic off. But if I can tell a concise story of these characters up to 10 issues that you could sit down and, either as a graphic novel or a bunch of comics and just tear it through and go, wow, this crap was really good, then I know I did a good job. So
yeah, man, that's awesome, dude.
Yeah, I've been lucky. It's grown. It's in 25 stores. It's sold out in almost every store. I spun off Werewolves of Brooklyn, and it's a shared universe with Blackjack, so I can do crossovers. And I'm going to do probably one more, Witches of Westchester, and then try and get the 10 issues with each one, and then that's a lot on an independent budget. But I will be shooting some type of pilot for vampires hopefully next year, and I'll call you. We'll see.
If I can be involved, I will definitely.
Yeah, and anything I can do, Joe, you just let me know.
Absolutely, man. Thank you. Thank you again for all the kind words, dude. I really appreciate it. I never know how to react to come out as thank you.
You're a hardworking guy, Joe. And I believe if you put in the work, eventually it'll come back to you, and it's coming back to you. So
thank you, man. I appreciate it.
That's good. And I see much more success as you go along the way because you're very talented. And now you have people actually noticing you, like Kevin. He will talk you up. What's up, Ryan?
Yeah, man.
Ryan Simmons is on. Love you, Joe.
Wait, say that again? I didn't hear the last part.
Ryan Simmons just said, love you, Joe.
Oh, Ryan, what's up, buddy? How you doing, man? I love you, too. Ryan's a friend from college, and actually way before college, we went to acting school together.
Nice.
As a matter of I have my favorite audition stories with Ryan Simmons. I went with him to New York for some audition for something, and then I went in. As soon as I went into the audition, my nose just started bleeding everywhere.
Oh, man.
That was it. I didn't get the part either, but I just always remembered that. Ryan, do you remember that? If you're watching still.
Yeah, we'll speak up in a minute.
But
hey, I wrote one script with you in mind. You'll like this one. I literally just turned it in. Ron Howard was having a script competition, and I threw it at him because Ryan says I do. He remembers.
You remember? Oh, I switched over to the comments now. Awesome. Yeah, that was always funny.
Yeah, it's called 0 Day Hacker, and your character was married, and you and your wife both work at the NSA, and somebody creates a virus that will shut down everything having to do with electricity on the entire planet. and either you or your wife wrote it, but the two of you don't know who wrote it. But you go on a worldwide chase. It takes you to different countries to meet other hackers for a competition to see who is the hacker. And the way I wrote it is you literally don't know. I wrote it like an old Cary Grant movie where you don't know who the real criminal is or who did what until the last scene. That
sounds like fun.
They were having us. It's kind of like semi-serious, but then not so serious. But the whole premise is that one of you wants to just reboot the entire world because you think the world's effed up and we need to start over. And the only way you can do that is taking away Facebook, all the computers, all the phones, everything, and just having us start from scratch. So that's the premise of the script. And Ron Howard was popped up on my feed, and he was having a competition for scripts. And I said, what script do I have that would be like kind of fun that you could do something with? And I tossed it at him. It's still one of my favorites. I actually had it slated to make a graphic novel out of it. So I think I will get it out as a graphic novel one day. But yeah, the lead character, of course, again, is based on you. This is my buddy, Chris Stiles, who is another film guy, horror film guy. Let me introduce you. Hold on.
What's up, guys? How you doing?
Hey.
This is Joe, Chris.
What's going on, man? How's it going?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too, brother. I hope I didn't come in too early. Am I cutting you guys off?
Oh, no.
No, I threw you on there just so you could, introduce yourselves. You're both film people. I don't know if you've been listening. Joe does claymation through his company.
Oh, that's awesome.
Working with
Thank you, man.
picked out of the crowd practically by Kevin Smith, and he's been up there in the rare air.
Wow, that's amazing. Holy
Yeah.
cow.
I did a claymation promo for the Blu-ray release of Jane Silent Bob Reboot.
That's so cool. I still haven't seen it. I have this weird thing where, like, when I'm really excited about a movie, I have to find like the right people to watch it with. So if I have to watch it by myself, I'll just wait 3 years, like whatever it takes.
It's on Amazon streaming now. So
yeah, it's on
there. Yeah. Oh, I should do that. Yeah, I'm gonna do that next week for sure.
Carpe just came on.
Horror guy, he said.
What's that?
What was that?
Oh, you're a horror guy, he said.
Oh, I love old school 80s horror and that kind of, all that, pretty much anything from the 80s. But, I was raised very much on all those, horror franchises, Friday the 13th, Nightmare on Elm Street, Halloween. Like that was, every sleepover from, grade school to middle school to, every night staying up watching them on cable and that kind of shit. So
I'm an Evil Dead guy.
Oh, I loved Evil Dead. Yeah. Evil Dead.
Oh, Evil Dead 1, 2, 3, all.
Yeah, exactly. The show was awesome. Ash vs. Evil Dead was great.
I love that show.
Yeah.
I could have taken 10 years of that show.
Oh,
I wish
totally.
it was still. I know. When I was 13 years old, I wrote Bruce Campbell a fan letter, and then when I was 20, I read his book If Chins Could Kill, and I got to page 237, and there was the goddamn fan letter I wrote him when I was 13 years old, and I met him at a convention, and I had him sign that page. And if you give me 1 second, I could show you. Just give me one second.
Yeah. By all means, yeah.
Yeah, Joe was in my first full-length movie 10 years ago. Actually, this week.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Who was Jose Luck? He was in the Philadelphia Independent Film Festival.
Oh right. Yeah, I remember looking that one up when we were first getting together and stuff.
Yeah.
I did the Alton Simpson deep dive. Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah, I met him in 2008 is when I met him.
Wow.
But yeah, that was, and then at one point I got to actually hang out with him, totally unrelated to this, at the Continental in Center City, which was kind of cool. I don't have any proof of that, but that happened.
Chris Carpe wants to say that they're watching. Hello.
Oh yes! Oh awesome! I can't even see the feed thing. I didn't even realize.
Yeah.
I should probably make that pop up in a window. I'm so technologically unsound.
I just figured it out. And
what's up? What's up, Care Bear? Thanks for watching.
Cool.
But,
yeah, but that's awesome. I've had a few experiences with people in the horror industry that were like above and beyond nice like that, and it kind of threw me back. It was sort of you're just not prepared for people to like do a nice gesture like that. Like I remember I did a panel with Lloyd Kaufman, and we were talking about his early days. And I don't know if you know much about Lloyd, who runs Troma, and but in the as a child he grew up with Oliver Stone. They were like childhood friends. Wow. And he was actually really close with John Avildsen, and he was like one of the people that helped get Rocky made. And he like, organized like all these non-union shoots in Philly, and like did all these, DIY tricks to make a movie like that on a small budget. And so we were talking about like his early days. He made this movie called Joe, which was an early canon film as well.
That's with your father from Raymond.
Peter Boyle.
Yeah, I remember that.
My high school.
Super controversial when it came out.
Yeah, it is, and it's an interesting movie.
Yeah, groundbreaking.
Yeah, and that was kind of the movie that put Avildsen on the map. One of the early John Avildsen movies, who later would go on to do Rocky and the Karate Kid and stuff. But anyways, we're talking about. Long story short, I'm doing this panel with Lloyd Kaufman, and we're talking about those early days. And he says something about Rocky, like, oh, we had the first Steadicam shot in Rocky, and I was like, oh yeah, Garrett Brown, the DP, the guy who invented the Steadicam. He's like, oh wow, you really know what you're talking about. And I was like, yeah, like it's good for me, And then I didn't think much of it. I was like, oh, Lloyd's a nice guy. And then after the panel, he had someone from the Troma table come over with a signed Toxic Crusaders animation cell. And I could totally, I would get it, but it's hanging on the wall in my kitchen right now. And then my roommates are, I'm probably already chatting up too loud for their comfort level. So
yeah, actually, my kids are probably going to complain. Yeah, Chris, I met Chris. I was on a panel at the New Jersey Horror Con, and he was nice enough to put me on there. And
you were nice enough to do it,
amazing host, and just knowledgeable guy, and good guy to have around, and just amazing with films, just like knowing stuff.
Oh, you're too kind.
That's awesome, man.
I tell you,
I was in a couple horror movies.
Oh, tell
yeah,
me.
you were, yeah. Go ahead.
6 Degrees of Hell. Feldman.
Oh wow!
I get killed with a chainsaw. That's awesome. Spoiler. I mean, I'm an insignificant character in it, so don't worry about it. But
what was the name you did with Brian Gallagher, where he was the bad guy? Remember that? It was like
nobody gets out alive is what that's called.
I saw that in the theater. I saw that at, I guess.
Oh, when they did the premiere.
Yeah.
I was in that one.
Yeah.
And
that was a good one.
That's awesome. The
dark.
It's hard for me to not ask you to dish about Corey Feldman stories, because growing up I was such a diehard Corey Feldman, Corey Haim fan. Like I must have seen Dream a Little Dream like 200 times, License to Drive.
I didn't
Lost
actually.
Boys.
My character didn't really interact with his character, so I didn't really. He was at the premiere, so we were in the same room at that thing.
That's cool.
But yeah, I don't personally have Corey Feldman stories. I'm sure Joe Raffa does. My friend Joe. How I got the part in it. My friend Joe Raffa was in my first movie I ever made, and then Joe's gone on to be like a very successful person. But he directed 6 Degrees of Hell, and then asked me to do it. So that was a short. So yeah,
that's awesome.
Yeah,
that's super cool.
Tell me about that. What was it? Dark. What's the one movie?
Oh, The Dark Military.
Yeah, the guy that did that was at the I think it was at New Jersey Horror Con, and I was talking to him about you there.
Lauren's a friend of mine. He once again just I didn't have to audition or anything. He called me and was like, I'm making this movie. Bro. I didn't really know anything about it till like I got there. But yeah, it was. I mean, it's a fun like B movie slasher film.
Yeah.
I mean, I love those movies. I'm biased anyway. But I'm
totally.
just,
Yeah.
So.
No, I'm writing a thing right now that's like very B movie, very schlocky, kind of an ode to the old USA Up All Night movies. If you ever watched, that was it's one of those things that was like probably a defining part of my childhood. That and Monster Vision with Joe Bob, of course.
Oh, Joe Bob, yeah. The Last Drive-In is one of my favorite. I'm so thankful for Shudder for that.
Oh, I can't wait to do the deep dive on that. I think that's my next like binge. That's my next like, all right, world. I'm just gonna be gone for weeks. Oh yeah, for sure. So last time we talked, you were talking about starting your own like channel and or what was it? Like a content, like a sort of a streaming thing, or what's going on with that? Is there anything new happening on that front?
I could pull it off, but I couldn't convince independent content creators to join. I could easily do it for my stuff, but I don't. I have never shot enough content to run an entire channel.
It's tough,
like I scoped it out, and you can create the app. You could do it probably for less than $5,000 to create it, and then you have to pay like so much a month based on how much content you put on it.
Makes
and
sense.
they would take the app and they would stick it on Roku so people could download it, and you just have to brand the app and market it. If it's a horror app, you have to come up with a way of a good name for it and how to market it. But a lot of the content creators are they're happy with wherever their movie is now. A lot of indie people are like, I sell the DVD and I get all the money. So they're kind of at that level, that's all they want, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, no, I can understand that. It's their work. They're passionate about it and stuff.
I always felt streaming was a way to reach a lot of people, and I know. I still get money from. I don't make obviously I don't make a lot of money because I can't market Jose Luck, but I still get paid from Amazon for Jose Luck, and it's been. I think they took it off like 2 months ago because it was streaming in the U.S., England, Japan, Germany, maybe one more country.
Oh wow!
And it was reaching a lot of people. But Amazon is backing away from indie creators a little bit more now because they just spent money on a Lord of the Rings TV series. So that's going to cost
and the boys, which is great.
They need server space. They can't have my movies on their server when they're just spending that kind of money. But I was lucky enough to get my movies up there for probably about 3 or 4 years. They didn't charge me. It was like, if you can upload your movie and fit our specs, we'll put it on the server. So I feel good that for the time it was up there, it reached a lot of people, but there are other ways to do things. And that app is still something I'll roll around in my mind once I get to the point where I can get enough content.
Yeah, I hear you. I know. Oh, I'm sorry. What did you say?
Yeah, Joe.
Oh no, I got to get going. We're actually helping her. She's building my set right now, and she's.
That sounds like fun.
Yeah, I'm building a little. I'm animating. It's been a very long thing. But guys, Al, thank you so much for having me on. All right, man, and Chris, it's very nice meeting you.
Yeah, it was great.
Hopefully, I could come back in and listen. I might have it on in the background. But,
totally.
Thank you, guys. I will talk to you soon. All right, man.
All right.
Anytime you want to talk, Joe.
Later, bro. Nice to meet you, man.
Bye-bye.
God bless. Be safe.
Right on. Cool.
Yeah, Joe is like one of the original actors I got to work with.
Oh, that's so cool.
He just showed up. He literally. I wrote the script for Jose Luck in my car on my lunch hour, and then I connected with a bunch of actors from a short film that I did in 2003 that fell apart. We had 1 day of shooting and the whole thing went to hell.
Oh.
It was just like the 2 lead actors quit.
Oh. I mean, I guess it's better than like 40 days of shooting and then it went to hell, trying to be positive.
Right. We got to the train wreck early. But I kept everybody in mind. And then in 2009, 2010, I wrote the script for Jose Luck. And then it was actually getting a buzz with actors in Philly, which I'm like, how the heck is anything I write getting a buzz? But people were literally contacting me about it to talk about the script. And Joe and another guy he used to work with, called me and said, do you have any, like parts for anybody? And I said, yeah, we do have 2 other parts. And I met him at a diner with my wife and my partner for the film. And he just impressed me, and I was telling him, the way the film's written, you don't know who Jose Luck is. So Joe was one of the guys that could be Jose Luck. It's like a mystery. You're not sure as you're watching the movie.
Oh, that's cool.
And he just impressed me with his, work ethic. And he's, as you met him, he's a nice guy. And just a great experience. And I told him every time I write a script, there's like a Joe Garifo guy in there. Because I know if I get the budget and I call Joe, he hits his mark and he's right in there. He's very good. And his thing with Kevin is he went to a meet and greet with Kevin.
Oh, wow.
And, and he sat down with him and Jay, and he's like, there was nobody in there but us. Like even his people walked out of the room.
Really?
And Kevin was just like, dude, just tell me what's going on. This is your time with me, And he started talking about his claymation, and Kevin goes, let me see it. And he just offers him a job right on the spot. And I remember when it happened last November. I text him like I text you and everybody else that showed up today. And he's, I guess like, congratulations. He's like, he was so freaked out the way it happened. You know what I mean? Like, it was like, your childhood idol hired you to work for him. And I'm like, Joe, he saw what I saw. You're a quality guy and you do good work. Just do it. He trusts you. He wouldn't have hired you if he didn't trust you. Just do it. You know what I mean? And he came to the camp. So he's one of those people that you meet that, that's got the skills and got the talent,
Yes, obviously. Wow, that's amazing. I love claymation too. That's so cool. I mean, that would be one of those. I mean, you're like pinching yourself. Like you don't even want to tell people. You don't want to like jinx it. You're just like pins and needles until like maybe the first week's over or whatever it is. But
he took pictures like of when it happened because Kevin's like, hey, let's do a selfie and all this stuff. So you're like, okay, so he met him, and then the next thing he posted was like, and he hired me. It's like, what? And then you know what I mean? It went on from there, and it's just fun. It's good to hear stories like that because I know people toil working on. I mean, he's doing that in his basement. You're doing something in your basement. You're like, is anybody ever going to know about this brilliant work I'm doing?
Oh, it's such a. Wow, that's so cool. Oh, man, I got to check his stuff out now because I love claymation. I've always loved claymation.
Yeah.
Ever since I was a kid, going back to the Gumby days, I think it just planted a seed that like, just grew into kind of an obsession. But like, I've always wanted to learn, things like that, like claymation, model building, visual effects, like, but even the way that like the old school Star Wars effects were done with the motion control cameras and, I'm just obsessed with that stuff. I was just showing my roommate the other day, I don't know if you've ever seen, it's like a 2.5-hour documentary on the making of James Cameron's Aliens. It's on the, it's amazing. It's I love, making of documentaries of movies and stuff like that. And this is like one of my all-time favorite ones because, I like stories where it's like they go through hell, but they somehow make an awesome movie. And nothing is, that is very much Aliens, James Cameron's Aliens. And it's a lot like, if you ever heard the stories of Apocalypse Now and like how brutal that was for Francis Ford Coppola.
Yeah, Martin Sheen had a heart attack once.
Oh yeah, exactly. And the actors walk off. Marlon Brando shows up, overweight with a shaved head, didn't know the lines, didn't read the book. Like he's getting paid like $1 million a week.
Yeah.
And just
season hits, and that Apocalypse Now story is legendary.
Exactly, and I love, and it comes out and it's a freaking classic, and Aliens, it wasn't that bad. But it was pretty bad. Like they had a really really hard time making that movie, and it came out amazing, And like the older I get, the higher up Aliens goes on my list of like all-time great sequels and movies and stuff. And I've always been a huge like young James Cameron fan, and I've been rewatching the Terminator ones on TV like almost every day, and I end up watching it for some reason.
It's amazing when you look at that how we had such limited technology, but he pulled it off. You know what I mean?
Oh, I know. Yeah, that's the most amazing thing for me is, whether it's T1 or it's T2, there's a lot of like old school Roger Corman, dirty DIY filmmaking in there. There's a lot of like didn't have permits. There's a lot of like rear screen projection, front screen projection, like stuff that should not be able to ride, and he makes it ride.
Yeah.
That's Cameron. I love that stuff though. That's the magic of movies to me, because that's almost attainable to me. It's like, okay, well, you could do it with, Scotch tape and popsicle sticks. Maybe I could do it one day.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to tell Joe about Kevin. He doesn't know how many, like, legions of people. He probably does, but I mean, it's just legions of people that were inspired by what he pulled off with Clerks and what he's done since. And a lot of people never would have thought they could ever do a film. I mean, I really didn't think about filmmaking as a possibility, until like, I don't know, I was probably in my, I guess, 30s, maybe 40. I just never thought about it. But the story of him, raising money and getting his friends to throw in and his parents' credit card and all this, that's legendary, especially here in
Totally legendary.
Yeah, I mean, when you see certain things, you go, that's almost like something I could probably pull off, and that does inspire you to push, into try.
Oh, totally. And like, that's another one of my favorite movie making of stories, is Clerks, him editing the movie while he's at work at the place where they filmed it, and like, or the video store or whatever, it's just like, that's passion. That's a dude, his blood is in that edit, he's sweating, he broke his back, and he did, worked around the clock. I'm sure he didn't sleep for practically a year of his life or whatever it was.
Yeah, you put everything he had into that.
Yeah, and it's, and even that, like, it could have been a one-off thing, if he didn't have more quality films in the tank, it would have been, oh yeah, this guy made this movie once and people liked it and they forgot all about him. But of course, he follows it up with Mallrats and Chasing Amy and Dogma, and the list goes on and on, obviously.
A lot in the tank. Yeah.
Yeah. And even thinking, even hearing Kevin Smith talk about movies has really been like inspiring for me. Like when I think about like, oh, how hard it is, I'll never do this, I'll never do that. I just think of like little clips I've seen him, doing his like speaking tours and shit like that, and his like stand-up-ish kind of things. And it'll just be like, fuck it, why not? Too many people say, why are you gonna try that? Why are you gonna try this? And I say, why not? I can go for it, Yeah. And he's so humble about it too. He's always like, if I can fucking do it, believe me, anyone could do it.
Yeah, he's grounded. I mean, just from what Joe's been telling me, just as recently as they opened a Movies pop-up in North Jersey, and Joe went up there, and Kevin was there, and he saw Joe's picture and he retweeted it. You know what I mean?
Oh, that's awesome.
I mean, yeah. And then,
so cool.
and then Joe said he went to Jay and Silent Bob's to get my comic, and it was sold out again.
Holy shit, dude! You're selling out everywhere, man.
Well, it's sold out there. What I like about selling out there is they carry some places. First of all, any comic store listening, I feel lucky to get in there, because I'm no Stan Lee or Jack Kirby or even connected with a bigger outfit. When I walk in, it's like me with a backpack with a couple of comics in it. So me getting in, I'm happy about. But some places, they want to test the waters. They give me one, maybe two issues, or maybe one issue of Vampires, one of Werewolves of Brooklyn, and one of Blackjack, which is fine. Mike at Jay and Silent Bob's puts like a bunch of issues of all of my, series. So it's like 1 through 5, all sold out. And he actually told me that like a couple weeks ago, but they were just reopening from the pandemic. And I was like, well, I'll just call you back, after you guys get rolling a little more. Because a lot of stores, with the pandemic, having to shut down and then trying to reopen, and then, your clientele can't come in. But of course, we all like browsing in the comic store, So it's like you show up and they have, they had to create their own roadside, curbside service and all this stuff. So every store's been handling it differently. So I kind of backed off the stores until they know what their game plan is. But now, Halloween's coming and I'm a vampire comic. So I'm going to have to contact everybody. But yeah, Joe was like, I go into the Jay and Silent Bob's to get your comic. And they're like, no, they don't have any issues at all. So I got to restock them.
Well, that's definitely a good problem to have.
Yeah, yeah. I've been lucky with that.
That's so cool.
Even during these tough times.
And you know what? You're bringing respect to New Jersey. You're bringing back, something that's not Jersey Shore, and it's not,
Well, when I saw Jersey Shore, the first thing I thought was, thank God they're on TV and they're not living next to you and me.
Yeah, I guess
because they would be awful neighbors, and there would be a giant pain in your butt like all the time. I said, good. They'll get famous. They'll get a few bucks. Maybe they'll move to a nice neighborhood. Maybe they'll go to California where all the famous people go because they're famous now. You know what I mean? So
I like that.
That was my first reaction with that. I'm like, well, thank God they're at the Jersey Shore. I know they're giving us a bad name, but they'll turn into celebrities and leave normal people alone.
Yeah, you know what? That's a pretty damn good point. They're on TV, and that's exactly where I'm not. So I don't really plan on that changing.
Yeah, they're away from us, but
yeah, that's true. They can't really do. Oh, sorry. I was gonna say they can't really do any harm on MTV. I'm not really even watching anymore. It's been a long time.
Yeah, I don't know what they're doing on there now. They were so groundbreaking in the '80s and even into the '90s. And it's kind of like they changed their whole business plan. It's kind of like they might as well change the name of the entire thing. I mean, it's music television.
Yeah, I know.
If you call it music and it's just television, you might as well call it something else.
I know. It's like they should call it like UMTV. We used to have music.
Yeah, real.
U2 MTV. But yeah, I mean, I mean, you're right too. Even in the '90s, there was a lot of groundbreaking stuff. Even though it wasn't always music related, too. To be fair, like I loved The State. That was one of my all-time favorite sketch comedy shows. I loved Liquid Television. I loved obviously Beavis and Butthead, and there was I'm not immune to digging that kind of stuff, but yeah, I definitely miss the old days. But it was like I remember there was a time when the torch was sort of being passed. It sort of went from like MTV, and then VH1 was kind of like, all right, you're slacking on music, so we're gonna do Behind the Music and Legends. And I was like, all right, I'm totally cool with this. Like, I'm a VH1 guy now. And then that sort of ended, and they started doing like Rock of Love and reality shows. And then it was like the Fuse Network for a minute. Remember when Fuse was gonna be like the big thing?
Yeah.
I don't know what happened to Fuse, but I don't even know, I don't even know how big music videos are anymore. I'm so out of tune with popular music. And
my kids, I mean, there'll be an occasional thing like Old Town Road that breaks big, and then but it's generally, I mean, they catch something on TikTok where somebody's lip syncing, and that's a hit.
Really?
And then they pick it up from there.
Jeez, it's a pretty low bar.
Yeah, they're both. One's just about a teenager, and the other one is definitely, knee deep in teenagehood. So that's how they get their tastes, of music.
I mean, that's the heartbeat of the pulse of pop culture right there. Like teen and preteen. That's what's cool, right? So
I guess I mean I can barely stand it, unfortunately, but.
When I was that age, it was in the late-ish 90s, mid-late 90s or whatever. I remember being like, between like 12 and 14 was me sort of figuring out that like I really liked 80s culture better than 90s culture. There was just, I thought the movies were better, the music was better, the fashion was better. There was a lot of, a lot of, things. I can't remember what it was now, but I was talking about movies from the late. Yeah, I was like, if you want to know like how kind of lost we were in the late '90s, just look at George Clooney's Batman and Robin, and not to knock Schumacher because he just died. Rest in peace. I think he was a great filmmaker. All his other movies were brilliant.
Yeah, he gave us Lost Boys, so I forgive him.
Oh, he gave us Lost Boys. He gave us Falling Down. He gave us Sin Almost Fire, The Client, DC Cab. Like he gave us a lot of good movies. Number 23. Everything else was good.
I forgive him for the bad nipples. It's okay.
The nipples were, of all the things in that movie to complain about, it's I guess the nipples are just easy. They're obvious. They're pointing out right at you,
Stop talking about those bad nipples. I was like, who even cares?
You know what? I think now in hindsight, he's a genius for bad nipples because we're still talking about it. Otherwise, we wouldn't be. There'd be nothing. They'd be like, oh yeah, Clooney, he flashed his bat butt. And I'm like, bat butt? What are you talking? You sound weird. That's not.
Yeah. But
what do you think of this new bet?
The 80s were, just from my perspective of growing up and being let's see, I guess, yeah, I was 15 in 1980. You could sense there was a freshness and a newness to what they were trying to do with film, even with the horror movies. You know, I saw Friday the 13th Part 3 in 3D the day it came out. You know,
See, those
Perfect
movies,
Day.
they were so much fun. Yeah, oh, those movies were so much fun.
Yeah, I mean, and just just the idea that Ghostbusters could even not be a Saturday Night Live sketch and be a real big budget film shows you how things had changed. You know, because originally that was written to be a sketch. You know,
really,
and then it was written. Aykroyd wrote it like they were going to have a commercial about Ghostbusters or some type of
wow,
catchers of spirits or whatever.
I could see it. That would have been a good sketch, obviously. You know.
Right. And then originally, they wanted to cast Belushi and Eddie Murphy in two of the roles for Gus. Then that would have been a whole different movie.
Yes,
so
totally different movie.
A very open, innovative time to marrying like kind of indie-ish, low budget ideas with big budget Hollywood, effects and money. And that created a different type of genre than we had seen before.
It's very true. Yeah. It was fun, and that's the biggest thing. I think whatever, movie genre or music genre, whatever you were into at that time, there was something you could do with it that was fun. It wasn't, to me, the 90s got the kind of depressing and a little too heroin rockish and, a little too sad flannel corduroy. It just wasn't that much fun, And I think by the end of the 90s, people were so desperate for fun, they'd latch at anything. They're like, boy bands are coming back. Fine. It's fun. Whatever. Just, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, you know what I mean? It was like they were so
for a good time.
Yeah, but I think people go through that, societies go through that, these waves of like depression, like you coming out in the late 70s, mid to late 70s, you go from Jaws, Star Wars, Close Encounters. That's like the primer, that's the appetizer for the main course of the 1980s. And like, I think the reason why a lot of newer movies don't connect with me personally is in addition to a lot of them not really seeming that original, they just don't really seem that much fun, Like a lot of the newer horror movies, they seem kind of like they're just torture porn or they're whatever, or they're gross out stuff. Like, being grossed out is not the same as being terrified or being scared or being, in suspense or.
Yeah, they're missing the subtlety and the fun and the anticipation factor of things by showing everything and doing too much of it.
Oh yeah, I mean they show so much in the trailers now. They show things that aren't even in the movie. I don't know if you, I don't know if you're a fan of the, Star Wars stuff or if you liked Rogue One or not, but there's, very.
Rogue One was the one-off, right?
It was one of the one-offs, yeah.
Yeah, I saw that in the theaters. I actually did enjoy it.
Okay, see, I wasn't.
I know they're turning it into a series on Disney Plus.
Oh, that's right. I did hear something like that.
I tell you, I like the fact that it was a confined story. That they weren't going to stretch it and order it out to a trilogy or something like that.
Yeah, that was cool.
That was really what I liked about it the most. I don't remember a lot of it, but I remember
makes sense.
It ended. It had a finality to it, and they're not going to milk it. And it was like a self-contained thing, and they did the best they could with that idea.
Yeah,
that was one of the things I enjoyed about it.
I could see that.
Did you see Solo?
No, I tried to watch Solo one night. I threw it on at like 3 a.m. when I couldn't sleep, and then like I eventually passed out. So it wasn't a good, I can't judge anything off of that kind of a watch. I need to like sit down and rewatch it.
I can't get Harrison Ford and Billy D out of my brain. It was just
that's the tough thing. I mean, those are two of the greatest castings of that era. I mean, shit, dude, that's like recasting Doc and Marty or Miyagi and LaRusso. Like these are just things that you don't do. Like you don't even try. Like, and it's nothing against those actors, but especially, I mean, Harrison Ford is one of the biggest movie stars of the last quarter century plus, 30 years. So how do you, you're fighting a really big uphill battle. Like I always hear that about biopics. They're like, I needed to cast someone where you didn't spend the first half hour having to convince yourself that this person is that person, you know. And with the case of Harrison Ford and Billy Dee, it's impossible. But Billy Dee is one of those guys that, you know, I love Billy Dee Williams, and I just wish there were more Billy Dee Williams movies to enjoy, you know. He did.
It's odd because I grew up in his era.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when he first did Lady Sings the Blues, and Mahogany, and that was really like amazing to have a black actor like a Clark Gable we used to call him Dark Gable, and you know,
that's cool
at that time. But you know, African Americans were trendy at that period in culture in general, with the fashion, with Soul Train, with hair, with, you know, we were like, and it was a Madison Avenue thing. We were a new group to market to, you know, for the first time in the late 60s, early 70s. They figured out, oh, black folks have money too. So it was kind of like a heyday, and he was just like as far as acting, he was just like right there. You know, I'd say him and probably Yaphet Kotto. And
I love Yaphet Kotto. He was one of the first celebrities, I think the first one I ever met at a convention, and I was so honored to like even be in his presence. I couldn't even speak. There's only a couple people that I'm like really been that starstruck. I was just like, it's an honor to meet you, sir. Like, I can't talk. I'm sorry. Like I was so nerdy. But he was a really nice guy. And I'll tell you the one thing that with Billy Dee that just kills me forever is that he was, sure as you know, going to play Two-Face in, you know, a future Tim Burton Batman film that never got made. He played Harvey Dent. Yeah. Oh, he plays Harvey Dent in the '89 Batman movie. And
that's right. Yeah.
And of course, you know, one of the things I'm not cool with Schumacher is recasting that with Tommy Lee Jones. Which, no, again, not to diss Tommy Lee Jones. He's a good actor, but that is by far the worst performance of his career. It's just, the makeup was bad. Everything about it was bad, you know. It was just a train wreck, but, you know. I'm still a dork for comic book movies. I'm still hoping to God they'll get Superman right one of these days. And I love Henry Cavill, but I don't feel like
we're signed a deal with him for 3 pictures and a bunch of other appearances in other DC movies.
Which is great, yeah.
I from the article I read, he took it upon himself to go in and talk to the executives with some writers about a Superman story he wanted to tell.
Oh, okay.
And that sold them. So
wow.
I think he went back to the comics or back to DC or people who have worked on like really good Superman story arcs, and, you know, tried to transfer that story arc to a film with him as Superman, and that was the pitch, and I think they bought it.
Well, that's a fucking win for me.
Yeah, that's good for him. I think what you're going to see is a really good, well-made, fun Superman movie that leads to other Superman movies in the next couple of years.
Yeah, I hope so.
I don't know what story he pitched, but they liked it. So.
I'm curious because, you know, to me, the one obvious glaring thing they haven't done yet is obviously Brainiac. If you're a Superman fan, you know, it seems to be.
We were just talking about that.
Yeah, it seems to be kind of
Kevin Smith's script for Superman that they never did.
I loved. You seen that documentary, right?
Yeah, it was Brainiac. Yeah, Joe and I were just talking about that.
Oh, that's a great documentary.
I read that book and I loved it. And we were laughing about the giant spider that ended up in Wild Wild West. The giant mechanical.
Yeah, the John Peters thing.
Yeah.
Oh, those stories are legendary. And those, you know, again, you know, get back to Kevin Smith. He was, you know, seeing him tell those stories was like one of those things that first got kicking around in my head. I was like, well, maybe I could put something together that's better than a giant mechanical spider, you know?
Just obsessed with it. Got to be in there.
Yeah, and not to knock John Peters either. You know, he did Rain Man. He did a ton of great movies. You know, but you know, he's a very eccentric character. You know, and I like that kind of stuff. Some of those stories are fun. You know, as long as no one really got hurt. But in the case of John Peters, I guess he kind of would headlock dudes and stuff like that. But you know, that's so far away from my personality that you know, I find it sort of interesting and amusing.
Yeah, Hollywood. You know, when I was out there at the American Film Market meeting different studios, it's a very odd place.
I can
It's
imagine.
kind of like the Dollar world, because I felt like it was kind of like, I understand how they go and make movies with scripts that are unfinished
That's
and
crazy, isn't it?
and don't even have an ending, because they're very impulsive about how they make films. It's not like you go, you know, like I hadn't even written Vampires in New Jersey then, but I had the tagline and like a little bit of an idea for Vampires, for Blackjack, and like 2 other scripts I had written. But I went with Jose Luck finished. And it was just like, at the level I was talking to, because I wasn't talking to like the biggest companies. I was talking to like, you know, the companies that market mostly to like outside the country. And they just were like, you know, if an executive came up with an idea and they could get, you know, convince funding, they would start the movie as long as Dolph Lundgren was attached, even if they didn't have a script. It felt very, you know, willy-nilly. And that explains why the quality of some movies is just like, you look at them and you go, what the heck were they thinking? Because they don't, there's not a, the movies that get Oscars and that you look at and you go, wow, that's really good, they put thought into. But that's like 5% of or 2% of all the movies made, you know?
Yeah, that's very true. It's a very low amount.
Sometimes I like them from the 80s. They weren't well made, but I like them.
Well, it's an interesting thing that, you know, one of the guys I'm writing with, you know, he keeps saying throughout the whole thing, he's that, you know, people remember a couple moments from a movie. They don't remember the whole movie. They remember a couple moments. You have to give them, and like if you're an action movie, it's the equivalency. There has to be an action scene every like 15 minutes or something, right? Something big has to happen, something whatever. And if you think about any movie that's like a classic, there are those couple moments, those couple maybe lines of dialogue, or couple whatever's the, you know, action scenes or whatever it is that, you know, really stick out. And that is, you know, all the movies that are like great movies, they have a few of those moments that just everyone remembers, you know. You know, T2's got a ton of them, obviously, like when he goes through the metal bars and the clink clink of the gun gets stuck when he comes up from the floor. Like, they're big filmic things, you know. And it's funny that even a lot of movies that, you know, you love, they're not as great, you know, as you get older and you learn about filmmaking and you see behind, you know, you can see the strings and stuff. Some of these movies you realize, oh wow, they're not like as perfect as I thought they were, but they have a couple of those moments that are just dynamite, you know? So I don't know, that's something I'm trying to be conscious of as I, you know, take my early forays into movie writing, and, you know, hope it's not an epic disaster and all that.
Just I think as long as you put your personal spin on it, it'll be interesting. You can always like rewrite to make it better, but it's almost like if you're a chef, it's got to have your own flavor. Like you could take like 5 top chefs in the world and have them make a chocolate cake, but what you don't want is for all 5 of those cakes to taste exactly the same.
Yeah, that's true.
You want your cake to taste different from the other ones. Now, it may be better, it might be worse, but you definitely want it to be different. Now, if it's worse, you can always work on your recipe. But you want it to stand out at the end of the day.
Yeah.
So as long as you put your own personal, you know, spin on it, I'm sure it'll be fine.
Yeah.
You know, and you know what you like. You know.
That's true. Yeah, I definitely know what I like.
And like when I'm writing the vampires, I know I like for something to interesting to happen every like 3 to 4 pages of a script, so that it moves the story along in a logical and interesting way, not just like happen just to happen. And then, you know, 20 pages in, you're like, why the hell did that guy do that? No, I want it to be like, this happened. Whoa, that's a surprise. This happened. Oh, that's interesting. And this happened. Wow, that was crazy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh,
and
totally.
It's through and logical. When I say logical, I just mean within the world that you're building. It doesn't have to be real world logic. It just has to have its own logic.
Yeah.
And I think that's the problem with some movies is people see it and they go, like, the character, all of a sudden the character does something totally contrary to what the character would normally do. And people watch it and they go, well, that doesn't make any sense. Just within its own self, it doesn't make any sense. and
man,
they start to lose interest that way.
Well, some of the movies I see nowadays, it's like there is no character motivation. There's no reasoning behind it. There's no psychology to the character. There's just like, there's just things that are happening. It's just the equivalency of like light and sound on a screen sometimes.
Throwing stuff at the wall to see what sticks.
Yeah, kind of. And it's like, that's a great thing to do in your first like story outline meeting, or something, or your whatever.
I don't want to sit through 2 hours of that.
Yeah, and shit. So I was watching one movie recently, and I shouldn't say the name because I don't want to, hurt anyone's feelings. And I know people, it's hard to make a movie. There's some people who probably did a good job on it, but it just, even the movie, it was like that, and you never knew why anyone was doing anything, or why they needed to do do certain things or get things done, or what the stakes were at all. And the movie just kind of gave up, and it just stopped. I swear, the movie just stopped, and I was like, wow, this is amazing.
Some of that is like more than one writer too. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Like,
I mean,
I'll write this page, I write these 5 pages, you write the next 5 pages. So if it seems like it's schizophrenic, some of it's too many cooks in the kitchen too.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think, I was just watching a movie, and a lot of these movies, and Rogue One was another one that was a lot of studio interference, but I was talking earlier today about, and we were talking about Avildsen a minute ago, and he did Rocky 5. Stallone directed 2, 3, and 4, and Rocky 5 was supposed to be the end, and Avildsen came back, and a lot of people know Rocky was supposed to die. The original draft of the movie, that's what Avildsen signed on for, but long story short is, even without Rocky dying, which is a bummer ending too, but there's a work print of Rocky 5 online before the studio came in and said, you got to reshoot this and reshoot that and recut this and recut that. And it's a terrible quality because it's a work print. So the video quality is horrible, but it's a much more eloquent cut. I would put it that way. There's a lot more personal scenes and a lot more, that's a dodgy subject. Rocky loses all his money, his brain damage, he can't fight. It's like, that's a bummer of a movie no matter what you do. Yeah, but this is at least handles it with a little more care in this version. But I love seeing movies before they were messed with, and obviously now we're going to get to see what Justice League would have been, which.
Yeah, it's weird with Snyder. I know he had a family tragedy and he had to pull out, but just bringing in Whedon to finish a Snyder movie, just on paper to me sounds like a bad idea.
Well, from what I've heard, and I don't know, but this is what the internet says, which how much take it with a grain of salt. But from what I've heard, and I wouldn't be too shocked, was that Schneider was kind of forced out, and I think they sort of used this tragedy shamelessly to sort of cover. I think Warner Brothers sort of used it to sort of cover their tracks a little bit, and. They obviously didn't want Snyder to do a 4-hour cut of Justice League, which is like what he wanted to do, or, I don't know. But they tried to force him into a 2-hour cut, and I think he wouldn't do it. So they came to an impasse. These things happen. It's unfortunate because, when I saw Watchmen, the movie, for the first time, and I was listening to you and Brandon talk about it earlier tonight, actually. But when I saw that movie for the first time, I was like, wow, this is the guy that should do Justice League someday.
I thought the same thing. I said he can handle that legendary size hero. Yeah. Because Watchmen heroes are legendary within their world. Yeah. So they have this presence about them when they walk on screen in their world and how people react to them. So yeah, that's like, hey, I said the same thing. I said, now he looks like the guy who could handle that. Because it's a big thing.
Yeah, I thought, this is huge. And, it was in the midst of the Nolan Dark Knight movies. And I was like, this feels like it's bigger than those. This feels gigantic. And, I still think visually he's one of the best directors around. But those scripts, they just, I don't know, they weren't up to snuff. And just casting choices were, sketchy here. I was not a big Jesse Eisenberg fan. Not to, he's a talented actor. I love him and everything else. But that's just like unfairly poor casting. It's not even his fault, really. But that was, and it was, I don't know, for me, Lex Luthor is one of the unsung, we've never really gotten it right. Like, I loved Michael Rosenbaum on Smallville, but I want to see.
I think, no offense to Gene Hackman.
Yeah, or Kevin. Well, yeah, no.
But I think on a TV series, you can really develop a character too.
That's
You know
true.
what I mean? You
Yeah.
have time to do like the little things with the character that you would like to do. And in a movie like Superman 1 and 2, and I guess he came back in 4, you got to make it
Right. Yeah.
like broad, you know, because you have a limited amount of time.
Yeah.
to
You
get
get, yeah, you get 30 seconds with Luther here, 30 seconds with Luther there. You know, it's like twirl that mustache, even though you don't have one. You know.
Yeah, I
But-
think John Cryer did a pretty good job on Supergirl or on the
You know,
CW.
I want to see that just for that because I'm curious. I've always been a John Cryer fan all the way back to
Yeah.
Pretty in Pink, obviously, and
Ducky,
oh yeah, you gotta love Ducky.
hero.
Although I never watched 2.5 Men, you know, it wasn't.
I watched it.
Yeah, was it good?
I was shocked. I was shocked Charlie got away with as much as he did, but it was his show. You know what I mean?
Well, that's
And-
kind of I think that was Charlie Sheen's like acting superpower. Is he's one of those guys that you forgive for being a little sleazier than you would forgive most other people.
Yeah, I mean, it was obviously written for him, and it was written around him and his lifestyle, and it fit like a glove. And Cryer, you know, was Cryer. I mean, he's a good actor, and he made his character more valuable to the show as time went by because he was building on the character.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It would have been easy to have Charlie Sheen and then just people around him, and we'll just say it's Charlie's show. But he turned it into back and forth. You know, by the end of it, he was carrying it himself.
Oh, okay.
So I'd give him credit.
Yeah, that makes sense because that's kind of like what Spin City was sort of like Charlie Sheen, you know, when he took over. Not to discredit, I love that whole ensemble, but they kind of all took a little bit more of a backseat, even I think during the Sheen era than the Michael J. Fox era of Spin City.
Yeah.
But
yeah, Cryer's got a he's actually a pretty good Luther. He actually is pretty good. You know, it's
really.
And it's even different than the other Luthers. He, you know, because he can be comedy, but then he wants to be like a scary guy too. So it's kind of like he's good at kind of riding the line between the two.
Oh,
he did a good job.
Yeah, I'm really dying to see the Crisis on Infinite Earths TV thing.
That's their best crossovers. It isn't exactly like the comics, otherwise a lot of people would have died.
Right,
but it's well done for the world that they have built. It's very well done, and bringing back Brandon Routh as Superman is great. Great to see him as Superman. I thought he was well cast, and the story didn't serve him when they brought him back in Superman Returns. And
that was
they've done a good job with the characters.
He was one of the better parts of that movie for sure. Right. I will say that. You know, it was probably just a poorly misconceived movie. I mean, and that was kind of early in the stages. I think that was maybe the second thing I had ever seen after Halloween H2O. That was a really big retcon. You know, that was really big at saying we're gonna say 1 and 2 happened, and then 3 and 4 didn't happen. You know. Right. And like Halloween H2O did that, and then it's like Halloween 2019 or 2018 was like hold my fucking beer because we're gonna make even the ending of 1 not have happened. So that's to me that's the dirtiest word in Hollywood. It's not CGI, it's not Michael Bay, it's not it's retconning. Don't disrespect the fans that got you to part 19 of this franchise.
The canon.
The canon. I mean. To me, the ultimate like Halloween payoff is a movie with Jamie Lee Curtis and Danielle Harris in the same movie. I don't know, you can't just give us that. Like that's boom, ended on that. That's the ultimate thing. Make it work somehow. There's a way. Throw fucking 50 writers at it until something something gels.
Yeah, it's weird because you're right. I mean, if you build up that following based on all that work, why would you throw out the work?
Yeah, it's just so strange, especially with horror franchises because fans are so loyal. They see every damn sequel, and they got the laser disc and the DVD and the Blu-ray and the Criterion and the 4K, and they buy the alternate posters and the shirts. Like that's just a rabid fan base, But I probably sound like an old man. Like in my day, we would have had this and that,
No, when I do the HorrorCon and I see people into these movies that we just went to see just because we were like, well, it's date night. I got to go see a horror movie. Friday 13th 3 in part D. Part 3 in 3D. It sounds ridiculous, but you know what I mean. And they're like, this is like an incredible film. Like they're all dressed like it, and they remember it. Like we never thought, it was going to be like that. But you're right. These fans love every second of that movie.
Yeah.
The movies they're into.
But
And
I think
I just think because the movies were looser made, they didn't take themselves seriously all the time. That's helped them reach more fans over time.
I think so. And there was continuity to all those early movies and stuff.
Yeah,
and
like,
I think about that too, that like, you're, I think it's 15 in 1980. So you're, about 18ish, or, 16, 17 when part 3 is coming out somewhere in there. And it's just like another movie to go see, right? Because you got a date.
But there were tons of them. That's the thing with the 80s. It seemed like every Friday night, something ridiculously good was coming out. You didn't know it was going to be legendary, but you would look at the commercial and you look in the paper and go, what the hell is this Indiana Jones and the Temple and the Raiders of the Lost Ark? What the heck is it? Oh, it's got Harrison Ford. Well, he was in Star Wars, so we'll go see it. And then you go see it, you're like, oh my God, I can't believe how great. Would you believe it? Like I literally remember looking at my stepbrother going, did you see that? This is ridiculous. This is a great move, Yeah. And they were like, they really tried to deliver for us with those movies back then. And it was fresh and it was fun. And I can see why kids today will go, come to the horror, fest or whatever, and say my favorite movies are like from 1983, 84, 85 or something like that, because they really did try and deliver. It wasn't just like there's like one good part of the film. It was like there's whole sequences that are great. And there's a bunch of good sequences. Even if the film, the beginning and the end were kind of, ridiculous or messy, all that meat in the middle, it was a lot of meat in the middle.
Yeah. And the interesting thing about those movies is they were all mangled by the MPAA, not even by the studio, because, Paramount was like, they were embarrassed by Friday the 13th and its success. They were like, as soon as one didn't, live up to expectations, part 8 didn't make as much money, they're like, fuck it, sell it to New Line, get this shit out of here, we're embarrassed. But so they didn't really interfere with the making of the movie, but the MPAA obviously did, and a lot of those movies would have been, probably borderline masterpieces with some of that gore back in, but in the old days of cutting negatives, that shit's lost forever, and in high quality, at least, it's lost forever. So we'll never get uncut Friday the 13th movies. Very sad to me, especially with John Carl Buechler passing recently, who was at one of our previous horror cons. Really nice guy, and a legendary makeup guy, and that's the gore in 7 would have been legendary. I mean, it still is. That's the best Jason makeup ever, in my opinion. But I wonder, I just don't think there's enough of these movies being made today for kids. And, it's like my experience on those is different than yours because I'm a little bit younger. I was born in 84. So, like, I can't remember the first time I watched Back to the Future. I watched it so many times when I was young on tape that, like, I don't remember, like, going to the theater and, like, what's this new Back to the Future movie going to be about?
That's another one that's very odd to me because I think about it a lot sometimes because Michael J. Fox was a known entity because of family ties, right? Mm-hmm. So you're like, and it was very hard back then to make a jump from TV to like a really big movie star. So it was like an experiment when he was doing, and he did Teen Wolf and Back to the Future almost at the same time, right?
Yeah, well, what happened was he actually shot Teen Wolf first. Right. And then when Paramount found out he was going to be in Back to the Future, they're like, we're going to hold off on Teen Wolf because if we wait, it's going to be a much bigger release.
And I heard more about Teen Wolf than in marketing and in the media than Back to the Future originally.
Really?
I heard less. I mean, when I say less, I mean less details.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean? Like they were hyping up Teen Wolf, and I guess Spielberg was keeping like Back to the Future kind of quiet. So when that came out, and I went to see it, I was totally blown away by the entire thing.
Back to the Future?
I think that was because with the internet today, we see, like you said, they give away everything in the trailer.
Yeah, totally.
I mean? And they kept a little mystery with a lot of things then. And then you're like, well, Michael J. Fox, it probably won't suck. And then you get in there, and you're like, this movie is like ridiculously like good. Like I couldn't believe how good it was. And then it left you going, what the hell happened in the future? I got to see the future. So,
oh, dude, I mean, that to me felt like a really, really, really long time to wait, you know, as a kid from 85 to 89, you know, that just felt endless. It was like, and I remember that's the first thing I was ever skeptical about in my life. Like, I just felt like they're going to screw me over. Somehow I'm not going to get Back to the Future 2. It's been this long. They would have done it by now. Like, what's going on? This is terrible. Like, and, you know, thank God, you know, we finally got it, obviously.
And they shot those two and three back to back.
Yeah.
And they did it right. I mean, they were consistent. They kept on their, you know, I wish Crispin Glover could have been in 2 and 3.
Yeah, I hear you. You know, to be,
I like what he brings to the table, but either way, they did their story the way they wanted to do their story, and it holds up.
Well, it's interesting. You know, obviously he wouldn't, you know, famously kind of wouldn't do the sequels or whatever, and they got Jeffrey Weissman, who did a really great job considering he was put in a very tough situation. I mean, that poor guy. He couldn't get Universal to release him publicity stills. He couldn't advertise that he was in the movie to book another job for like until like 91 or something, well after the third one had come out. And it's a rough, you know, it's a rough story. But he's a really nice guy. And Crispin's Crispin's a really cool, creative, brilliant actor too. It's tough shoes to fill. But it's interesting. Back in those days, this is like writers' powers, right? Because they found out they couldn't get Crispin, so what do? George McFly is dead. He's a tombstone and this and that. And I recently learned, I'm a big Karate Kid fan, that I guess, I don't know if you are a fan of the old, you know, Ralph Macchio Karate Kid movies, but in the third one, originally, you know, if you remember, Ralph Daniel sort of trains with Terry Silver, the ponytail villain, you know, who's like sort of the Emperor to Kreese's Vader or whatever. But I guess the original script, it was all supposed to be John Kreese. It was supposed to be Martin. You know, he trains with Martin Kove, and there was no Terry Silver. But Martin Kove couldn't get out of this TV show deal that he was in, and he was begging his agent. He's like, "Get me out! This the third one's gonna be my movie. This is the one that's all me. Like, get me out of this TV show deal." His agent's like, "I'll get you out. I'll get you out. Don't worry about it." And of course, he couldn't get out, so they only had Kreese on the weekends. That's why he's barely in the movie.
Yeah, there was a lot of that back then. It's kind of weird when you look at, like, you know, Pierce Brosnan couldn't get out of Remington Steele, so Timothy Dalton got James Bond, and you know, there's a lot of that in the 80s.
Selleck couldn't get out of Magnum PI, so Harrison Ford got Indiana Jones.
TV studios had so much power back then, and it's just very. When you look at what might have been if they'd have been more flexible.
Eric Stoltz couldn't get out of his own way, otherwise he would have been Marty McFly.
Oh, yeah. When I see those scenes with him as Marty, I'm just like, wow, that is so weird. It's just really weird seeing somebody else.
You know what's interesting too about that is that it came down to screen tests because Michael J. Fox was unavailable, what they were told. So it came down to C. Thomas Howell and Eric Stoltz, and apparently, like, everyone really wanted C. Thomas Howell except for the head of Universal. The head of Universal was adamant that Eric Stoltz is going to be great because he knew about Mask, you know, the Peter Bogdanovich movie, and he's like, this guy's going to be a big movie star. This is the old days, you know. We want him at the Universal studio, you know. And Universal was like that kind of powerhouse in the 80s. That was, you know, they were on a great run back then. But it was a different time, you know. The people, it was all like, you know, soda companies and shit buying studios. They were like, I don't know, these young kids from USC sure know how to make money. Let them do whatever they want, you know. Now they think they're creative people, and that's probably a dangerous time.
Very.
Yeah.
But, yeah, the 80s, I don't know. The quality of filmmaking definitely changed, and it was a fun time, you know. And I do miss those types of movies and that type of music and things, because I think we live in serious times now, but I think, and I was saying this to somebody I was talking to, like, an interview. I remember when Nixon left, and I'm not going to get political, I'm just going to say in general, the reason you had disco was because people just wanted, after Vietnam and Nixon, they just wanted to party. They were like, we went through something really bad. We made it through the 60s. We got out of this, and we just want to have a good time. And I really feel like in the next 2 years, after we get over these humps, people are going to be in that spirit again, and hopefully entertainment will follow suit, and it'll try and be a little more fun with different subjects.
You know,
when you think about it, slasher films they don't sound like fun, but when I go to these conventions and I see kids dressed like them, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's something about those movies that had like a thrill, a fun-seeking thrill type of thing,
and also a coolness too. You know, like Freddy was a pop culture icon. Jason was a pop culture icon. They were like Godzilla. You know, they were household names. You know, I knew who both of them were before I ever saw one of the movies. And you know, the fact that I was watching those movies was like a big, you know, like, oh God, don't let mom find out. You know, I'm watching fucking Nightmare on Elm Street or whatever it is. Yeah. But I love that shit. But yeah, I know for me, I just hope it gets back to more original ideas. Like, you know, in the 80s, you never saw a movie like, you know, Weird Science before Weird Science. You never saw a Ferris Bueller before Ferris Bueller. You never saw, you know, a Breakfast Club before that, you know.
Well, you know, I will say this. They were of the moment movies.
Yeah, that's true. They were of the times.
And they sometimes they do movies that are so of that exact time that it's kind of stuck in that time.
Yeah.
And it's cultural, and it's like a looking glass straight back to that time. I mean, I knew guys like with that Ferris attitude back at that time. You know, I went to a prep school, and I knew goofy guys like that who were like, nothing goes wrong. I know what I'm doing. Life is great. I'm just gonna. And then when you met a person like that, you're like, yeah, I'm with him because hanging out with him seems like it would be fun. It was all very logical, you know, in its magical nature. So I think, and in the 70s, a movie like Dog Day Afternoon, that's of its time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think as the times kind of loosen up, maybe they'll be able to extract something that's of its time now or 2 years from now. It's fun, you know, that's got more to it than, you know, a bunch of script writers just throwing stuff to see what they can get away with.
Yeah.
Because they don't get away with much. I mean, average people, I mean, the things that entertain people today are different than how they used to be, but there's some basic things that people still want.
That's true. I mean? Yeah, I think that, you know, the rules of storytelling haven't changed, just maybe some of the smaller details. And you know, obviously there's always new tools and new methods and, you know, new flavors of the day and shit. But I wonder about that. Like, you know, we were talking about Back to the Future, and Zemeckis always says, you know, they would never make a movie like Back to the Future today because it's never been made, you know, it had never been made before. So they wouldn't take a chance on something that bold. And I was always thinking, like, well, hypothetically, even if it had never been made and they did take a chance on something that bold, if it was take it out of 1985 and put it in 2020, and he goes back to what I guess it would be 1990. God, I feel old. But just hypothetically, follow me for a second. You know, Marty McFly in 1985 was so on the cusp. You know, he was rocking a skateboard. He had a Walkman. He wore Calvin Klein's. You know, like there was a lot of things that were really of that day. And like, what would it be now? He would be. Oh, and he played in a band, right? So now instead of a skateboard, he'd have like a Razor scooter or some, you know, shoes with wheels or something like really lame. You know, instead of a Walkman, he'd just be on his smartphone. He wouldn't have a video camera. He'd be on his smartphone again. Like just some things about that, they're just not as cool. It's not that cool to like film something with your smartphone because everyone can do it, you know? But having the video camera was like, ooh, this is cool. This kid's got a video camera.
You know, the weirdest thing about those types of movies, though, is they might have gone through like 3 or 4 years of development. And in that 3 or 4 years, even that, like how they're thinking, things changed.
Yeah, they would like add a video camera and they would, you know, change it because originally he was a video pirate. I think that's where the camera turned into, or what turned into the camera, I should say.
Yeah, and then while you're shooting, you know, when you're on the set, if they get to that point where they're shooting something and it doesn't look like it even makes sense or work, they change it on the fly sometimes.
That's true too. Yeah, they reshot the ending of Bill and Ted like that.
Yeah, there's probably like a few things that they were like, well, this doesn't fit right. Maybe we should do it this way. But whatever decisions they made created a masterpiece, you know? Yeah. And that's what we have, you know, left over, but it is very much of its time. And we didn't think about it at the time. I mean, all those John Hughes movies and things, and even Spike Lee movies, they were all very much of their time. You know, they were prescient. They might have been a little ahead of the time, but they were very close to either what was happening or what we thought was going to happen pretty quick. You know,
John Singleton too was another one that was always. I thought he was quite ahead of his time, honestly. But you know, that's another loss in the filmmaking world. You know, just the last few years have just been brutal. You know, it's like we've had a bunch of 2020s in the film world. You know, people are just dropping. I think Ron Cobb just died too. You know, it's just not to be all morbid, but
we'll get back to the fun stuff.
Yeah, I sure hope so. I think there's going to be an appetite. I hope, again, not to get political, I hope people just come together and start, liking each other again and wanting to have fun again. And
that's Americans accepting other Americans as Americans. We can all agree. If we can all agree we're Americans and we would like things to get better and have a good time, that should be enough.
Yeah, that should be a big step forward.
We definitely had a right and a left in the 80s, but we figured out ways to, at least get along.
Well, I think
plenty of keg parties at the preppy place, the preppy fraternity, even though I wasn't in that fraternity. You know what I mean?
No,
but we could agree. Let's tap the keg and hang out and see what's going on. So if we can get that, I'll be happy. And personally, my kids deserve that too.
Oh,
we had a good time in the 80s, and I look at these kids today and I go, damn it, I would just like, my wish is that they can at least have as good a time as we had in the 80s. Or the 90s.
Yeah. Right?
Just enjoy life the way, in a carefree fashion for your youth. I think people deserve that,
Yeah, exactly. That's poetry right there, I couldn't agree more. But
it was a good time.
Yeah, no, it was the best, the best time. Even though I was a youngin' in the 80s. But, there was a lot of 80s culture left around in the 90s, for me at least.
It was a ton.
And I was the youngest.
To me, 90s felt like a mix of every good era because I felt like there was a 60s vibe because I would meet hippiest type of people. You had the alternative music thing going. You had R&B, hip hop.
Yeah. Goth and
you had like all the stuff that each individual group thought was cool was suddenly hitting the charts and becoming kind of mainstreamish in its own way. So it was a fun time with a big mix of different things.
That's true.
You could pick what you liked.
One thing I think is different about kids today, from what I can tell, and I mean this as a compliment to kids today. Like when we were kids, the music you listened to was like one of the most defining choices of your childhood. Like who you're going to be, how you're going to dress, who you're going to hang out with, who your friends are going to be, what you're going to do, And now I think kids are more chameleon with their music. They just like, if it's good, they like it, because they don't have to collect it like we did. You don't have to go to the store and buy it and take it home and it's just it's kind of comes in and goes. They stream it, they whatever. But I think that's kind of an interesting thing about kids today, and that sort of like gives me hope that they can be that open-minded with their art. That means they can be that open-minded with anything.
Yeah.
Hope so, at least.
Keep hope alive.
Yeah, try and end on a positive note. Try to bring it home on some warmer landing. I'm like, everyone's dying. It's terrible. Jeez, what are we doing here? Movies today, they really don't have it like they used to.
We'll figure our way out.
Yeah, for sure.
Thank you for the time. I know it's late.
Oh yeah, no, I'm sorry I ran over because I'm talking like a gabbing like 6 barbers over here.
I was going to stream a movie now anyway.
Oh, right on.
But anytime you want to talk, just talk film or whatever. It's funny. Since I started doing this, I'm thinking of all the different people I know in different parts of the media. And I'm like, I'll talk to anybody about media creation,
totally.
Just in general. So anytime you want to come on and talk or you have a project you're working on that you want to get the word out or anything, just let me know.
Sign me up, man. You're going to regret saying that. I'm going to be knocking on your door every day like, hey, man, can I come back on?
I mean, we don't have cons and, I like talking to you and these other people. literally Joe Griffo and I have been talking about working on projects for probably 6 years, but
Wow.
things keep coming up, family things and whatever, and we never get to sit down and discuss anything. And we finally got to talk, so I think this will be my new way of finding out what everybody's doing and keeping in touch and getting the word out on whatever they're working on.
Yeah, it's a fun way to stay in touch and talk movies and stuff. I'll do this all day, any day. Believe me. So thank you so much for having me. And to all the people, anyone that's out there watching, guys, check out Vampires of New Jersey. Please donate and keep good artists making good art. And we'll keep talking film, and I'll keep making my shitty little posters and try and keep you guys laughing. And hopefully we'll be making more and more of both as time goes on.
Cool. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, buddy. I'll talk to you soon.
All right.
Later, bud.
All righty. So what time is it? It's 1:14. This is the 24-hour Vampire-a-thon. I see we have a few people. I'm going to run the trailer again real quick here for the Kickstarter. If you haven't gone on there to check it out, please do. Back me. Find something cool on there. Let me run it again. And let me turn it down because it's obviously late. And it's loud. Alrighty, so that's my Kickstarter, which is pretty cool. There I am. And I'm going to run, let's see. Yep, I'm going to run, looking at my schedule to make sure I'm on schedule. I'm going to run the first film that I ever wrote. It was in the Philadelphia Independent Film Festival. It's actually on YouTube. It's called Who is Jose Luck? I'm going to put that on. I was going to do commentary, but I really don't have a lot of commentary to talk about on that. But I am going to play it. As far as the actual Kickstarter, let me take a look at that again and just go through the page. Some brilliant work, some brilliant artists I was lucky to work with. There we go. Make that smaller. And very cool. Interior artist is Connor Cole, who has done some incredible work. We've done 7 issues together. Hopefully we can squeeze out 10. My characters are evolving as we go. There's me with Mike from Jay and Silent Bob's, where I apparently sold out again. According to one of the guys who was just on, he went there to get a book, and there's no books left, which is cool. On the Kickstarter, you can get T-shirts, you can get sweatshirts, you can definitely get the PDFs, which I think I'm going to start offering more and more outside the country because I'm not shipping outside the country, but I want people to be able to enjoy it. You can get the books 1 through 7. It's done, ready to go. Graphic novels, awesome. It's first 3 issues. Some brilliant work by Steph Wilson and Carrie Ann. Also Carrie Nicole, who did wonderful cosplay. Really brilliant stuff. Work by Bob Heron, another great artist. C.B. Zane, one of my favorites. I've worked with him on 2 projects. Lance Footer, another great artist. April Grady and Carl Duchin. And of course, the fantabulous Wendy Steen Shaner, who always does brilliant work. And the risque king himself, Jim E. Noble and Alfred Lee. And of course, more Steph Wilson. And I recommend you go on here and check it out. There's some add-ons I just put on there, which are pretty cool. And let me get to the actual, let's see, where am I? Okay, 3 heads. All right, I'm going to throw on my film. Who is Jose Luck? If I can find it here. And amazingly, I don't see it. Huh. Hold on. Holy mackerel. All right, guys, hold on just a moment. Now, this is the amazing thing, is I'm trying to pull up my still live. No, it's not there. I didn't add it to the playlists. Very odd. Interesting. It was listed earlier, but I don't see it listed now. But I am going to play something pretty quick here. Because I'm out of guests and I got to play something. Hey guys. And I'm betting Jose Luck is in here somewhere. That's interesting. All right, I guess we'll start with For the Love of Music. Part 1. All right. Let's check that out. That'll get us started on the film festival. Let me full screen. This is a documentary from we shot in England.
It's a drunken man's speech, which I always kind of enjoyed, and I've kept it since then. Musically, I've listened to anything and everything, and I play loads of instruments, different instruments, and anything with strings, I'll give it a go. But I've kind of aired towards electronic stuff. A lot of people have like misconceptions about electronica, and they think you just press a button and tunes come out, right? And you don't. You spend hundreds of hours in the studio tweaking and trying to get things right. So I'm a bit worried about my set this evening because I've never done my stuff live, so I'm looking forward to it. But yeah, it's definitely going to be different. I mean, I've dropped tracks in the middle of sets before no one's noticed that it's not like a major sign label artist that's earned millions of pounds or billions of pounds. Well, pennies. And it all goes down the same, so it's definitely going to be different this evening. On the first act on as well, which is kind of worrying, rather than be later on in the day when everyone's had a few beers, you know. I've been playing instruments since I was 5 years old. I've been trying to produce like get my music out there for about 7 years, using different digital and Logic, Cubase. Now I'm using Ableton, which is fantastic stuff, you know. Just the ease of use, I think, and the user-friendly interface. You know, it's not programming. You don't have to mess about with it. You know, it's literally just knobs and sliders, and that's it. As long as you've got basic of the idea of what you're intending to do, you can do it with the greatest of ease. And I'm sorry that it's for how good it is. It's cheaper than other products as well. I mean, it's well worth it, and time efficient, most definitely. You know, you save an awful lot of time. You don't have to search through the menus here, there, and everywhere, and it's all there in front of you. As long as tunes onto Glenn McDougall at XLP, which is a couple of tears, and I've been listening ever since. I sent in a couple of submissions, and they were like willing to play my tunes, which from an unsigned guy that produces and does everything from a studio, like big, you know, was a bit of a bonus, you know. So well worth it, and that all of us have like maintained a friendship ever since, you know. It's a bit of a bonus to have to come down here and meet some of the other artists, that I work with, because now I've got my own. I do a show on XRP now on a Monday night, and it's really nice to actually bump into some of the acts that they send me submissions, and I play their work, you know, and they put time and effort into that, which cheers me up. Probably in the same way that when Tiz or G-Man played my stuff, like it cheered me up, you know. It gives you a bit of a boost, you know, and a bit of confidence. I've never out to like make millions of pounds or anything like that, but just a bit of recognition, you know. Finish a song, audience claps, or you drop a song in the middle of a set and they still dance. That's the buzz for me, you know. I do it because I enjoy it, and I think I'm quite good at it. A lot of other people appreciate it, so I'm quite happy sat there doing like what I do, you know. With a smile on my face, you know, on an otherwise dull day. when I managed to get in the studio, which is pretty good, you know. It's a bit of an unfortunate situation. Really. I said that the music industry is on a bit of a downfall because they were wholly unpaid for like the digital age or the digital revolution, whatever you want to call it. You know, it was all fair back in the day when you could tape an LP. You know, like the old 12-inch 33 RPM LP. You could tape it and you could give it to a friend, but I mean, you have to buy like 1,000 tapes to give it to a friend. Now in the digital age, you can get an LP and you can send it all over the place. You can post it to torrent sites and whatnot. And it's been terribly mismanaged, I think, you know. There's a lot of people losing out. The record labels are grumpy because they were making more money than the artists in the first place. I mean, even Radiohead have come out and they released their album for free. You know, it was like pay what you think it's worth, which I think is a great idea, you know. But there aren't any like $1 million contracts anymore, you know. And if there are, they're a fit. They'll have 90% of that back off you within a few years. So, you know what? Like, do what you enjoy doing. That's the way forward. You know, if you enjoy doing it, do it. If someone else enjoys listening to it, it's like an added bonus. You know, it's been a touch. And that's I think the music industry is kind of, it's not what it used to be 50 years ago, but then like old cars, how what they were 50 years ago, you know. It's just kind of social evolution, you know. Things an awful lot different to what they were. Plus, it was one of those, like being a musician, so like you had Elvis and it was all hyped up and they've been hyping it. That for the last 60 years, you know, it's like super hype, commercial. And if you're honest with yourself, if you want to pick up guitar and learn how to play it, you can learn how to play it. So long as you put time and effort in, you can do whatever you want to do. And a lot of people realize that, you know, they're not just like sat back going, wow, Elvis plays guitar and he sings and he's got a cool haircut, you know. So everyone's up to it and getting on with it because it makes you happy. It doesn't matter what mood you're in or what state you're in or where you're at. If you can do something musically, it kind of soothes the soul. But everyone will have one piece of music, one track, something that sits pretty in their soul, you know. And that's the way forward. It is just a smile. Oh, that's cool. And then it's not so much of a live set. I can't do what I write live. I kind of do everything in a shoebox, you know, with a lot of notes and stuff. So it's going to be more of a showcase than a show. But that's. I've never done my stuff, so. I know you're the. Yeah, that's it. The way forward. This current formation of the band is probably about 8 months or so. But the band was kind of in place before, and then they split up, and I joined. So it goes back a few years.
How long have you guys been into music? A long time.
I mean, I picked up music at the age of 17. Really? Yeah. So I got into it, pretty early. So as soon as you start writing songs, that's it. I think for any music that as long as it's got passion, energy, you feel something. It's not about what style, it's just that's what keeps you going. So now I suppose Facebook is a really good help. You can send invitations, get all your friends interested in your band. That's one big kind of boost. Other than that, we just try and play as many gigs as we can in various places where gigs lots of like having yourself, radio, it's great to learn, lots of different bands that you play with. That's all it is, just network. I think for us it's more about, we could get all our friends to like our band, but if we do a gig out of town like this, we'll get 2 new fans off that, then that means more to us because it's complete strangers who kind of have no kind of reason to like you other than whether they like your music or not. So that means a lot to us. If we go back tonight and we get 2 new likes on Facebook, then that means a lot to us. You tend to string it out quite a lot because you kind of like overdo it in your own city. There have been up to so many. It's a bit hard. So it's nice to sort of balance out. Maybe 1 month or 2 months most people early and try and get some out of tank gigs. We made the mistake before of kind of doing too many gigs too close together, and you tend to have a really good crowd for the first one, and then by the time as the weeks go on, you kind of dwindle until you're playing for the no one. So we try and string them out, keep the promoters happy for on, and also keep the interest going basically because people find it a drag, I suppose, going to a gig all the time. So we try and kind of string it out a bit, making each one an event in its own. Yeah. Plus traffic, plus band politics, plus traffic. No, we can't tell you about that. There were seats behind the scenes, it's just that half hour on stage. It's never everything that it takes to kind of get places and do flips. We're like a rubbish version of flipping back, I think so. We're just passionate about what we do, and I guess that spills out sometimes. So. Yeah. You need a good argument every now and then, otherwise what's the point in it? We're not the Gallagher brothers of the people, don't we? You need that kind of catalyst for people doing it completely off their own back, just kind of for the love of music. I think that's the kind of people that really keep the scene going. Otherwise it's basically just a load of pubs with a few rubbish bands or good bands playing every week. So I think it takes people like XRP to really put their passion into the music and try and put Birmingham on the map, I suppose.
Anyway, I was really interested because he's a musician himself. How you felt that since you guys have been playing, how's the music industry changed in your years?
Obviously, there's a big change with social networks. So when I first started, you literally had to get a gig, you had to go to the pub and ask who the promoter was, things like that. Whereas now it's all obviously email, timeless thing, and I just think it doesn't matter how old you are, who you are. But I mean, for us, it's about just get out and have a good time with it, especially, you know, you should be doing this for the love of doing it, not because you're going to get a record deal as a pot of gold at the end of it. It's just keep doing it, keep playing, keep enjoying it. I think that's the problem. There's so many bands out there who think, right, I'm at school, I'm going to put a band together, and next week we're going to get signed to records. It doesn't happen. We've been doing it for 16 years or something like that. If you're not enjoying these gigs, you know, you might get 10 people to it. You know, you shouldn't have it. You know, like the same show to them as you would to 10,000 people. It's not, you know, it's not it is. And when you start enjoying that, then keep it up. Yeah, I mean, we've got like kids, we've got jobs, we've got whatever else. But this is our passion, you know. We'll do this until we feel like we're too old to do it. I've got like 7 promoters that I kind of work with, and then beyond that, it's like putting out the feelers as far as I'll go. Do the usual submitting CDs to venues, and that comes like I tend to. I fall into an awkward gap because I'm too acoustic for acoustic nights, or I'm too kind of full on. They want something a bit slower, and I'm not band enough for band nights, so that's why I'm kind of trying to bridge that gap. But I've got some promoters that I work with, and I do gigs fairly regularly, so I can't really complain. I've got, at the moment, I've done with the Fatboy 5 EP. This just like since me, Fatboy, I've done stuff on and off since 2004 with the electronic music. That's like kind of approaching 10 years now. Kind of put out an EP, 6 to 9 months. Fatboy releases this Fatboy 5 EP from Harvard Doodles this year, which is kind of, it's marked the step into where I'm kind of going with my music now. It's kind of, that's everything before that has been based around my songs and guitar and acoustic, whereas that one was written in the studio with like electrics and samples, weirdness, like the track of that played on Six Music, as well as on BBC Six Music, got it on the Cheers, and my next one is going to be dance/electronic album, which is like the meeting of the Fat Boy and Russell experiments, like the logical conclusion. It's quite heavy electric guitar. There's lots of guitar in there, not so much acoustic, but it is very kind of also. I'm hoping to do a physical release on that one as well. But apart from that, I think I've done one physical release, which is like 42 copies, because that's how many resources I have. Went right to it, and it's sort of like handmade in a special case with hand decorated. It's like a CDs kind of thing. When they go. I think it's weird. The sounds have changed. I mean, where I'm living at the moment, there's no longer anywhere to play. When I started, I think I've ramped up the 5 gigs that I've got much from the venues to play. And I do find in some towns it's just dying off. In other towns, like Leicester, I play Leicester quite regularly. It's quite vibrant there. Whereas other towns, it's just kind of on its arms. And your online distribution has definitely become much more prominent. Well, I've been doing, like when I first started, it was kind of like the majority of sites want you to pay for something. There's a lot kind of like, let's use this service. Whereas now there's a lot more possibilities open to everyone to do. You can do it yourself. You can get it out there. It is a lot more viable, but it also means it's really great stuff out there. Come together for a lot of music, really. I think if you were back, that's where it comes from. Unfortunately, we wouldn't be doing it. So I've been in a band on and off for some time. Shared a band with Studio, the lead guitarist, previously. Pretty experienced around and about, but been on the brink a couple of times, but never actually made it. So here we are today, and I'm at.
I'm Dave. I play rhythm guitar and do some of the backing vocals for Questions of Angels. I originally got into all of this by being next to the neighbour, going around, and he told me about the first gig of Questions of Angels in that incarnation, and showed a bit of community spirit. We thought we'd go along, and it blew me away completely. That was just over a year ago, wasn't it?
So that's back it was
November last year. So I went along as a fan initially, and then parties and good place, wasn't it? I started playing your guitar, and
we were looking for a rhythm guitarist, and there you go.
Yeah, I'm Andy. I play bass guitar, Questions of Angels. I've been involved in music since I was 11 years old. I've played guitar, sang in choirs, and played in bands for the last 30 years. So it's in my book, basically. Questions of Angels got some special quality of playing with there. So yeah, it's all good.
You make a little bit.
I'm Stu, Questions of Angels, lead guitarist. I've played since I was 12. I used to sing in a band at the time, which is a long time ago. We got together last year just by coincidence, just through knowing certain band members. And since then, we just evolved. But it's evolved for the best rather than for the worst.
Yeah, it's probably the best band.
We seem to be getting pretty good gigs. It's great.
Yeah, we kind of get together in the room, and it kind of sounds cliche, but it kind of just happens. So it's with that kind of band, just these guys will start jamming, come up with a sound, and I'll sit on the floor, and one literally just writes a song on the floor, and pre-written lyrics, and just get down on the floor, and just there you go. But that's the way it works. I think that's why it's so easy. We're comfortable with each other. We can say what we want without obsessive.
Well, I'm Shane, and I'm 17 years old. I've been drumming since I was 11. And the only reason I really got into this band was because basically I was in a band before, and I just wanted to gig, and I just wanted to start gigging quickly, and they didn't want to. They was just going in and out of the personal studio. They didn't really have to, but they just kept doing it, And the people who own the studio that I've rehearsed at, we all rehearsed at, they put my name forward to these guys. And the first rehearsal I went in, I think it's safe to say that we just all kind of just clicked straight away.
You were meant to be standing, weren't you?
Yeah,
I was the drummer we wanted.
It's supposed to be standing, and until they found another drummer, then they contacted me. I remember where I was and everything. I was walking a place called Bradley, and he just phoned me up and he said, "Yeah, we can take you on board." So we're walking together since February. So
yeah,
and then we've came quite a long way.
Yeah, very short space of time.
A lot of pressure to get Shane as the bass actually just straight away. We knew pretty much we did have one audition, and we knew straight away from the quality of this second guy that Shane was definitely. It's just the way that Shane plays.
Yeah, so I really enjoy working with these guys. It's fun. It's there might be an age difference, and we all like the same. We all like the same.
It's already not the same.
We all come together. So
Is that make you mature or is it mature?
we'll meet in the middle. Yeah.
Well, looks like the show's over for now. So we'll end this broadcast.